drops of water falling, image of small hands seen through eyes. Perhaps this is what makes this person confused, he wonders. What's wrong with me? Where am I? The scene changed to outside a pavilion, where something seemed to be happening, a violent shaking. This pavilion is located on a small island in the sky. This place is called Hong Kat Tien Domain, and is also where the Quan family is located. Suddenly, the illusion of a phoenix spread its wings and flew up. Immediately after that, an illusory image of a golden dragon appeared. At this moment, a light from the small courtyard shined straight towards the phoenix image, followed by an extremely loud phoenix roar. This phenomenon attracted an old man. He happily shouted, "God bless our family," giving birth to a unicorn. This old man is Quan Chien Tien, the ancestor of the Quan family. A moment later, the courtyard returned to its original peace. At this moment, a call interrupted the joy of Quan Chien Tien. The old man, his wife gave birth to a boy. When Quan Chien Tien heard that, he couldn't hold back his emotions and turned around to order, "Quickly carry him out here so I can see." In an extremely splendid room, Quan Chien Tien stood in the middle of the room, happily holding the baby in his arms. The boy lay in Quan Chien Tien's arms, looking up at him with surprised eyes and confusing thoughts. "I am here, time travel." Quan Chien Tien happily lifted the baby up in front of him, staring at it with great satisfaction. He looked at the baby and comforted him. "Oh, my good child, my good child." 2 bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere in the room, in front of Quan Chien Tien. Immediately after that, 2 old men appeared. Their faces also showed indescribable joy. The old man with his hair in a bun exclaimed chokingly, 10 years, finally born." The old man next to him also continued, "Chien Tien, quickly let me hug the child." But at this time a phenomenon surprised all 3. A small dragon image was wrapped around the boy's body. This surprise did not make everyone happy. 2 old men exclaimed. One old man exclaimed, "Is this a desolate ancient holy body?" The other person replied with regret, "That's right, it's an ancient holy body, a pity." The white-haired old man imagined, illustrated and explained to them that in nature there exist all kinds of causes and conditions. The fetus senses heaven and earth, promoting special physiques, called 3000 physiques. The golden dragon lying on top of the boy suddenly sat up, stretched out to listen. The silver-haired old man continued to explain, "The ancient holy body in the 3000 physiques could be ranked 5th. The holy body was successfully cultivated, can compete with the great emperor. But in the ancient period, the laws of heaven and earth changed dramatically, and 10 chains from the sky bound the sacred body to maturity. Wrapped around the boy's body like thousands of golden chains were wrapped around the restraints." The silver-haired old man clapped his hands on Quan Chien Tien and sighed in comfort. The silver-haired old man clapped his hands on Quan Chien Tien and sighed in comfort. "Chien Tien, although this child is difficult to cultivate." Quan Chien Tien lifted the baby up, looked at the baby with many worries. The silver-haired old man put one hand on Quan Chien Tien's shoulder and pointed at the baby and said, "But taking my Quan family's position in the fairyland, it is not difficult for him to live a good life like a secular emperor." The boy listened to the 2 people and couldn't help but be surprised. Wasn't he just transmigrating? But also accompanied by a physical inability to cultivate. Perhaps it is rotten firewood. The system notice board appears, congratulating the host on reaching the system's signing, checking the measurement of the Tian to Kung's signing point, whether to immediately proceed with the signing or not, reminding new people to sign for the first time. Can activate a violent attack and randomly receive a reward of 5 stars or more. He raised his hand to his chin, his face thoughtful at the appearance of the system. As expected, there was a system. His eyes filled with determination, he immediately signed the contract. The system's notification panel appeared. The contract was successfully signed, the rare 8-star normal level was obtained, and the ancient holy body was completed. Although the contract was completed, he was still extremely wondering. "I have also signed, but how does this reward come? Could it be an external incarnation?" A ray of light flashed across the boy's eyes. He exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" The boy's thoughts began to panic a bit. His body suddenly couldn't move. The 2 old men froze in surprise at the scene happening before their eyes. The boy's body in Quan Chien Tien's arms now radiated a bright yellow light. Before the great energy of the light ring, the 2 old men were forced to step away from the boy, just out of range. Because of the spread of that light, the silver-haired old man exclaimed in panic, "What is the situation?" The boy's eyes were white. Golden chains wrapped around his body appeared. Those chains were gradually burned by the fire energy in the boy's body. The chains broke, breaking his body's restraints. Quan Chien Tien looked at the grandchild in his arms and said with a panicked face, "This is it." The boy curled up in a towel, his white eyes lifelessly looking at Quan Chien Tien. The whole house is gradually covered by bright yellow light. Thunder and lightning fell from the sky. The clouds form a multi-layered spiral circle. On those clouds, there are countless gods kneeling, bowing their heads towards Quan Chien Tien's house. Quan Chien Tien stepped outside the railing, looked up at the sky to witness an unprecedented scene. With a shocked face, bright light shined down from the sky with great energy. The silver-haired old man raised his hand in boredom, trying to clearly see this rare scene, while the old man with his hair in a bun standing next to him watched attentively. Quan Chien Tien lifted the boy up high, filled with joy, proudly shouting, "The holy body remains, 10,000 saints worship, ha 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 ha, my grandson has the attitude of a great emperor." The boy's face looked at his grandfather in panic, with unpleasant thoughts. These words should not have been said. The two old men happily walked towards Quan Chien Tien and the boy. The silver-haired old man raised his hand forward and said cheerfully, "He was born to break the shackles of the ancient holy body." He had never heard of it, and the old man he raised his hair bun and stroked his beard, very excitedly praising. "Ah, the ancient dragon's nest of a proud mangaA-Z Tien, this time he must lose face." After hearing the words of the two old men, the boy's face turned black and even darker, thinking fearfully, being blown away by them as if he was now invincible, or should he still be a little more humble in the future? Quan Chien Tien put his hand on his head, seriously looked at the two people in front of him, and suggested, "I haven't named my precious grandson yet. How do you feel about calling immortality?" Hearing this suggestion, the two old men immediately turned black and vehemently objected. The silver-haired old man looked at Quan Chien Tien with dissatisfied eyes, too ordinary, and the old man with his hair in a bun angrily pointed his finger at Quan Chien Tien added, "Yes, too vulgar." A woman with a tired face walked forward. Next to her was the midwife who was holding the woman's hand tightly to help. It turned out that this beautiful and tired-looking woman was the boy's biological mother. Named Kwang Nu, the three of them were discussing names. When they saw Kwang Nu's appearance, they quickly turned around. Kwang Nu watched them give him the name she wanted to give him. "Baby, why don't you call him Tu Dao?" Kwang Nu gently explained the meaning of the name. "Becoming an immortal is easy, but Tu Dao is difficult. I just hope that in the future my son will be leisurely all his life." Quan Chien Tien bowed his head slightly, sadly agreeing with Kwang Nu's opinion. Then Quan Tu Dao added, "Then let's name it Quan Tu Dao. Becoming an immortal is easy, Tu Dao is difficult." Sigh, this is the sentence. Say that. The white-haired old man stood behind, looking at Quan Chien Tien, trying to comfort him. "Chien Tien, don't worry. Quan Vo Hoi is the white-clothed god king. It's also possible that the boy is not missing yet, just being surrounded in just somewhere." Quan Chien Tien looked at his nephew with thoughtful eyes that were extremely worried and depressed. In contrast to Quan Chien Tien's worries, the boy was carefree, filled with happiness, and smiled at Quan Chien Tien. Looking at the boy, Quan Chien Tien exclaimed with so much sadness, "I hope so." At Quan Jia, ancestral grave site, a large stone stele was shaking violently. This movement attracted the attention of the crowd. Realizing something, everyone's faces showed fear. A golden light flashed. A voice filled with panic exclaimed, "Not good." The old ancestor's coffin could no longer be suppressed. On this side, Quan Tu Dao was wrapped in a towel, sleeping peacefully. On the bed, Kwang Nu gently held the sleeping Quan Tu Dao in her arms. Quan Chien Tien stood next to him, leaning on his hands, looking towards his nephew and said, "Two clan elders, once the story of Tu Dao becoming a holy body is spread out, the consequences are unimaginable." Quan Chien Tien looked at the two old men with a wary face and said seriously, "We also need to act together to hide the unstable holy body on Tu Dao's body." The silver-haired old man looked at Quan Chien Tien sympathetically and replied, "Indeed, there are many forces in the fairyland targeting our Quan family." The bun-haired old man raised his hand to stroke his beard and looked at Quan Chien Tien, continuing, Mu tu viu lam, background everything is nothing." Quan Tu Dao, now awake, heard their friend's compliments and raised his hand with satisfaction, thinking in complete agreement. The old man understood the code, worked humbly and calmly. Quan Chien Tien tilted his head towards Kwang Nu and said, "Gentle child, carry the boy over here." Kwang Nu carried Quan Tu Dao happily, looking at Quan Chien Tien and said, "I'm bothering my father and the old clans." A ball of energy soared up, spreading out like a firecracker. The three people began to cast spells, using black-faced lightning. The Black Warrior of Heaven, for direct head area, Yang then spear. Immediately afterwards, a power enveloped Quan Tu Dao. His eyes became lifeless and he shrank back. Quan Tu Dao opened his eyes, raised his hand in front of his eyes and thought in surprise, "Oh, floating in the air. I felt like I was losing weight." Out of nowhere, a white-bearded old man appeared, looked at the actions of the three of them and shouted, "You idiots, what are you doing?" In front of the witness of all 4 people present in the room, an energy barrier appeared. The barrier separated the power of the 3 old men from Quan Chiu Dao's body. Lightning bolts of energy enveloped Quan Chiu. Knives kept coming out. The silver-haired old man looked at the scene before his eyes in horror, and exclaimed, "This is it!" From high in the sky, a huge bolt of lightning struck the middle of the house. All 3 people were extremely uneasy. Looking towards the lightning strike, Quan Chiu Dao spoke. You are. The silver-bearded old man had a stern, tall face, was holding Quan Chiu Dao in his arms. Around him was covered by an extremely dazzling halo. Countless energy radiated from his body. Witnessing the scene before their eyes, all 3 old men shouted in unison, "The 18th Great Ancestor!" That white-bearded old man turned out to be the 18th Great Ancestor. The 18th Great Ancestor just looked at them without responding and snorted, "Huh?" All 3 of them, faced with the sudden appearance of the 18th Ancestor, immediately knelt down, bowed their heads, closed their eyes, and turned towards the 18th Ancestor to pay their respects. The younger generations of the Van family welcomed the 18th generation. Next, while Quan Chiu Dao was reaching out his hand to play with the hair of the 18th generation ancestor, the 18th generation ancestor looked at the 3 of them with extremely angry eyes and lectured, "Since when do our Quan family's descendants have to do something hidden? Like this, can even a child protect him?" Quan Chiu Dao's hands continued to caress the hair of the 18th great ancestor, but Quan Chiu Dao's face looked extremely uncomfortable, along with his dissatisfied thoughts, and an old man, who also looked passable. "I'm not going to be able to remember." In the room that had just been struck by lightning due to the appearance of the 18th ancestor, Quan Chien Tian stood up from his kneeling position. Quan Chien Tian gradually approached the 18th ancestor and said, "Please don't be angry. Is that I am afraid that in the future someone will cause harm to my grandson." The 18th great patriarch tilted his head to look at Quan Chien Tian, his eyes filled with a terrifying murderous intent. The 18th great ancestor angrily warned, "I will see who dares spread my words out, if anyone causes harm to the child." This young man and this old man are not afraid to wage an eternal battle, to the point of causing heaven and earth to shake. Before the 18th ancestor's warning, all 3 of them knelt down and bowed their heads to obey, too afraid to resist. The white-haired old man and the old man with his hair in a bun secretly glanced at each other in fear. The 2 old men exchanged thoughts through each other's eyes. The eternal battle, the great world war initiated by the political system, came. Even though heaven and earth were shaken and people were bleeding, the old man was ready for a child. Quan Chien Tian knelt down, placed one hand on his chest, and approached the 18th ancestor. Quan Chien Tian bowed his head and looked at the 18th ancestor, fearfully asking, "Old ancestor, what you mean is, you want to get out of death. Carefully protect this child." The 18th patriarch looked down, his eyes flashed with lightning, his emotions were extremely angry and he responded to Quan Chien Tian's words, "Why not?" The image of a coffin being sealed appears, along with an explanation of that function. Tu Quan is the most extreme method of practice discovered by high-ranking monks of the fairyland who close themselves in the coffin. Coffin, isolated from the outside world, if successful, will escape from the coffin, and if failed, the coffin will be sealed and buried. The 18th generation ancestor bent down to play with Quan Chiu Dao with extremely gentle eyes. The 18th generation ancestor looked at Quan Chiu Dao and said gently, "The ancient sacred body, this is a god given to my Quan family by God, it is great fortune." 18th generation patriarch's hand gently touched Quan Chiu Dao's nose and playfully, Quan Chiu Dao was tickled and immediately retreated. In front of everyone in the room, the 18th ancestor hugged Quan Chiu Dao tightly, and energy enveloped the 18th ancestor and Quan Chiu Dao. The 18th ancestor said, "From now on all of Quan's resources the family must lean towards this child. In addition, give this child the spiritual title of suicide." Quan Tien Tien and the 2 old men both became surprised when they heard the self-destructing spiritual effect. Quan Chiu Dao was bewildered and confused. What is the self-listening spiritual effect? The setup at the beginning is too much. Someone please explain a bit. The clan members of the Din Hung Fuang Quan clan can number up to 10,000 people, of which only 10 people on the special list are eligible to be granted suicide by the ancestors. Self-destructive ownership, with the implication of being qualified to compete for the position of homeowner. And there is one person who can reign over these 10 special existences. That is the first generation of the homeowner. That is the self-destructed spiritual name, the first self-destructed spiritual name. That person was Quan Chiu Dao's father, the white-clothed god king, Quan Vo Hoi. Quan Chien Tian and the silver-haired old man both looked at the 18th generation ancestor with great concern. Quan Chien Tian spoke, "Ancestor, this arrangement is probably not good, Everyone who has the right to commit suicide needs to go through it. Countless challenges. This child has just been born with the title of self-criticism. How to convince everyone. 18th generation patriarch stared at Quan Qian with a black face and said, "Heh, if they don't agree, then they'll just come and rob him in the future." The 18th patriarch's upset face gradually became cold. The 18th patriarch said with eyes as sharp as a knife, "I don't care about that." Quan Chi Dao was in the hands of the 18th ancestor. When he heard the words of the 18th ancestor, he was extremely panicked, trembling and thinking, "Oh, is this old man planting flags for me?" Quan Chi Dao cried loudly in discomfort, Oh, I'm just a child. Can't you just give me 5 yen and talk about life?" Seeing that, the 18th patriarch happily lifted Quan Chi Dao up high, his face gentle and comforting. "Oh my dear, don't cry, let's fly high," before the helplessness and confusion of Quan Qian and the old man with his bun hair. Quan Qian, with extremely sad and sorrowful eyes, looked towards his grandson, thinking thoughtfully and without remorse, "Your son has passed away." Quan Chi Dao's tired, sweaty face turned to the 18th ancestor with thoughts of begging. "Can you stop flying so high? Just let me wear it? It's too cold." Before I could process my current situation, the system appeared. A system notification pops up. "The location to hit the oil has been updated. Please come to the music hall." Quan Chi Dao's eyes gradually became serious and sad. 3 years later, in a house under the tall mountains, the sound of people announcing the news echoed everywhere. Especially here, the Quan family's son, who had worked in the eastern capital until the age of 10, was already 3 years old. The short-haired girl ran happily, one hand holding the newspaper up high, and hurriedly said, "Come to me to buy the latest news about the courtiers with a large salary and a discount." Newspapers fluttered on the roof of Quan Qian's house. Under the porch of Quan Qian's house, he looked at Quan Chi Dao. His nephew was lying on his stomach, looking towards him, resting his chin and happily swinging his legs, giving instructions to Dao. "Next I will talk about the essential thing. You must listen carefully." Quan Qian clenched his fist, raised it to his chest, and very seriously admonished Quan Chi Dao. "Cultivating the physical body initially, there are a total of 5 great realms, just need to be nurtured with genius and earthly treasures. Is the great attainment, followed by the divine hidden realm. There are also 5 great realms, divided into 5 basic vital organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, until the great spirit of the 5 realms is achieved, is to be able to gather spiritual seas, condense divine light, and transform true spirits." Quan Chi Dao's eyes were bright. He looked curiously at Quan Qian and asked, "Grandpa, how much time does it take to break through the realm of God?" Quan Qian closed his eyes, stroked his beard, and slowly explained to his grandson that normal people need 5 years, geniuses need 3 years, and son, maybe 1 to 2 years is enough. Quan Chi Dao's face was a bit dissatisfied. He looked at his stomach, rubbed his stomach with his hand and complained a little. "It would take a year or 2, but I felt like I could break through at any time." Quan Qian's sharp eyes looked at his nephew, challenging him. "Oh, let me see." According to Quan Qian, Quan Chi Dao sat down, closed his eyes in a meditation position and answered, "Yes." At this time an extremely powerful yellow energy radiated around him from Quan Chi Dao. Quan Qian looked intently at his grandson who was concentrating on cultivating and pondered, "Could it be that he is my grandson? He is already meditating so quickly. This ability and aptitude, TSK. After a while, Quan Qian looked at Quan Chi Dao and realized there was something unusual. Wait a minute. Was able to directly break through 2 levels, without the slightest delay. During the training process, Quan Chi Dao's shirt disappeared. The surrounding yellow energy circle also became stronger. Quan Chi Dao still did not stop leveling up. Quan Qian looked at Quan Chi Dao with extreme shock, thinking extremely surprised. "No, this is." Looking at the energy radiating from Quan Chi Dao's body becoming more and more powerful, Quan Qian was extremely surprised as he watched his nephew guess and continuously break through 5 realms. Quan Chi Dao's energy source disappeared. Still in a meditation position, Quan Chi Dao closed his eyes and sighed. Quan Chi Dao's face was excited, looking towards Quan Qian, "Grandfather. Looks like I've successfully broken through my body's hidden state." Seeing that his grandfather did not answer, Quan Chi Dao stared in his direction and called out, "Grandfather." But at this time Quan Qian lay on the ground, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and reluctantly praised Quan Chi Dao. "Truly the unicorn child of our Quan family, this quality is so unbelievable." Quan Chi Dao, confused, walked over to support Quan Qian and asked, "Are you okay?" Quan Qian hugged his nephew, put his hands on his chest, leaned against Quan Tu Dao emotionally. It's okay, mister, I'm very touched right now. After a moment of calm, Quan Tian's face immediately became calm, looking at Quan Tu Dao and smilingly proposed, Little Dao, to congratulate you on breaking through the hidden realm, Grandpa wants to give you a gift. Do you want anything? Quan Tu Dao looked up at his grandfather with extremely confused eyes and helplessly groaned. Even if he asked what he wanted, he still didn't fully understand this world. Oh right. Quan Tu Dao seemed to remember something and quickly approached Quan Tian and asked, Grandfather, do you know what Tai Nak Ko Bai is? Quan Tian looked at his grandson with suspicion. Asked again in question, Tai Nak Ko Bai. Seeing his nephew asking, Quan Tian was excited as if he was 10 years younger. Looking at Quan Tu Dao, what a coincidence. No one understands Tai Nak Ko better than your grandfather. Quan Tian said that it was originally a steel in the wilderness. Just by attacking it, one could test and measure physical strength. Later, it was dug up by our Quan family and placed in the arena. Martial arts, used to test and measure the physical fitness of junior disciples. Quan Tu Dao was puzzled, looking at Quan Tian to think of a plan. Very good, quite close, in general it should be now. Quan Tu Dao walked over and climbed onto Quan Tian's shoulder with sparkling eyes, using his hand to squeeze Quan Tian's shoulder to flatter him. Grandpa, can you take me to see the ancient music? Still with those eyes, seeing that he did not answer, Quan Tu Dao continued to speak. You have already broken through the divine hidden realm. You can also test and measure your physical strength, right? Before his nephew's flattery, Quan Tian was so pleased that he agreed to his proposal. Ha ha ha, okay, Grandpa took me away. Quan Tu Dao was happy. Grandpa is the best. At the martial arts arena, a person stepped forward. It was a blonde girl, named Quan Lin. She walked up to touch the stone steel. Her eyes were extremely serious. A power gathered in the palm of the hand. She took an attack stance. She began to regulate her breathing. Then he unleashed his golden palm and hit the stone steel with great force, causing a slight vibration. After finishing, she retracted her spiritual energy, looked ahead with a cold face and sighed. The yellow spiritual energy gradually disappeared. The stone tablet in front of her immediately displayed the words, 150,000 pounds. This scene surprised the onlookers. One person said, wow, 150,000 pounds? How old is she this year? The person next to him immediately replied that the girl was the second daughter of the Branch family, and seemed to be quite famous. At this time, a girl spoke up, interrupting the other two's words. This is nothing to be surprised about. Quan Lin, known as the unskillful Quan Lin Heart, will definitely become a saint in the future. How can he compare to unchecked and measured before having 30,000 vitality? Before the appearance of the girl with blue hair and red eyes, two girls stood nearby full of fear. One exclaimed, 30,000 is already very powerful, right? The other one spoke up to stop. It was Lam Ta Na, the one who told the career in the list of 10 common swords. Wow! Anger her. Lam Ta Na walked over and covered her mouth with her sleeve to mock Quan Lin. Oh my! Why didn't you respond? Speechless. Quan Lin still stood there without answering. Feeling annoyed, Quan Lin turned around and left, before Quan Lin's actions. Lam Ta Na angrily shouted, hey, don't ignore me. Lam Ta Na put her hands on her hands and faced Quan Lin's annoyed criticism. It was said that she refused Mr. Truong Kim's invitation. Only then did Quan Lin turn his head and look at Lam Ta Na from above. His cold face and sharp eyes looked down. Lam Ta Na replied, that's right, I wanted to choose the leader Duong. However, we must be careful. The strength of the military staff sword is not bad, but it is a bit lacking in strength. After finishing speaking, Quan Lin turned away, waved his hand to show that he didn't want to move forward to speak, otherwise why would he ignore her coming to find me to cause trouble? Lam Ta Na looked towards Quan Lin, angry. She trembled and said, Ms. Too angry. Lam Ta Na rushed forward, performed her magic, shouted loudly, arrogantly, I have to teach you for the long sword master. Before the spell could be deployed, Quan Lin grabbed Lam Ta Na's hand and stopped it. Quan Lin grabbed Lam Ta Na's hand and looked at him with a cold expression. Lam Ta Na trembled with anger, and turned her eyes towards Quan Lin full of indignation. Quan Lin looked down at Lam Ta Na and coldly warned, if you rely on her, you better forget about it. At this moment, where did Quan Tu Dao come from and laugh? It was here, Hearing Quan Tu Dao's voice, the two of them stopped all their actions and looked at Quan Tu Dao with great surprise. Quan Lin suddenly looked at Quan Tu Dao and thought, when did that child appear? The system's notification panel appears, ticked, Tai Nak Ko Bai, successful login. Quan Tu Dao stepped forward and directed his hand to the system's notification panel. The system's bulletin board continuously pops up, marked Tai Nak Ko by, successful login. Congratulations to the host for achieving 6-star reward, prison guard statue, reward class, and category statue. Transforming thousands of thousands, transforming into giant elephants, transforming into dragon statues, turning into dragon statues into sound, transforming into original statues, transforming into giant statues, transforming into idols, is for the sake of great success. Quan Tu Dao was extremely surprised when he looked at the system's notice board. Quan Tu Dao stared at the notice board, thinking seriously, 6-star reward, idol Tran Nak Kin. Quan Tu Dao put his hand on his chin to think, looking at the notice board wonderingly. The last time he marked the achievement of the great city of the ancient holy body, it seemed to be 8 stars. The star level refers to the intensity of the method, but it's not. Know what the highest is? While thinking, Lam Tan Na's scream rang out behind Quan Tu Dao. Hey! Little devil, who are you? Do you know where this is? This is not the place where a little devil should go. Quan Tu Dao was startled at the sudden scream. Quan Tu Dao glanced in annoyance and thought to himself, it's too noisy. He turned around, put his hands down and proudly asked back, who am I? I am the emperor of the palace, Quan Tu Dao. Do you have any comments? Quan Lin Lung was startled and thought to himself, bow to the emperor. Hearing Quan Tu Dao's identity, the crowd standing around were extremely surprised and frightened. The girl with long light blue hair exclaimed, could it be that this child is? The brown-haired girl continued, the person who made that bat's world when the group left the customs. The short-haired girl standing next to him put her hand over her mouth to continue speaking, and was given the status of a servant. Lam Tan Na faced everyone's overwhelming reaction. Lam Tan Na looked around in confusion and thought, what, why are they all so excited? While the blonde girl next to her couldn't escape her thoughts. Stood thoughtfully. Quan Lin Lung quickly grabbed Lam Tan Na's hair in response to her confusion. After that, Quan Lin Lung knelt down, one hand grabbed Lam Tan Na's hair and pulled it down, bowed his head and said, Quan family's disciple, to pay my respects. Lam Tan Na's head was hit on the ground. She let out a soft cry of pain. Asian. Lam Tan Na's face touched the ground. Lam Tan Na turned her head to look up at Quan Lin Lung and cursed silently. You bastard, she definitely did it on purpose. After Quan Lin Lung let go of his hand, Lam Tan Na immediately realized what he meant, quickly bowed his head, paid his respects. I was rude just now, please forgive me. Faced with the two girls' serious respect for Quan Tu Dao, the surrounding crowd looked at both of them in confusion. But just a few seconds later, when Quan Tu Dao's identity was clearly confirmed, all the surrounding crowd knelt down, clasped their hands in front of their heads, and said in unison, paying their respects to their son. Quan Tu Dao clasped his hands behind his back and looked at them with confusion. After a few short seconds, as if he understood the problem, Quan Tu Dao looked at them very helplessly, thinking about blaming them. What is going on? Just now he jumped out to question them, and then he was humiliated and caused trouble by himself. Impressive in front of everyone. He thought, let it go, then turned around and left. Quan Tu Dao looked up at Tai Nak Ko Bai and thought, Tai Nak Ko Bai could check and measure body temperature. He turned around, put his hand out in an attack position, smiled towards Tai Nak Ko Bai, thinking in his heart, it's here anyway. If you don't try, you won't be able to say anything. Quan Tu Dao closed his eyes and controlled his breathing. A strong aura surrounded Quan Tu Dao. Quan Tu Dao's face was cold. His mind was constantly chanting incantations. The image of species changed thousands of times. The giant statue turns into a child, turns into a dragon staff, turns into a dragon like a sound, turns into a yuan statue, turns into a giant statue, turns into an idol. Lam Tan Na and Quan Lin Lung attentively watched every action of Quan Tu Dao. At this moment, Quan Tu Dao's eyes flashed with a spark of electricity. Quan Tu Dao stepped forward. He displayed the statue of a prison guard, poured his energy into the foot of Tai Nak Ko Bai, and extremely great power descended. The aftershock made those present feel as if they had lost their souls. The ancient music rock shook violently. The words, 10,000 pounds, appear in Tai Nak Ancient Bai. The crowd stared at the results, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. This result did not match their expectations. After Quan Tu Dao finished his ultimate move, he turned to Tai Nak Ko Bai to watch the results. On the contrary to everyone, Quan Tu Dao happily thought to himself, amazing, even if he doesn't mobilize the spiritual energy in his body, he still has this kind of power, and can also absorb good things. While concentrating on thinking, Quan Tu Dao had to turn his head, because of the voices of people around him talking about themselves. I remember he was only 3 years old, Since he was born he has received the best resources. One person in the crowd spoke up in defense. It's great, it's really great, you can't ask too much for a 3-year-old child. But the crowd behind them still criticized, dissatisfiedly saying that Quan Chi Dao was not worthy of the status of a courtier. Faced with the judgments of everyone around him, Quan Chi Dao looked at them calmly and assessed them. Then he smiled disdainfully, thinking in his heart, haha, is this unreasonable? Yes, it must be interesting like this. Quan Chi Dao's face was fierce, energy radiated from his body. His eyes became cold. Quan Chi Dao's aura suppressed everyone present around. Lam Tan Na and Quan Lin Lung looked at Quan Chi Dao with horror. Lam Tan Na clenched her teeth, eyes wide open, surprised and thinking to herself, what is this powerful aura? Master Truong Kim, even Master Truong Kim does not have such a terrible feeling of oppression like this. Quan Chi Dao clenched his hands. He turned around and said coldly, if you don't feel it's enough, then I'll show you all my strength. As he finished speaking, he gathered his strength into a punch to strike. Quan Chi Dao used all his abilities to attack Tai Nak Ko Bai. A powerful energy surrounded the space. Quan Chien Tien crossed his arms, hovering high above, observing Quan Chi Dao's actions. Quan Chien Tien looked at the scene before him, smiled happily. Oh ho! The fist from Quan Chi Dao's small hand hit Tai Nak Ko Bai. Pale white smoke emitted from his hand. Before Quan Chi Dao's powerful punch, the tall Tai Nak Ko Bai immediately appeared cracks from bottom to top. The pieces of stone on Tai Nak Ko Bai gradually fell apart. In the end, unable to withstand the force of Quan Chi Dao's hand, the entire huge Tai Nak Ko Bai collapsed. Quan Chi Dao's face turned black, his mouth slightly curled up. Everyone around opened their eyes wide. Quan Chi Dao was extremely surprised. A few rocks of all sizes fell to the ground and rolled away. Quan Chi Dao retracted his fist and worriedly thought, death, this. Quan Chi Dao's hands stiffened. He stopped in front of Tai Nak Ko Bai. His face was pale. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Tai Nak Ko Bai in fear, thinking, it's broken. Quan Chi Dao put down his hand and stood in front of the ancient monument that was once tall and strong but now only half remained, devastated by countless fallen stones around him. He silently asked the question, this steel? It must be a treasure, how can it end like this? From the pile of stones falling from Tai Nak Ko Bai, a golden smoke crept through each stone upward. The golden smoke rose high, then accumulated into a circle. From within the golden smoke a voice rang out, this time bestowing the heavenly reward, opening the eternal realm. Quan Chi Dao looked up at the golden smoke in surprise and thought to himself, the eternal scene. Suddenly, a large golden smoke gathered in front of Quan Chi Dao's chest. To his surprise, Quan Chien Tien, to his grandson's surprise, Quan Chien Tien smiled and explained the so-called extreme situation. To Quan Chi Dao's surprise and a bit of confusion, Quan Chien Tien happily put his hands behind his back and walked behind Quan Chi Dao. Quan Chien Tien walked forward and looked at his nephew, meaning countless times. In the past, there was no one as young as you who had physical strength like yours. Quan Chien Tien was proud, happily looking at Quan Chi Dao's excitement. Ha, just breaking through the divine hidden realm. He has already touched the threshold of the spirit sea realm. I really don't know where the kid's limit is. Quan Chien Tien sat down next to Quan Chi Dao, rubbed his head and asked, what was the trick just now? Where did you secretly learn it? Quan Chi Dao was full of regret. His big round eyes were filled with tears as if he was about to cry. His voice was a bit coy as he said to Quan Chien Tien, Grandfather, the ancient marble is broken. Quan Chien Tien did not blame him. He closed his eyes and said to Quan Chi Dao very calmly, once it's broken, it's over, there's nothing strange. Faced with Quan Chien Tien's confusion with Quan Chi Dao's actions, Quan Chi Dao went to the stone near him and picked it up. While carrying the stone, he said to Quan Chien Tien, how can you say that? Whatever is good or bad is a treasure of the Quan family. Put together, maybe it can still be used. Quan Chi Dao laughed happily, ha ha ha, do you still have such thoughts? While Quan Chi Dao was bewildered, Quan Chien Tien immediately grabbed Quan Chi Dao's collar and lifted it up high. Rest assured, our Quan family's treasures are many. There is no shortage of these. Quan Chien Tien placed Quan Chi Dao on his shoulder. Quan Chien Tien put one hand on his hip. The other hand held his nephew on his shoulder. Quan Chien Tien turned and left before everyone's attention. Around, Quan Chien Tien happily said to his grandson, let's go back to Grandpa and tell me about the Spirit Sea Realm method. At this time, someone quickly stood up to stop the two people. It turned out to be Quan Lin Lung. The girl stood in the way of both of them. They stopped and said, wait. Seeing someone stopping and disturbing, Quan Chien Tien was extremely angry. Quan Chien Tien's eyes flashed, and he asked with murderous intent, what's going on? Under the pressure of Quan Chien Tien, Quan Lin Lung immediately felt his body become weaker. Quan Lin Lung tried to look up at them and thought to himself, this feeling of oppression is so heavy. Quan Lin Lung knelt down in front of Quan Tu Dao and Quan Qian. She raised her hand to pay their respects, bowed her head low and begged, sincere disciple, willing to serve you, please allow me to become your servant. Faced with the girl's sudden action, Quan Tu Dao tilted his head in confusion. Huh? Quan Lin Lung continued to repeat again, disciple Quan Lin Lung, willing to serve me, please allow me to become your servant. The surrounding crowd looked at her with extremely shocked expressions at Quan Lin Lung's sudden action. Lam Tan Na was extremely shocked. Looking at Quan Lin Lung, who was extremely angry, Lam Tan Na silently cursed, this bitch Quan Lin Lung. It's obvious that Mr. Truong Kim has stooped down to recruit her. This is what she wants. Throwing young Master Truong Kim's body on the ground and stepping on it, Quan Tu Dao closed his eyes, confused. Then Quan Tu Dao jumped down from Quan Qiantian's shoulder, approaching where Quan Lin Lung was still kneeling. He looked at Quan Lin Lung and asked, why? Quan Lin Lung looked bewildered at Quan Tu Dao. In front of Quan Lin Lung's shocked face, Quan Tu Dao seriously asked, why do you want to become my servant? Quan Tu Dao put her hands behind her back, her face calmly looking at Quan Lin Lung questioningly. Just now when she knelt down on the ground, although the sound was not loud, we could still hear the admiration around. They whispered that she was arrogant, that she was born with a heart that lacked Quan Lin Lung, that she lacked Quan Lin Lung. If she was weak, she would definitely become a saint. When the surrounding people heard Quan Tu Dao's words, everyone bowed their heads shyly. If you intend to have a status, there is no need to follow me. Quan Lin Lung looked at Quan Tu Dao with somewhat unpleasant eyes. Quan Lin Lung looked at Quan Tu Dao and replied, you really don't know, or are you testing me? Before Quan Lin Lung's response, Quan Lin Lung looked at Quan Lin Lung in confusion and asked, huh? Seeing that his niece still couldn't solve the problem, Quan Qiantian stood behind and said that she was a member of the branch family. Quan Qiantian closed her eyes and considered it obvious, as a descendant of the branch family, but her resources and human connections were pitifully few. If she wanted to climb high, she must have a relationship with homeowners. Quan Qiantian was pleased, happily crossed his arms and looked up to the sky, smiling. This girl's vision is very good. Just looking at it, she saw that my grandson will become a great person in the future. Quan Tu Dao looked at his grandfather very helplessly. I thought to myself, obviously because of my lineage, I was lucky to have a good reincarnation. Quan Tu Dao turned to face where Quan Lin Lung was still kneeling, facing Quan Lin Lung. I know why you want to follow me. I can agree, but Quan Tu Dao pointed at Quan Lin Lung. Quan Tu Dao raised his hand, used his fingers to represent his requests for Quan Lin Lung and started counting. But you have to make tea and pour water for me, do the laundry, when I'm bored, must play with me. Faced with Quan Tu Dao's countless requests, Quan Lin Lung's face turned pale and panicked. Coming here, Quan Tu Dao looked at Quan Lin Lung sinisterly. If it could be done. Quan Tu Dao walked as close as possible to Quan Lin Lung. Quan Tu Dao raised his eyes, facing Quan Lin Lung. Quan Tu Dao offered benefits. I will give you all the resources you want. After hearing this, Quan Lin Lung immediately became extremely happy. Quan Lin Lung was so happy that he followed his son, bleeding from his head, ready to take risks. Quan Qiantian stood from afar, arms crossed, looking towards his nephew. Quan Tu Dao said his first request to Quan Lin Lung. Okay, then now. In front of Quan Lin Lung's bewilderment, Quan Tu Dao sat comfortably on Quan Lin Lung's shoulder. Quan Tu Dao happily pointed forward. Let's go to the Heavenly Emperor's palace. Quan Lin Lung's mind was now filled with countless questions. Quan Qiantian rushed forward, blocking the two of them. Quan Qiantian looked at his nephew. Wait, Tu Dao. Flying a dumpling isn't just Grandpa's prerogative. To Quan Qiantian's disappointment, Quan Tu Dao quickly responded, No, Grandpa. Quan Tu Dao glanced at his grandfather with disdainful eyes. Compared to his grandfather's muscular shoulders, this sister was definitely better, while Quan Lin Lung standing next to him did not react. I didn't hear anything myself. Quan Qiantian turned to stone in pain, looking hurtly at his beloved grandchild. Quan Qiantian sadly asked, Why is that? Not caring about Quan Qiantian's injury, Quan Tu Dao and Quan Lin Lung quickly left, leaving Quan Qiantian behind. Looking at the scene happening behind them, Quan Lin Lung worriedly asked, is it really okay? In the face of Quan Lin Lung's concern, Quan Tu Dao, on the contrary, did not pay any attention to his grandfather. He used his hand to pull Quan Lin Lung's head back. It's okay, let's go, I showed you the way. Meanwhile, Quan Qiantian was sad and hurt, lying on his knees behind the two of them, silently crying a river in his heart. Quan Lin Lung still secretly turned his head and looked up, thinking tomorrow. I won't be kicked out of the Quan family just because I step out the front door with my left foot, right? Late afternoon in the forest. Lam Tan now rushed forward with all her might, clenched her teeth, worriedly thinking she must quickly notify Mr. Truong Kim. Not long after, she jumped down to the ground from above. A long journey made Lam Tan Na sigh tiredly. Is an extremely tall mountain, towering and dangerous. The bright sunlight is gradually hiding behind the mountain. Lam Tan Na looked forward with a tired face. Lam Tan Na's steps are filled with heaviness. From above, a sword fell in front of Lam Tan Na's feet. Lam Tan Na was startled and scared to step back. A shouting voice rang out, "Stop!" A man in a green shirt, standing on the high branch of an old tree, crossed his arms and looked down at Lam Tan Na, reminding him, "Lam Tan Na, you probably know, Mr. Truong Kim is in retreat. The man is wearing a shirt." Brown just threw the sword towards Lam Tan Na and continued, "Don't bother him." Lam Tan Na hesitated but looked at the two of them. Lam Tan Na angrily looked at the two men and shouted, But something big has happened. That little devil Quan Tu Dao has broken through the eternal extreme. Even the ghost army chose to follow him. If you don't notify young Master Truong Kim then." The man in the blue shirt stood with his arms crossed, looking like he didn't pay attention to Lam Tan Na's words. The man in the blue shirt answered very rashly, that matter would wait for the young master to leave customs, and then decide for himself. The man, wearing a brown shirt, she looked at Lam Tan Na with disdain. We saw that she was free and had nothing to do, so she ran to provoke the shimmering army and was beaten, then ran to the public prosecutor's office and cried. Lam Tan Na looked at them angrily. Lam Tan Na rolled up her sleeves and prepared to fight, threatening the two men. "What are you talking like? You want to fight, right?" In the sunlight of the sunset in the forest, suddenly surrounded by a strong aura, the two men turned their heads to look at the sun in fear. The man in the blue shirt felt the aura and judged that this aura was, from the top of the mountain, shining down to the bottom of the mountain. A beam of light shines like the light of the sun. The handsome young man looked at the scene before him and smiled. That young man's face was confident. The red-haired young man regained his aura and smiled proudly. Ha! That extremely confident red-haired young man was Mr. Truong Kim. As soon as he saw the appearance of Master Truong Kim, Lam Tan Na's eyes glowed, admiring and excited. Haha! It's Master Truong Kim. Master Truong Kim has left the customs. The sun has now gone down, disappearing behind the mountain. Lam Tan Na rushed forward to hug Quan Truong Kim. Quan Truong Kim, you have left customs. Quan Truong Kim looked down at Lam Tan Na and smiled. Isn't this elegant, especially coming to welcome me out of customs? Lam Tan Na looked up at Quan Truong Kim, using her sparkling eyes as if she wanted to cry. Ms. to denounce the man with blue hair and brown hair. Quan Truong Kim, just now these two guys stopped me from seeing you. Tell me if they are hateful or not. Quan Truong Kim pointed his finger at the two of them. What a hateful thing, you two, slap yourself 20 times in the face. Seeing Quan Truong Kim's gestures, both of them understood what he meant. Slapping their hands on their faces, they answered in unison. Yes. Quan Truong Kim looked at Lam Tan Na fondly and said, So, who dares to make her unhappy anymore? Look at this self-pitying face. Lam Tan Na pouted happily looking at Quan Truong Kim. Suddenly Lam Tan Na, who was having fun, suddenly turned her face and looked resentfully at Quan Truong Kim. To accuse, besides Quan Lin Lung, who else is there? You don't know. Quan Lin Lung followed an extremely arrogant demon, apparently named Quan Tu Dao, to gain your dignity. Hearing the name Quan Tu Dao, Quan Truong Kim's eyes suddenly became angry. Suddenly, from where Quan Truong Kim and Lam Tan Na were, there was a loud explosion, shaking the whole mountain, dust rising up. The man in the blue shirt and the man in the green shirt were slapping themselves in the face, suddenly and confusedly looking over. Quan Truong Kim stood outside with dust flying everywhere. He asked angrily, Surely you wouldn't scream my name loudly in front of Quan Tu Dao. You're really being spoiled. Lam Tan Na bumped into the foot of the mountain. Her body was dirty. Her lifeless eyes bowed her head to the ground. Her face was still lifeless, full of wounds, looking to one side as if she couldn't hear Quan Truong Kim's words. Quan Truong Kim placed one hand behind his back, the other hand held out in front of him. Quan Truong Kim's eyes stared at his hand worriedly thinking, Quan Tu Dao, son of Uncle Vo Hoi and the goddess Quang family, he is still respected by the 18th generation patriarch. Damn it, when winter comes he might lose his 10th place on the list. He has to confess his crime. Moving to Quan Tu Dao's side, Quan Chien Tian now looked towards Quan Tu Dao with a face filled with murderous intent. Faced with his murderous eyes, Quan Tu Dao immediately pretended not to know and turned around to avoid Quan Chien Tian's scary eyes. Quan Chien Tian sat on a chair, arms crossed, facing his nephew kneeling on the floor. Quan Qiantian was angry. Okay, Chu Dao of our family is still young, he can't see it but he knows how to flirt, yes. When you're a little sister, you don't need this grandpa anymore. Seeing his grandfather's grey face, Quan Chu Dao himself saw that something was wrong and quickly approached. Quan Chu Dao climbed on Quan Qiantian's body and used his sparkling eyes to coax him. How could this happen, man? I will always be your grandfather's beloved little treasure. As soon as Quan Chu Dao said a sentence, his grandfather pushed his face away. Faced with his grandson Quan Qiantian's actions, he was helpless. Okay, don't stay there and say nauseous words anymore. At this moment, Quan Qiantian's sickle's face became serious. He looked at Quan Chu Dao questioningly. I ask you, what move did you use today in Tai Nak Ko Bai? In response to his grandfather's question, Quan Chu Dao looked straight at Quan Qiantian's face, raised his hand to make a sign and explained, that is, a bit of magical fate, called the powerful prison guard idol. Quan Qiantian looked at Quan Chu Dao wondered, I have never heard of idol. Seeing that Quan Qiantian did not understand, Quan Chu Dao immediately explained further, in short, it is a very powerful move. It is said that if practiced to great success, it can turn into an ancient idol, and can also summon wings. Gate of the Underworld, forcing the demons of the underworld to fight for me too. Hearing that, Quan Qiantian immediately felt worried, raised his hand to stroke his beard and said, Isn't that so powerful? I won't run away and become a ghost, right? Faced with his grandfather's worry, Quan Chu Dao immediately calmed down. Probably not. Where? Seeing that, Quan Qiantian crossed his arms, looked at his grandchild sitting on the table and happily said, in general, if you try hard, it's okay, wait until you're 10 years old, we'll hold a birthday party for you. Hearing that, Quan Chu Dao suddenly looked at Quan Qiantian. Quan Qiantian imagined all the talented people appearing together at the banquet he organized for Quan Chu Dao. At that time, all the forces of the desolate fairyland, the desolate ancient families, countless great clans would all die. Everyone will come to the party. Speaking of this, Quan Qiantian immediately felt excited. Waiting for that day, we will publicly announce our identities and self-proclaim spiritual names to everyone in the fairyland. The era that belongs to you is about to come. Quan Chu Dao's face was shocked by Quan Qiantian's words. The system's notice board appeared in front of my eyes, congratulating the host. The marker location has been activated. Please mark it until the 10th birthday ceremony. Quan Chu Dao looked at the system notification panel and suddenly said, Huh? In front of the system board, Quan Chu Dao worriedly thought to himself. I'm 10 years old, so I have to wait another 7 years? The time gap is too big. Quan Chu Dao raised his hand to his chin and silently wondered, what is the rule of marking? From behind Quan Chu Dao, Quan Lin Lung suddenly appeared to announce, My lord, outside the Heavenly Emperor's palace there is Quan Truong's sword to pay his respects. Quan Chu Dao was startled and turned around, looking at Quan Lin Lung and scolding her. Why did she appear like a ghost? Threaten me for a moment. Quan Lin Lung's face was expressionless as he looked at Quan Chu Dao to respond. Huh? You told me to feel free to consider this as my home. Quan Chu Dao helplessly looked at Quan Lin Lung. You really don't feel strange at all, right? Quan Chu Dao sat on the table, cross-legged looking at Quan Lin Lung and asked in wonder. Never mind. Just now who did you say wanted to see me? Quan Truong Kim. Who is it? Quan Lin Lung looked at Quan Chu Dao to answer. He is the young master that Lam Ta Na followed, from the same clan as him. Can be considered a senior brother of the same clan. Before Quan Lin Lung's explanation, Quan Chu Dao still couldn't remember, so he shyly continued to ask, then who is Lam Ta Na? Seeing that, Quan Lin Lung immediately raised his finger to make a sign, then stated his identification. Oh, the noisy girl that day. When he heard this, Quan Chu Dao looked surprised and looked at Quan Lin Lung and replied, it was her. You just need to say it's extremely noisy and I'll know right away. Quan Chu Dao continued to ask about Quan Truong's sword. So why did that senior brother come to see me? My subordinates don't dare to talk nonsense. Quan Lin Lung continued. Keep answering. Quan Chu Dao's face turned black and he said angrily. Okay, take me to see that senior brother. On this side, Lam Ta Na was tied tightly to a tree with extremely sharp thorns. Seeing the two people Quan Chu Dao and Quan Lin Lung coming, Quan Truong Kim looked towards the two of them and spoke first. I heard that you followed me without regard for anyone, and conflicted with Tu Dao's younger brother. So today I specifically brought her here to be beaten and confess her guilt. Quan Truong Kim leaned over, proudly facing Quan Lin Lung and Quan Chu Dao. Behind him was Lam Ta Na, lifeless as if she had no spiritual energy left. She was tied tightly to a bush full of thorns. Her clothes are tattered, the wounds are constantly bleeding. Quan Truong Kim proudly turned towards them, hoping that his younger brother would be generous and forgive this girl. As soon as Quan Tu Dao saw Quan Truong Kim, he immediately became angry. His eyes filled with murderous intent, thinking, what's the point of admitting guilt? It's obvious that this bastard came to preemptively attack. In the reception room, Quan Truong Kim thoughtfully looked at the cup of tea in front of him. Next to him came Quan Tu Dao's voice. You came here suddenly. Tu Dao only had the teapot to serve. I hope you will forgive me. Quan Truong Kim looked at Quan Tu Dao, who was sitting opposite, and said warmly, there is no way. It was me suddenly. On the outside, Quan Truong Kim was affable, but in his heart, he looked at Quan Tu Dao and secretly thought angrily, but let Quan Lin Lung be the maid making tea and pouring water, you rotten boy. Quan Tu Dao lowered his head and looked down at the teacup silently. Then he raised his head, his eyes filled with murderous aura, and looked at Quan Truong Kim and asked, are you going to let her kneel here like that? Quan Truong Kim looked at Quan Tu Dao with a black face and was annoyed. I joked and admitted my guilt. If I forgive her, of course I won't let her lose face here. Quan Tu Dao put the teacup down on the table. You must have misunderstood. Here I am. I have never held a grudge overnight. If someone offends me, I will fight back on the spot. Quan Tu Dao put one hand on his chin, the other hand pointed towards Quan Truong's sword. Quan Tu Dao's face was provocative, so you don't have to satisfy your special hobby in the name of apologizing to me. Quan Lin Lung stood next to him, listening, so he couldn't help but laugh but had to turn away and cover his mouth with his hand, secretly laughing. She tried to suppress a laugh and said cough cough, that's so rude. You two don't pay attention to me, just keep going. Quan Truong Kim was extremely angry at Quan Lin Lung's actions. Quan Truong Kim bent down, his gray face trying to control his anger. It seems that you are not satisfied with my way of apologizing, so? Quan Truong Kim looked at them. There was no need to hold back this stupid thing anymore. Then he immediately made a move towards Lam Tan Na. A blue light rushed from behind Quan Truong's sword towards Lam Tan Na. A sword appeared, the tip of the sword pointed straight at Lam Tan Na's forehead. Lam Tan Na opened her eyes wide and looked at the mirror, sad as if waiting to cry. A loud explosion rang out, bright light flashed, shaking the whole room. The holy sword rushed out of the room, breaking the door, creating a long trail on the ground, smoke and dust rising around it. Quan Lin Lung quickly rushed forward, saving Lam Tan Na from being bound. Quan Lin Lung carried Lam Tan Na and rushed out, landing on the ground far away from Quan Truong Kim's attack, and said, so harshly. Quan Lin Lung angrily looked towards Lam Tan Na. This is the Quan Truong sword you always thought about, huh? Lam Tan Na's face was covered in wounds, in pain beyond words. Quan Truong Kim looked out the door, expressing his displeasure. TSK. Quan Tu Dao looked at Quan Truong Kim, who was looking at him with his arms crossed, and immediately put the teacup down on the table. His senior brother's fire was too great, but, directly attacking the Heavenly Emperor Palace, are you provoking me? Quan Tu Dao's face radiated murderous aura as he looked at Quan Truong Kim. Quan Truong Kim's eyes opened wide, startled. Quan Truong Kim was scared. He pointed his finger at himself and trembled. Misunderstanding. Just misunderstanding. Younger brother is from the Quan family. Why should I be so indifferent? Quan Tu Dao couldn't believe it and asked back, is that true? But why me? Quan Tu Dao stood up on his chair and angrily threw the tea table over, to the surprise of Quan Truong Kim. Quan Tu Dao looked towards Quan Truong Kim and shouted loudly. I don't believe it, right? Quan Truong Kim saw the things on the table flying past him, so he immediately covered his face with his hands and looked up in fear. Quan Tu Dao's face was cold. He bent his knees and made a kicking motion. Energy radiated from Quan Tu Dao's knees. Quan Tu Dao looked at Quan Truong Kim and thought, run to me and teach him. Still want to kill people in front of me? Who should I scare? If I were really just a 3-year-old child, maybe you would make me look down on me. But unfortunately, Quan Tu Dao rushed to kick towards Quan Truong's sword, thinking to himself, you angered the wrong person. The power from Quan Tu Dao's ultimate move radiated brightly and strongly. Quan Truong's sword was in difficulty, trying to resist, blocking Quan Tu Dao's attack. Quan Truong's sword could not resist Quan Tu Dao's kick and was quickly pushed away. Quan Truong Kim looked at Quan Tu Dao in surprise and thought, damn, this is the strength of a 3-year-old boy. Quan Tu Dao jumped down from the chair. In the empty space of the room, Quan Tu Dao stood proudly facing Quan Truong Kim. Brother, I am not lying to you. If someone offends me, I will fight back right away. It's a beautiful day today. Why don't the two of us have a competition? Increase the brotherly love. How about, brother sword? Just increase the brotherly feeling. How about, brother sword? Quan Tu Dao smiled and looked at Quan Truong Kim with a provocative expression. Faced with Quan Tu Dao's expression, Quan Truong Kim looked at him with an indignant and angry expression, secretly thinking, raping people is too much. Quan Truong Kim looked at Quan Tu Dao and calmed himself, thinking, phew, calm down, can't be challenged by a 3-year-old boy. Quan Truong Kim calmly stood opposite Quan Tu Dao. If you want to compete, I will continue as you. Quan Truong Kim took out his tablet and threw it in his hand. But no matter what, I am bigger than you, so I will only use 3 parts of my strength. Quan Truong Kim grabbed the order placed in front of him. Quan Truong Kim looked at Quan Tu Dao and seriously proposed the condition. If you win against me, I will give you this commandment, of course, but if you lose, fine. Above all, please apologize for my rudeness. Quan Tu Dao looked at the command card in Quan Truong Kim's hand and silently calculated. Nguyen Tien Shi respected the order. Quan Tu Dao glanced at Lam Tan Na and Quan Lin Lung and continued to think, that's a good thing, little man, since he gave it himself, then don't be polite, give him a good laugh and then take that token. Go home. Quan Lin Lung glanced at Quan Tu Dao, exchanged glances, secretly thinking, maybe that token is related to the legendary supreme treasure. Quan Tu Dao looked at Quan Lin Lung's eyes and understood, thinking to himself. Supreme secret treasure, please explain more clearly. The so-called supreme beings refer to the immortal existences standing at the pinnacle of the ancient immortal realm. Quan Lin Lung glanced at Quan Tu Dao with proud eyes mixed with a bit of arrogance, exchanging thoughts. How many good things do you think are in this almighty secret? Quan Tu Dao smiled silently. His dangerous face silently thought, so that's it. Quan Tu Dao laughed loudly. His evil face turned towards Quan Truong Kim, clapped his hands and said loudly, your great spirit, Tu Dao must thank here. Quan Truong Kim was holding the tablet, looking at Quan Tu Dao and shivering in fear. The son of the Quan family, perhaps he was a mercenary. Quan Truong Kim gasped, suddenly thinking, how could this be possible? What exactly happened? Quan Truong Kim's face was uncomfortable, standing in a fighting position, looking towards Quan Tu Dao and thinking, I am clearly ranked 10th in the Quan family's list of 10 people, a genius recognized by everyone. Quan Truong Kim looked at Quan Tu Dao in shock and thought then, why am I being oppressed by a 3-year-old boy? Quan Tu Dao was now on the opposite side, continuously wriggling his body back and forth, as if to annoy Quan Truong Kim. Quan Truong Kim looked at Quan Tu Dao uncomfortably and thought to himself, but it also wriggled back and forth, looking so obnoxious. Quan Tu Dao with a mocking expression turned his eyes towards Quan Truong Kim. Sword brother, do your best. Quan Truong Kim's face gradually turned black. He looked gloomily at Quan Tu Dao, thinking to himself, I wanted to hit him so much. People from afar saw something happening in the stadium, so they were extremely curious and came over one after another. As soon as that group of people walked in, they immediately whispered, it was so noisy, what's going on? Quan Truong Kim, you rank 10th on the list and the gods are competing. The man in the blue shirt turned his eyes towards the stands and said, let's compare. This man is only 3 years old, right? The man in the orange shirt stood next to the blue shirt man's words that slightly underestimated Quan Tu Dao. Immediately replied, isn't this bullying children? Haha, I can't say in advance. Until just now, Quan Truong's sword was always suppressed. Quan Tu Dao was still in a mocking state, looking towards Quan Truong's sword, and Quan Truong's sword raised his sword in front of him, in a state of fighting. Turned his eyes towards Quan Tu Dao. Quan Truong Kim was angry, sighed, quickly made a decision and thought to himself, I can't be led by him. Quan Truong Kim swung his sword out to the side, creating a long trail of energy. Truong Kim lowered his head slightly. His face was a bit dark as he silently pondered, if he was a servant of the 18th generation, of course he would have more points than others. Quan Truong's sword stood in a very proud stance, then looked at his arm and sword. Energy like ribbons radiated from Quan Truong's sword's body. Quan Truong's sword thought to himself, I'm too subjective. Level, we have to be serious again. The man in the yellow shirt stood nearby, his eyes wide open, his face admiring as he looked at Quan Truong Kim and exclaimed, that is, the prince's sword technique. The surrounding crowd also said in turn, dealing with a 3-year-old child. Is it necessary to be like that at an age? The swordsman is determined not to lose, right? Quan Truong Kim puts 1 foot forward, 1 foot behind. Quan Truong Kim's hand is the same. The hand holding the sword is held back, pointing towards Quan Tu Dao. The other hand is placed on the tip of the sword and thinks to himself, definitely not. Losing a fart, you guys don't know how strange it is to win against this little devil. Quan Truong Kim turned his eyes towards Quan Tu Dao and warned, little brother, be careful. Quan Truong Kim put his sword forward and rushed towards Quan Tu Dao and said loudly, don't get hurt. Quan Lin Lung looked at Quan Truong's sword rushing towards Quan Tu Dao. His face looked a bit serious as he looked at the scene before him and thought to himself, the purple royal sword technique, even if it is the main vein of the Quan family, belongs to the commercial level technique. Quan Truong Kim closed his eyes and performed a series of slashes, thinking to himself, 9 paths of sword energy woven into a net, blocking all retreats for the opponent. Is that bastard planning to kill him? Quan Lin Lung, in front of Quan Truong Kim's attack, looked disdainful and thought to himself, but it doesn't matter. Not only was Quan Tu Dao not afraid, but on the contrary, he was a little excited, reaching back and preparing to attack. Quan Tu Dao reached out, and quickly knocked the sword out of Quan Truong Kim's hand. Quan Truong Kim suddenly turned his eyes to follow his sword. His face gradually became scared and then thought to himself, my sword. Quan Tu Dao was cold, turned his eyes towards Quan Truong Kim. How should I say it? I just feel like you. Quan Tu Dao jumped up high, raised his legs to make a kicking motion, looked at Quan Truong Kim with disdain, weaker than I imagined. Quan Tu Dao kicked Quan Truong Kim's body, causing a huge explosion to occur. A tooth also flew up into the air from there. Quan Truong Kim received all the kicks in the face from Quan Tu Dao. He looked at the tooth falling out of his mouth in shock, thinking in shock, oh, that is, my tooth, why did my tooth fly up? Space. Quan Truong's sword fell to the ground. Quan Tu Dao's kick impacted Quan Truong's sword so quickly that Quan Truong's sword himself had not yet had time to imagine. Quan Truong's sword looked up at the sky and thought, something happened. What? Quan Tu Dao stole the command card from Quan Truong Kim. Quan Tu Dao was proud, looked at Quan Truong Kim, raised his hand holding his command token and proudly boasted, Nguyen Tien she respected the order, I got it. The system notification panel appears, detecting a key prop. The marked location has been refreshed. Invite the host to mark the secret treasure of the primordial heaven. Quan Tu Dao happily looked at the token he held in his hand and said, this is truly an unexpected joy. At this time, Quan Lin Lung was under the stands, sitting and bandaging the wound on Lam Tan Na's arm. While bandaging, Quan Lin Lung said to Lam Tan Na, see, that is the Quan Truong sword that you use every day. Hanging by that mouth, Lam Tan Na's eyes were lifeless and unresponsive, forcing Quan Lin Lung to bandage him. Quan Lin Lung looked at Lam Tan Na's hand, which continued to be bandaged, his mouth mocking Quan Truong Kim. His cultivation was outstanding, his dignity was also poor. No better than anyone else. Quan Lin Lung glanced at Lam Tan Na and reminded her that she is already not smart. So don't be fooled by that kind of person. Lam Tan Na suddenly got angry, snatched back the arm that was being bandaged by Quan Lin Lung, bowed her head and shouted, enough! Lam Tan Na angrily looked straight at Quan Lin Lung. Her eyes filled with tears as she looked at Quan Lin Lung and said loudly, I don't need you to harm me. After saying that, she turned her head and stood up, continuously reading their names in her mouth. Quan Truong Kim, Quan Lin Lung, Quan Tu Dao. I will make you guys pay the price. Lam Tan Na's face was now filled with tears. Lam Tan Na rushed away and turned around to glare at Quan Lin Lung angrily. Faced with Lam Tan Na's actions, Quan Lin Lung frowned and looked at someone with some mental problems. Quan Tu Dao crossed her arms and stood next to Quan Lin Lung, looking up at Quan Lin Lung. Tsk Tusk, you know how to speak the truth, no wonder people hate you. Quan Lin Lung turned his eyes to Quan Tu Dao and said honestly, I'm only telling the truth, right? Faced with Quan Lin Lung's answer, Quan Tu Dao was helpless. If you are beaten outside in the future, don't come looking for me. I don't want to care. As for Quan Lin Lung, he looked at Quan Tu Dao with countless questions. The trees in the summer sun stir. Summer passes by with such noise. Each leaf gradually takes turns falling to the ground, until autumn leaves fall. In the sky, the first snowflakes of the season begin to fall, and winter is awakened. Then the peach blossom branches began to bloom again, and the flowers bloomed in spring. The cycle of time keeps turning. Summer comes, then autumn comes, winter goes, spring comes. Time has passed through the 4 seasons. 7 years later, the little girl in a pink dress, with a bird on her shoulder. This girl is Quang Lak Lai. She happily looks forward happily. Haha, it's finally here. 2 horse carriages entered the city. The place was extremely busy. Quang Lak Lai excitedly looked ahead. Is this the Quan family's island god? It's so bustling. The little girl looked at the spring scene and continued, it would be great if she could meet that lovely little guy. Outside, above Quan Chien Tien's house, beautiful phoenixes fly and dance in the sky. In the house, there was an extremely noisy conversation from everyone. Dao Chi Tien Tong came, gave gifts for my son's birthday. Dao Books 9 Gwyn, Dai Dain Holy Land came, gave my son congratulatory gifts, a jar of jade marrow, 100 pieces of top-quality divine essence. The sound of 2 people's footsteps going down the stairs. The brown-haired young man was holding a wooden box. He looked at the black-haired young man walking in front and said, "The royal princess came and gave her a treasure, a mountain and river map." The black-haired young man was also holding the box. The wooden box turned around and replied, "Be careful, these are all official vestments for the servants, don't destroy them." The young man holding the wooden box smiled. "Haha, how many noble families came to celebrate his 10th birthday?" Of the courtier, "He's really cheerful," the young man standing next to him said. "He's not a proud person, what a happy person." The black-haired young man tensed his body, raised his face and said to the brown-haired young man, "It's an honor, tell me, our servants have had excellent qualities since childhood," while the black-haired young man looked on helplessly. "The friend who comes with me." At Quan Qiantian's house, the brown-haired young man walked in, closed his eyes, put his hand in front of his eyes and asked, this time in retreat, "I'm afraid he has broken through to the true spiritual realm, right?" Not seeing a response, the young man with light brown hair opened his eyes to look ahead, welcomed me out of the customs, invited me to bathe and clean my clothes, and change clothes for my 10-year-old birthday party. The scene before our eyes is a stone wall, full of cracks, from the wall to the floor, and a few words are engraved on the wall. That is Quan Tu Dao's engraved inscription with the content, "Let me go out to play when you're bored." Quan Tu Dao. Seeing this, both young men shouted loudly, "I have left the retreat." Under the curved roof, a wind chime was hung on the roof. Below, Quan Tu Dao's voice rang out, 3 years. Quan Tu Dao was biting into an apple. Quan Tu Dao was chewing and talking for 3 years. Quan Tu Dao held a pile of fruit in his hands. Quan Tu Dao ate while looking forward, warmly reproaching him. "I have been on a grain diet for 3 years. If I can't eat rice, I will practice. What is the meaning of action?" Quan Tu Dao closed his eyes sadly, telling himself, "If this life continues in seclusion, I won't have the surname Quan." Quan Lin Lung stood witnessing the image of Quan Tu Dao from afar as if he was so used to it, just helplessly watching. Quan Lin Lung stepped forward, put his hand on his chin. "Being in seclusion for 10 days and half a month without bathing is what I hate the most. If you want to compare to eating." Quan Tu Dao looked at Quan Lin Lung and agreed. A rebuttal, so to speak. Before the appearance of Quan Lin Lung, Quan Tu Dao asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" Quan Lin Lung was a bit surprised and replied, "I followed the homeowner's order to hunt down a certain mandarin and return him to the palace." Quan Tu Dao put on a sad face and said goodbye. He quickly turned away without looking back. After that, Quan Tu Dao immediately jumped onto the roof and ran away. Before leaving, he did not forget to leave a message for Quan Lin Lung, "Goodbye." Quan Lin Lung didn't slow down and quickly chased after him. While chasing Quan Tu Dao, he complained, "I'm still running. Wearing this uniform will take half a day. If I don't return, I won't be able to make it in time." Quan Tu Dao he didn't stop but ran faster. Turned his head towards Quan Lin Lung and replied, rejecting formalism, "I don't want to wear that heavy and hot costume. At that time in life I will return." Suddenly, from afar I heard a stranger's voice calling for help, "Help, help, help." The cry for help caused Quan Tu Dao to stop and observe. Then he jumped onto the roof near the person calling for help. Quan Tu Dao stood on the roof and looked down at the crowd. It was a young lady wearing a pink outfit, angrily grabbing the shirt of a man who looked like a beggar and threatening her. "What are you calling, you ugly thing?" At this time, Quang Lak Lai raised his hand with a bird lying on it and looked angrily at the man. "It was clear that you injured the little guy's leg first." Quang Lak Lai still refused to let go of the man's shirt, continued to pull and shouted loudly, "What's the use of apologizing? The young lady's leg is already broken." The man trembled and looked at the young lady pleadingly. I already apologized." Another fat man rushed in front of her to stop the young lady and the crowd around her. "This young lady, if you have something to say, please speak slowly, everyone." The fat man looked at the young lady with a humble expression and said, "Look, what kind of compensation must you give before you will be generous enough to forgive our boy?" Faced with the fat man's humility, Quang Lak Lai still did not let it go. Not only that, he was even angrier than when he first looked at them. How could that be? Who wants to be compensated by him? "Look at me. What is it? A man of 3 sexts and 9 sexts who likes to extort money." Quang Lak Lai continued to move forward, grabbed the man's shirt and dragged it, saying sharply, "Hey, he broke the little guy's leg, then I will also break the guy's leg, so it's even. The man is lying." Being pulled by the girl cried out in fright, pouting. Quan Tu Dao stood on the roof witnessing the whole incident, bending down to look at the young lady in the pink dress and thinking, where did that sassy little devil come from? Quan Tu Dao raised his head and thought about it. He dared to bully people in our Quan family's territory. How bold, huh? Thinking about it, He picked up a small stone nearby, threw it up and thought to himself, the aura must also be that of a monk. Let me teach you a little. The stone is like a bullet rushing towards the sour young lady. Feeling something coming, Kwang Lak Lai quickly discovered it, glanced in the direction of the incoming bullet. She quickly used her hand to catch the stone on the ground, angrily looked at the stone and rushed towards it and shouted angrily, "Who dared to secretly attack the lady's sink?" Kwang Lak Lai felt something was wrong and thought, wait, this feeling, something is wrong. She opened her hand and looked down. Kwang Lak Lai was scared, trying to throw away what she had just caught in her palm, screaming in panic, "Oh, what the hell is this hidden weapon? It looks so wet and disgusting." Quan Tu Dao stood on the roof wearing a mask, looking down at the scene before him, happily laughing and mocking. Ha ha ha, wait, who told her to bully ordinary people? Kwang Lak Lai angrily looked up at Quan Tu Dao and asked, are you? Quan Tu Dao wore a red devil mask, standing proudly with his arms crossed looking down. Kwang Lak Lai looked up and saw Quan Tu Dao's current appearance. His face was angry and he laughed. An ugly monster came out from his head. You dare to meddle in this lady's affairs? Do you know who I am? Quan Tu Dao looked down and replied, you who say others are ugly monsters are actually ugly monsters. You are an ugly monster. Kwang Lak Lai was indignant, so angry that he trembled and said, angry, angry to death. She quickly disappeared. Right after that, Kwang Lak Lai appeared on the roof next to Quan Tu Dao. She raised her hand to gather energy, preparing to attack towards Quan Tu Dao. Quan Tu Dao was a bit surprised. Oh, that was fast. Before her attack, Quan Tu Dao gently dodged. Quan Tu Dao happily teased, oops, it didn't hit. Quan Tu Dao quickly moved away, intending to jump off the roof. Quan Tu Dao's sharp eyes behind the mask looked at her and secretly guessed. This was not a force that could hurt others. It also meant that she didn't want to really hurt herself. Probably just wanted to vent. Angry, seeing Quan Tu Dao running away, Kwang Lak Lai clenched his fist and shouted angrily, stop running, you ugly thing, come over here and fight 300 battles with me. Quan Tu Dao still didn't pay any attention to her words. He raised his hands to form two ears on his head, then stuck out his tongue and mockingly said, you can't beat me, you still want to fight with me. If you have the courage, come and arrest me, you ugly monster. I don't know where Kwang Lak Lai found the knife. Taking it, he quickly rushed to chase Quan Tu Dao, shouting while chasing, I have to kill you. Quan Tu Dao still didn't stop, running forward. Quan Tu Dao ran and laughed. In his mind, Quan Tu Dao thought, in general, let's distract her first. I don't want to cause any more trouble, but that rude Quan Lin Lung is still chasing me. Quan Lin Lung stood on the higher roof and looked down, witnessing the chase of the two people, helpless and speechless. She looked at the button on Kwang Lak Lai's chest and secretly guessed that that person was the Kwang family of Tan Chao, the eldest lady of the Kwang family. It probably wouldn't be her, right? Quan Lin Lung's current mood is like a scale, standing between two sides, confused and wondering whether he should or should not. In his mind, the side that should stop Quan Lin Lung seems to have the upper hand. Lin Lung crossed her arms and thought to herself, that would be troublesome. Should I stop the two of us from cleaning? But, like a game of cards overturned at the last minute, in Quan Lin Lung's heart, a stone fell from above on Quan Lin Lung's wrong side. That stone also interrupted Quan Lin Lung's hesitation. Quan Lin Lung made the final decision, looking at the two of them with a satisfied face and thinking, watching the play is much more interesting. The two chased them to a stream in the forest. Quan Tu Dao jumped onto a large rock nearby. He leisurely stood on the rock, turned his head to look at the extremely angry Kwang Lak Lai, while Kwang Lak Lai stood on the other side angrily stomping his feet looking at Quan Tu Dao shouting, you stand leave it there for me. Quan Tu Dao looked at her with some surprise and secretly guessed that even though she could keep up with him, this little girl really wasn't simple. Kwang Lak Lai's face looked at Quan Tu Dao uncomfortably, tired and out of breath but still trying to look towards Quan Tu Dao. Today, don't beat anyone, Kwang Lak Lai, I will not give up. Quan Tu Dao stood with his arms crossed and thought, hey, I was just planning on saving someone, but I didn't expect to cause such a big trouble. How should it end? In the late afternoon scene in the forest, a set of brilliant fireworks shot up into the sky from below. Both of them stopped all arguing and looked towards the fireworks. Quan Tu Dao looked at the opening act for his party and thought, oh my, the 10th birthday party is about to start. Quan Tu Dao turned his head towards her and held out his hand. Sorry, little lady, I'm in a hurry right now. I can't continue playing with you. Kwang Lak Lai, with sweat pouring down her face, tiredly looked towards Quan Tu Dao and asked, huh? Quan Tu Dao raised his hand to gather energy, jumped up and prepared to attack. Quan Tu Dao threw that glowing energy towards the lady in the pink dress then turned and ran away. Kwang Lak Lai, after being blinded by the light from Quan Tu Dao's emitted energy, quickly turned around to look for Quan Tu Dao. Her emotions became disappointed when she saw no sign of Quan Tu Dao. I cried out, "Oh!" At night, in the Tianda Palace, fireworks are constantly being shot, brightening the whole area. In the Tianda Palace, your voice resounds. At night, in the Tianda Palace, the Tan Chao family arrives. In front of the main hall's door, two women, one large and one small, dressed in luxurious clothes, gradually entered. You respectfully spoke next to the main door, giving this servant a sacred spear, the third master of immortality medicine, 100 holy grade pills, 1,000 top-grade divine essence pills. The crowd present at the party looked at them with extreme surprise. Wow, so many congratulatory gifts. After all, the Kwong family and the Quan family also had a family relationship for many generations. The Kwong family also got to see is the mother of the sons of the Quan family. You see, a long, slender foot wearing high heels entered. The woman's face was extremely gentle, smiling as she walked in. Walking next to that woman was the young lady wearing a pink dress. When both of them entered the room together, next to her was Beauty. Beautiful, accompanied by the chatter of everyone present at the party. That white-clothed beauty is definitely the goddess of immortality, impersonating Kwong Tan Y. The little girl walking next to her must be the precious jewel of the Kwong family, Kwong Lak Lai, who possesses the original spirit body. It turns out that this beautiful woman is Kwong Tan Y. And the young lady wearing a pink dress walking next to her is Kwong Lak Lai. The man in a white shirt was sitting at the table holding his sword, then looked at his friend sitting with him. Assessing the two people who had just entered, he said, "Oh, that little girl doesn't seem very happy." That friend immediately replied, "I heard that the girl and the Quan family's courtier were engaged. They are children, they must be angry. Young people nowadays also focus on free love." While Kwong Tan Y was walking very gracefully, Kwong Lak Lai walked next to her, pouting and annoyed at everyone around her's assessment of her. Kwong Tan Y, with an unhappy face, turned back to look at her younger sister and whispered a reprimand. "She's in trouble. Let's see if she dares to go out and cause trouble again next time." Kwong Lak Lai raised her face and looked towards her. Kwong Tan Y. Kwong Lak Lai angrily said, "Don't let me see that ugly monster again. Otherwise I will beat him up." Kwong Tan Y recalled the afternoon scene when he saw Kwong Lak Lai hanging upside down from a tree branch and asked, "Are you sure you can kill that person?" Kwong Lak Lai was speechless. Kwong Tan Y helplessly tried to explain to Kwong Lak Lai, "If it weren't for that young knight's bad intentions, I'm afraid you wouldn't have been able to attend the Quan family's coming-of-age party intact." Kwong Lak Lai still refused and stubbornly replied, "Hateful, sister, why do you say you help outsiders like that?" At this moment, a person walked forward, accompanied by a voice saying, "Hello happily, lost in love, miss. Long time no see, have you been doing well lately?" This boy is Deep Tin Van. Kwong Lak Lai didn't seem to recognize this person. She made a very bored face and asked, "I'm sorry, who are you?" Deep Tin Van said confusedly, "Miss Lak Lai has forgotten, in the secret realm of Lak Noyet, they..." Without letting Deep Tin Van finish speaking, Kwong Lak Lai interrupted, Oh, I remember, you are the name." "Which name?" Deep Tin Van clasped his hands together. He smiled and introduced, Deep Tin Van in the ancient wilderness. Kwong Lak Lai didn't care much. She let Deep Tin Van walk by directly, just said, "Oh yes, hello, goodbye," just walking a short distance away. When she was sure no one could hear the two of them talking, Kwong Tan Y became worried. She leaned into Kwong Lak Li's hand and whispered, "I'm rude, you're rude. Too much." Kwong Lak Li heard Kwong Tan Y's light reprimand. Kwong Lak Li's family turned and glanced lightly at Deep Tin Van, and then responded to her sister's words. She also knew that she was face blind. She was not. I can't remember the public's face, but Deep Tin Van doesn't know if it's because of anger or sadness that her body keeps shaking. Before Deep Tin Van's reaction, the old man standing next to him named Phuc Ba worriedly asked, "Young master, are you okay?" Deep Tin Van gritted his teeth, looked resentful and said, "Uncle, I..." Deep Tin Van covered her body. Her face cried out shyly. I felt that the feeling of being coldly treated by Miss Lak Lai was also great. Before Deep Tin Van's reaction, Phuc Ba immediately felt relieved. "Just sigh, you'll be happy." In the main hall of the extremely large room, Quan Chien Tian gently landed on the highest platform of the room. He looked down and said, "Oh, almost everyone has arrived." Quan Chien Tian turned his eyes to all the guests present in the room. Quan Chien Tian raised his hand in front of him and said cheerfully, "You have come from thousands of miles away to attend my grandson's birthday party. I am extremely grateful." Dumbbell. Quan Chien Tian gradually walked towards his seat. While Quan Qian walked, the surrounding people were constantly talking. It was said that the Quan family's son was only 3 years old. Defeated the 10th person on the list. I don't know what realm he is in now. I'm afraid he has reached the true spiritual realm, right? Quan Qian thought proudly, haha, there are quite a few determined young people coming here. Quan Qian glanced at each of the important people in the room. The first person was Quan Truong Kim, the 10th person on the list. The second person is a girl, Quan Tuet Hong, the 7th person on the list. The next guy that Quan Qian is aiming for is Quan Van Keep, the 5th person on the list. And the next person was Deep Tin Van, the ancient Deep family. Before the attention of everyone around, Deep Tin Van only looked towards Kwang Lak Lai and thought to herself, I want to sit next to Miss Lak Lai so much. Go. And finally, there are the 2 beautiful sisters of the Kwang family, that is, the Tan Chao family, Kwang Tan Wai and Kwang Lak Lai. Everyone present in the room looked at Quan Qian, smiled happily and asked, wondering where the Quan family's son was now, why he hadn't appeared so late. As soon as he heard someone mention his precious nephew, Quan Qian immediately turned black and hesitantly replied, haha, he? He thought to himself, good question, I don't know where that rotten boy ran off to. I can only think of a way to prolong it. Suddenly a shadow fell from the ceiling, startling Quan Qian. Quan Qian's eyes opened wide in surprise. Then next to Quan Qian a bright yellow lightning fell. A joking tone rang out, haha, don't rush, Grandpa. Faced with the scene before their eyes, everyone looked at Quan Tu Dao with extremely surprised expressions. Quan Qian was startled and slowly turned his head. His nephew's voice rang out in his ears. Isn't the main character always the last to appear? Quan Tu Dao leisurely put his feet up on the chair, closed his eyes and calmly said, under Quan Tu Dao, thank you for coming to my 10th birthday party. As soon as he saw Quan Tu Dao, Quan Qian immediately became extremely angry, angrily looked at Quan Tu Dao and shouted, what the hell? You're late for such an important day, what are you thinking? Quan Tu Dao turned his eyes towards his frightened grandfather, worriedly thinking, wow, this time Grandpa is really angry. When faced with Quan Qian's anger, Quan Tu Dao looked at him and thought to himself, he had to go back to comfort him. At this time, Kwang Lak Lai stood below, glanced up at Quan Tu Dao's place, and felt a little embarrassed. Sounds familiar, Kwang Lak Lai stared intently at Quan Tu Dao trying to remember, silently thinking, this hairstyle, this clothes. As if discovering something unusual, Kwang Lak Lai suddenly remembered that it was the kid from before. Just remembering, out of her thoughts, Kwang Lak Lai pointed at Quan Tu Dao and shouted, hey you. Before Kwang Lak Lai's reaction, Quan Tu Dao was extremely surprised, but also extremely afraid that Kwang Lak Lai would recognize himself. Quan Tu Dao secretly thought and shook his head, why is this little devil here? I have to quickly think of a way to cheat. Quan Tu Dao used his sweet voice, oh, this beautiful lady, causing Kwang Lak Lai to be stunned by Quan Tu Dao's cuteness. Quan Tu Dao raised his hands, hugged himself, looked at Kwang Lak Lai with sparkling eyes. Quan Tu Dao's voice was as sweet as sugar. Where have we met before? Faced with Quan Tu Dao's cuteness, Kwang Lak Lai began to doubt her own thoughts. Facing Kwang Lak Lai's suspicious face, Quan Tu Dao was trying to express himself, but his face could not maintain its original appearance, and began to feel worried. Kwang Lak Lai moved closer to Quan Tu Dao, observed and evaluated, then thought to himself, indeed, if you look closely, that guy is so ugly, why does he have such a lovely face? Kwang Lak Lai gradually became fascinated by Quan Tu Dao's cuteness. Her face softened a bit, her eyes sparkled a bit more. Kwang Lak Lai looked at Quan Tu Dao and said to herself, before her expression, Kwang Lak Lai's abnormality. Quan Tu Dao immediately became worried and thought to himself, could this kid also be a master? Kwang Tan Wai looked at her sister below, and was extremely helpless. Kwang Tan Wai thought to herself, no, this stray girl's bad habit has relapsed again, and then, just seeing something cute is enough. Will turn into this virtue. Seeing the expressions of 2 children of approximately the same age, Quan Qian stood next to him with a surprised and excited expression, exclaiming, hey, there's a change. Quan Qian was excited, his face was a bit evil, he lightly hit Quan Tu Dao's back and whispered, kid, okay. In response to his grandfather's strange reaction, Quan Tu Dao softly replied, what? Kwang Lak Lai stared passionately at Quan Tu Dao, while Quan Tu Dao gently rubbed his back that had just been touched by his grandfather. Looking at Quan Qian with extremely shocked eyes, and Quan Qian. He was extremely interested in the scene before him. Looking at his grandson questioningly like an old parent seeing his grandson meet a girlfriend for the first time. Quan Qian said, Tu Dao, this is Miss Lak Lai the Pearl. Kwong family's precious. Well, Kwong Lak Lai said with a blank face. Even though you guys have known each other before, I still have to introduce myself a bit. Kwong Lak Li's eyes looked intently at Quan Chiu Dao. Next to him, the voice of Quan Chien Tien, my fiancé, sounded small, but she was a year older than me. When Quan Chiu Dao heard him speak, a very fake smile appeared on his face, and he gently exclaimed eh. After hearing Quan Chien Tien's words, Kwong Lak Lai turned his head, his face red with embarrassment, and suddenly exclaimed, huh? Before Quan Chien Tien's announcement, Deep Tin Van below was extremely shocked and shouted, huh? Quan Chiu Dao seemed to be caught deep in his own chaotic thoughts, worried and afraid, thinking, no, why did he suddenly become like this? I'm already a courtier, and I still can't escape the kiss. Arranger. Quan Chiu Dao stared at Kwong Lak Lai on the opposite side and began to think, that's right, I just need to make this girl hate me, tell her about the person who teased her in the afternoon. Kwong Lak Lai was serious, searching for lightning on her body as if looking for something. Kwong Lak Lai took out a yellow pearl, shining extremely brightly. Kwong Lak Lai quickly took Quan Chiu Dao's hand and placed the yellow pearl on Quan Chiu Dao's hand, then said, here, this is for you. Quan Chiu Dao looked at the pearl in his hand in surprise and wondered, what is this? Kwong Lak Lai's eyes sparkled, extremely looking forward to watching Quan Chiu Dao say, the spirit pill is made from the water of the immortal stream, eat it quickly, agree with me, keep your face like this and don't grow up, otherwise it will not cute anymore. Quan Chiu Dao looked at Kwong Lak Lai with eyes as if looking at a mentally unstable person and thought, not okay, this girl's illness is not mild. Quan Chiu Dao gently closed his eyes, tiredly thinking, calm down, Quan Chiu Dao, don't give up thinking. Quan Chiu Dao opened his eyes, thinking in his head, he must think of a way to cancel this engagement. Quan Chiu Dao's gaze crossed the crowd towards Quan Lin Lung who was standing not far away. Quan Chiu Dao saw Quan Lin Lung as if seeing a savior, secretly happy it was her. Quan Chiu Dao raised his hand and pointed in Quan Lin Lung's direction. Quan Chiu Dao's face was serious. His eyes looked and his hand pointed in Quan Lin Lung's direction, using his eyes to say, you quickly step out. He continued to look at Quan Lin Lung, raising his hand to form a heart shape, continuing to speak with his eyes, saying that we had agreed to live together. Continue signaling to bid, the price is up to you. Faced with Quan Chiu Dao's actions, Quan Lin Lung looked at him with extremely surprised eyes. She thought to herself, that stingy courtier. Faced with the temptation of money, Quan Lin Lung was not manipulated at all, but immediately put his hands in front of his eyes to form a diagonal shape to show refusal. Quan Lin Lung responded to Quan Chiu Dao's eyes, but I refuse. Quan Lin Lung raised his hand, his face serious, used his hand to cut his neck, then said with his eyes to Quan Chiu Dao, I still want to leave here alive. Quan Chiu Dao's face was not very happy. He raised his hand to sign below and replied to Quan Lin Lung, you are my servant, you should follow my arrangements. Quan Lin Lung did not put Tam in front of Quan Chiu Dao's eyes. Quan Lin Lung turned away, put his hand in front of him, blocking Quan Chiu Dao's eyes, using his thoughts to respond, sorry, I choose to resign. Seeing that he was unsuccessful in convincing himself, Quan Chiu Dao immediately smiled and tried to control his anger. Quan Lin Lung turned away, covered his face with his hands, glanced at them and secretly smiled, happily thinking to himself, I just want to watch a show, just smile a little less. The crowd standing around both Kwong Lak Lai and Quan Chiu Dao continuously clapped their hands to congratulate. Around them the sounds of congratulations continuously rang out, congratulations, congratulations, talented men and beautiful women, destined to be together. Quan Chiu Dao smiled awkwardly and thought to everyone around him, wow, have these people never considered that I'm still just a 10-year-old child? Anyone is fine, come and extinguish this atmosphere. Amid the laughter and congratulations of everyone around, on a nearby table, a hand slammed down, creating an extremely loud noise. Deep Tin Van looked at the crowd and angrily said loudly, I do not agree with this marriage. When Quan Chiu Dao heard that, he looked at Deep Tin Van with eyes of immense joy, as if seeing his own savior. Deep Tin Van looked towards the crowd and continued to angrily shout, I do not agree to this marriage. Phuc Ba stood next to him, put his hand behind his back, looked at Deep Tin Van and sternly reminded, young master, don't cause trouble. Deep Tin Van still looked extremely upset and turned around to say to Phuc Ba, I didn't cause any trouble. Already, Quan Chien Tien looked down from above at where they were angry, ridiculous, since when did our Quan family's marriage let you interfere? Faced with his grandfather's anger, Quan Chiu Dao, standing in front, immediately reached out to stop him. Grandfather, wait a minute. Quan Chiu Dao slowly walked towards Deep Tin Van's place. Seeing Quan Chiu Dao's sudden action, Deep Tin Van was extremely surprised. While Quan Chiu Dao still didn't think at all, put his hand in front of his face, and made a hello gesture. Quan Tu Dao clasped his hands, bowed slightly in front of Deep Tin Van and asked, "Daring to ask your noble name?" In response to Quan Tu Dao's question, Deep Tin Van on the other side replied proudly, "My name is Deep, the ancient Deep family, Deep Tin Van." Quan Tu Dao raised his face and smiled politely. Young Master Deep could see that since ancient times, this kind of bride-stealing thing had happened. Quan Tu Dao, with his extremely proud stance, raised his hand in front of his face to show a challenge to Deep Tin Van. He had to show his strength. Deep Tin Van coldly looked at Quan Tu Dao. "What, the Quan family's son wants to fight Deep Mo?" Quan Tu Dao did not respond, quietly smiled. Under the moonlight, in Quan Chien Tian's house, Quan Tu Dao replied, "What's wrong?" Seeing the two young masters' agreement to fight, the silent crowd below immediately became extremely bustling, one after another continuously taking turns talking. The man with his hair in a bun and wearing a shirt yellow asked suspiciously, Hey, is that real or fake?" The man with tied hair and wearing a brown shirt looked towards the man in blue shirt and said eagerly, "The Quan family's son and the Deep family's young master want to fight each other, but you." The man in the blue shirt smiled and replied, "Haha, there's a good play to watch." Quan Tuet Hong, with cold eyes, looked at the scene before him, leisurely holding a cup of tea in his hand, preparing to drink. Next to Quan Tuet Hong, Quan Truong Kim's greetings continuously sounded. It was said that this time she specially left customs early because she wanted to attend the 10th birthday party of her younger brother Chu Dao. Quan Truong Kim crossed his arms and stood arrogantly in front of Quan Tuet Huang's table. Quan Truong Kim faced Quan Truong Kim's questioning and gently placed his cup of tea on the table and replied, after all, he was only 3 years old, and could defeat him. People, also a bit strange. Quan Truong Kim looked at Quan Tuet Hong, not very satisfied. Quan Truong Kim softly groaned, "Tsk." Quan Truong Kim secretly glanced at Quan Van Keep and thought, but compared to her, this person is even more rare. With his personality, to come to a party like this. Outside the backyard of the banquet, Deep Tin Van and Quan Tu Dao stood facing each other. In the middle was Phuc Ba. Phuc Ba looked at the two people in front of him with a stern face and asked in a serious voice, hoping they would change their mind. "Hey, you two young masters, is it necessary to fight here?" Deep Tin Van still had no intention of changing her mind. She began to gather energy. A stream of green light radiated from Deep Tin Van's body. Deep Tin Van replied with a cold face to Phuc Bo's words, "Quiet. Mind, Phuc Bo, I know my own moderation, son of the Quan family." Without warning, Deep Tin Van quickly rushed forward, attacking Quan Tu Dao's direction. While rushing, Deep Tin Van said, "Please advise." Quan Tu Dao was a little surprised by Deep Tin Van's sudden action and looked intently in the opposite direction. The surrounding crowd, seeing Deep Tin Van's powerful attack, continuously applauded. The man in the red shirt was shaking his head, and the man in the blue shirt standing nearby also quickly responded, "Deep family's spiritual king is truly famous." Quan Tu Dao still didn't have the slightest bit of worry or panic, but calmly raised his hand and started making movements, with a slightly mischievous face. With just a few extremely agile movements, Quan Tu Dao created a shield for himself to successfully block Deep Tin Van's first attack, much to Deep Tin Van's surprise. Deep Tin Van quickly regained his expression and continued to move. Deep Tin Van clasped his two fingers to prepare to attack Quan Tu Dao. He thought to himself, "I don't know how that Quan family member will deal with it." Quan Tu Dao pretended to be worried. When Deep Tin Van's move rushed towards Quan Tu Dao's face, Quan Tu Dao gently dodged to the opposite side. Deep Tin Van continued to attack Quan Tu Dao's abdomen. Quan Tu Dao not only was not hit but also gently dodged. Deep Tin Van was not discouraged and tried to attack Quan Tu Dao from behind, but to Quan Tu Dao it was still nothing. Quan Tu Dao dodged the move extremely successfully. After 3 consecutive attacks, Deep Tin Van slid some distance away from Quan Tu Dao. Deep Tin Van stood in a fighting position opposite Quan Tu Dao. After successfully dodging all 3 of Deep Tin Van's attacks, Quan Tu Dao was trying to regain balance to avoid falling. At this time, Deep Tin Van was tired and panting. He was surprised, but Quan Tu Dao avoided everything. Deep Tin Van looked at Quan Tu Dao, who was spreading his arms lightly but landed without any effort, and thought to himself, "I'm kidding, but I could have avoided it." From the outside looking in, it seems like he is reluctantly fending off my attack. In reality, I can't even touch him. Suddenly Quang Lak Lai appeared from nowhere, causing Deep Tin Van to lose focus and turn her eyes towards Quang Lak Lai. But Quang Lak Lai did not care at all about Deep Tin Van. But Quang Lak Lai turned towards Quan Tu Dao with admiring eyes and said, "Wow." Seeing Quang Lak Lai's expression, Deep Tin Van felt extremely jealous, biting her teeth tightly. Deep Tin Van seriously turned towards Quan Tu Dao. A green light radiated from Deep Tin Van's body. Deep Tin Van determinedly thought, she absolutely cannot be embarrassed by the separated girl. From Deep Tin Van's forehead a white circle appeared. His eyes also changed color, emitting a strange green light. Around Deep Tin Van, the source of power surrounded Deep Tin Van, forming a tornado shape, spinning quickly like a big storm. Faced with Deep Tin Van's outburst, Quan Tu Dao unexpectedly looked in Deep Tin Van's direction and worriedly thought, this doesn't seem right at all. Deep Tin Van faced Quan Tu Dao, raised his hand forward to attack. Deep Tin Van attacked Quan Tu Dao while angrily speaking loudly, "Let me see how you avoid." Quan Tu Dao was attacked by the force. His face was scared and he said loudly, "I'm overdoing it." Deep Tin Van continued to control energy to attack Quan Tu Dao, swallowing the black cave palm. Quan Tu Dao was pushed hard by the energy and cried out in pain, whoosh. In the end, Quan Tu Dao decided not to just stand still but take the beating. Quan Tu Dao's face was evil, his hand outstretched in a ready-to-fight position. Quan Tu Dao looked towards Deep Tin Van and thought to himself, if I continue like this, I might be cut into pieces by little brother's moves then. Quan Tu Dao was being attacked by Deep Tin Van with great power surrounding him. From within a yellow energy flashed. Quan Tu Dao immediately turned the situation around. Quan Tu Dao stood opposite Deep Tin Van and said loudly, "The prison monster." The same powerful energy appeared like a dragon swallowing Deep Tin Van's power. Quang Tan Wai stood and observed. The scene right before his eyes made Quang Tan Wai extremely surprised and said loudly, "The golden aura was a desolate ancient holy body." Hearing Quang Tan Wai's words, the surrounding people couldn't help but be shocked. They were talking loudly. A man wearing a blue shirt was truly an ancient holy body. No wonder the phenomenon 10 years ago could have caused it. 10,000 saints worshipped. The man in green shirt continued. But isn't it rumored that the ancient holy body is already useless? An elderly man stood nearby. Looking at the image before him, he raised his hand to stroke his beard and said, "I'm afraid the Quan family has wasted a lot of resources helping this child break the immortal shackles. But even so, the path of the ancient sacred body is not long." Suddenly, while attacking very fiercely, Quan Tu Dao suddenly deliberately reduced his attack power and stopped completely, while Deep Tin Van seemed to be freed from restraint and continued to attack towards Quan Tu Dao. Quan Tu Dao was hit by Deep Tin Van's attack and immediately flipped in the air. Deep Tin Van below suddenly looked at Quan Tu Dao, while Quan Chien Tian was watching his nephew. Witnessing the scene before his eyes, Quan Chien Tian's face turned pale. He looked at Quan Tu Dao with fear. Quan Tu Dao quickly fell onto the field to the surprise of everyone present. The surrounding people seemed to freeze before Quan Tu Dao's failure. Only Quan Lin Lung was nearby. Witnessing all of Quan Tu Dao's actions, he immediately looked at Quan Tu Dao with extreme suspicion. From Quan Tu Dao's mouth, dark red blood flowed. Phuc Ba faced Quan Tu Dao's incident and shouted loudly in fear, "Young master." Phuc Ba quickly rushed to Quan Tu Dao's place. Phuc Ba supported Quan Tu Dao and then turned his eyes towards Deep Tin Van, angrily blaming, "How could you do such a heavy hand to a 10-year-old child?" Deep Tin Van worriedly looked at Phuc Ba trying to explain, "No, Phuc Ba, I don't have it." Deep Tin Van remembered the moment when she and Quan Tu Dao were attacking directly. Deep Tin Van thought to herself, at that moment, while the situation was extremely tense, Quan Tu Dao looked at Deep Tin Van and winked. Facing Quan Tu Dao's strange actions, Deep Tin Van was extremely confused. After that action, the power that Quan Tu Dao attacked gradually decreased. Next, Quan Tu Dao was defeated and blown away by Deep Tin Van's attack. Deep Tin Van guessed that this was definitely intentional. At this moment, Quan Tu Dao weakly raised his hand to grab Phuc Ba's shirt. Cough cough, Phuc Bo. "Please don't blame Mr. Deep. After all, I wanted to compete." Quan Tu Dao pointed his finger at himself, smiling slightly and blaming himself. "Mr. Deep's cultivation level is superior. I lost." Quan Tu Dao turned his eyes to the crowd who felt extremely guilty. Everyone knew that the ancient holy body was already useless. Quan Tu Dao continued to look at Quang Lak Lai and Quang Tan Wai, who were extremely worried about themselves, and continued, "Chu Dao's character was blunt, and he did not dare to delay Miss Quang's future." Quan Tu Dao pretended to be extremely sad and said, "This engagement contract, it's better to break it off." When Quan Chien Tian heard this, he immediately turned to stone. Knowing that everything turned out to be just his nephew playing tricks, he secretly thought, "Damn, you wait for me." Quang Lak Lai also seemed to discover Quan Tu Dao's tricks. On the surface, Quang Lak Lai tried to smile, but inside, Quang Lak Lai was secretly angry. "This guy simply hates me." Kwang Lak Lai quickly stepped forward and hugged Quan Chiu Dao's arm intimately. Big brother Chiu Dao, please rest assured, no matter what ancient waste you are, Lak Lai will also absolutely not leave you. Kwang Lak Lai said as she pinched Quan Chiu Dao's body, causing him pain. Outside, Quan Chiu Dao's voice was heard. Clearly you are older than me. Why do you have to call me brother? Don't come closer. In the room, Quan Van Keep angrily squeezed the teacup, causing the teacup to gradually crack. Go out. Quan Van Keep put the teacup on the table, angrily said, damn, it's true that the main line was born with a golden spoon in its mouth. Quan Truong Kim slowly poured tea into the cup and replied, isn't that right, they are all from the same family. Was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. We don't know how long we have to try to get what we want. People are just born with it. At this time, someone said loudly, what is this? Is this an ancient holy body? A bright yellow light radiated from the roof of Quan Chien Tian's house. Quan Chiu Dao and Kwang Lak Lai looked up in surprise. Long Gao Tian crossed his arms, stood proudly on the roof looking down and said, even a bug cannot beat him. He dares to call it a human holy body. Next to him is a muscular man with short yellow hair. Smiled and looked down. Higher up was a woman with yellow hair. A pair of white wings behind her. A cold face facing them, at the feet of the young man with short hair. White as Lam Ta Na. Quan Chiu Dao looked intently at them. Quan Chien Tian also recognized that this was a member of the ancient dragon clan. Lam Ta Na with an extremely frightened face. Suddenly a voice rang out behind her calling her name, Lam Ta Na. Long Gao Tian got bored and kicked Lam Ta Na off the roof. Are you kidding me, sir? Long Gao Tian looked down at where they were and said angrily, my lord, you said that the ancient holy body had broken the shackles, so that's why I specially ran here. Quan Chiu Dao's face was extremely serious as he looked at the three people standing on the roof. A few months ago, the dragon nest. A crowd is gathering to eat, drink, shout, empty their glasses. In the hall, groups of people were eating and drinking, chatting and congratulating each other, congratulating Sir Long Tu on successfully using Long Nguyen. Haha, that's Dragon Nguyen. Long Gao Tian sat on a chair with his feet up, arrogantly looking down. Around the white-haired young man, the applause of everyone around him continuously rang out. For a normal person, his body had already been shattered. Only Lord Dragon Prince can refine. Long Gao Tian arrogantly said, what is the value of a dragon element? My big brother has long since merged all three. Long Gao Tian raised his wine cup and said loudly, sooner or later I will be like big brother. The crowd below also responded excitedly, wishing you great success soon, ha ha ha. The one-horned red devil looked at his chicken friend and asked, hey, what is dragon origin? The star chicken immediately replied, that's something you don't know. The chicken star looked at the one-horned red demon, and explained that Dragon Yuan is the blood essence left after the disappearance of the Supreme Dragon Clan. Inside contains all kinds of magical powers and runes, which are unique treasures in the world. The red devil was extremely excited and moved closer to the crystal chicken and asked, great, can we use it? The evil chicken, facing his friend's arrogance, immediately laughed and used the fart. Just one drop is enough. It makes people angry, ha ha ha. Lam Ta Na silently lowered her head and quietly whispered, just fusing a dragon element and still being proud here. She held a cup of wine in her hand. Her face was expressionless. Her voice was sarcastic. But she didn't know that the neighboring Quan family had a son worshipped by 10,000 saints. How ironic. The angry man banged the table and stood up, shouting, where is the person who is talking so carelessly? Immediately afterwards, Lam Ta Na was kicked to the ground by the people in the room. The blonde girl looked at Lam Ta Na with disdain. I know who has such a loud voice. A small human race still dares to run to the dragon's nest and act arrogantly. The ox-headed man glanced at Lam Ta Na lying on the ground in front of him, then glanced at Long Gao Tian. Dragon, why don't you cook this girl up for your brothers to drink? Long Gao Tian replied, no. He looked at Lam Ta Na suspiciously and asked, what did you just say, Quan family? Lam Ta Na lay on the ground, her face fearfully looking up at Long Gao Tian, thinking to herself, Dragon's Nest and the Quan family have a grudge. They have indeed come to the right place. Long Gao Tian tilted his head, his expression attentive. The voice of Lam Ta Na rang out next to him. The dragon's son still didn't know. His son Quan had already been born as a desolate ancient holy body. He was passing down a letter from the sword, please. Many powerful families in all four directions attended his 10th birthday party. When the surrounding people heard Lam Ta Na's words, they laughed loudly and mocked, ha 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 ha. The ancient holy body, a few thousand years ago, was still a treasure. Now it is a waste body, depending on that dare to invite powerful families from all over the world. Faced with the laughter and ridicule of the crowd surrounding him, Long Gao Tian angrily shouted loudly, and remained silent. Long Gao Tian continued to look at Lam Tan Na, who was kneeling at his feet, and asked, "Continue speaking. How can a disabled body like that be respected by the Quan family?" Returning to reality, Long Gao Tian felt like he had been deceived and angrily kicked Lam Tan Na down and shouted, "What are you kidding? This is an ancient sacred body. Even a bug cannot defeat it. Yes, you still dare to call yourself a human race saint. Are you kidding me, sir?" Long Gao Tian looked down angrily. He heard someone say that the ancient holy body had broken the chains of heaven, so he specially ran here. Lam Tan Na used her hand to hold the wound in her chest. Her eyes turned towards Long Gao Tian, eyes filled with hatred, and secretly thought, "Hateful, this damn dragon." Lam Tan Na was falling freely when a hand appeared from nowhere to hold Lam Tan Na. The person who supported Lam Tan Na was Quan Lin Lung. Lam Tan Na's face was closed with her eyes tightly closed, frowning in fear. Both of them rushed to the back of Quan Chiu Dao. Quan Chiu Dao put his hands on his hands, proudly and angrily facing Long Gao Tian. Hey, that little brother, while in our Quan family's area, openly beat a disciple of the Quan family. Isn't that too much? Is it worth it?" Long Gao Tian stood from above, pointing down at Lam Tan Na after Quan Chiu Dao, disdainfully. "A disciple of the Quan family, what are you saying?" Lam Tan Na's face turned pale with fear. When she heard Long Gao Tian talk about herself, "That girl is my maid. Of course I will treat her however I want." Besides fear, Lam Tan Na was angry and clenched her teeth with hatred. Lam Tan Na turned her forced smile towards Quan Chiu Dao. "That's right, I am Lord Long Tu's maid." Before Lam Tan Na's admission, Quan Lin Lung suddenly looked down at Lam Tan Na. "Hey, miss." The cup broke into many pieces in the air. Quan Truong Kim was stunned as he looked at what was happening outside and thought to himself, "That bastard dares to lead people from the dragon nest to disrupt the Quan family's banquet." The wine cup shattered and lay on the floor. "This is not right. Are you slapping the Quan family in the face?" Quan Truong Kim was both worried and angry and thought to himself, "If we pursue this matter, I'm afraid that even my status on the list won't be guaranteed." Quan Chiu Dao turned his eyes to Long Gao Tian and asked again, "Maid." Quan Chiu Dao turned his eyes towards Quan Lin Lung, who was holding Lam Tan Na's body with one hand. Again, he did not become the eldest lady, but instead ran to become a maid for the little dragon man. Unexpectedly at this moment, Quan Chiu Dao smiled and winked, pointing at Quan Lin Lung and Lam Tan Na. "I know, you are the legendary furry fanatic." At Quan Chiu Dao's words, Quan Lin Lung and Lam Tan Na immediately froze, their minds extremely confused at Quan Chiu Dao's words. Seeing that no one reacted to his joke, Quan Chiu Dao immediately said, "Cough cough, little spirit, you take her out." Quan Lin Lung obeyed and replied yes because he was too shy. Quan Chiu, after seeing no one reacting, Dao immediately turned his head away in shame and thought to himself, "So bland, what a shame." Quan Chiu Dao raised the little finger of his hand and used it to pick it up with a slightly careless face. "My old man said the relationship between our Quan family and the Dragon clan has always been bad." Quan Chiu Dao looked at the finger that had just scratched his ear. His body turned towards Long Gao Tian's group of people standing above, especially my father. The Dragon clan immediately considered our Quan family to be their sworn enemies. Quan Chiu Dao pursed his lips, snapped his fingers and jokingly said, "Little brother, if you still want to avenge this hatred, you should directly conflict with me. You only know how to bully women, using this despicable method to confront the Quan family. What a low class." Faced with Quan Chiu Dao's ridicule, Long Gao Tian's face was filled with anger. Quan Chiu Dao still didn't pay attention to Long Gao Tian's mood, but continued to speak, seemingly not dignified enough, but more like a waste. Seeing Quan Chiu Dao mocking Long Gao Tian, the two bodyguards walking next to Long Gao Tian, as fast as lightning, simultaneously rushed down to attack Quan Chiu Dao from both sides. Both angrily said in unison, "Impertinent, daring, insulting the Dragon Prince." Quan Chiu Dao's eyes were murderous. He glanced at the two people rushing towards him and said in a low voice, "The one who is rude is you, right?" Before the Oxdao could attack, a blow came from somewhere and hit the Oxdao in the face. Similarly, the blonde elf girl was immediately attacked by an ice energy and seriously injured. Both of them not only failed to attack Quan Chiu Dao, but were instead knocked back and rushed towards Long Gao Tian. Quan Tuet Hong and Quan Truong Kim stood in attack position in front of Quan Chiu Dao to protect. Quan Chiu Dao stood behind with a gloomy face and said, "This is the Quan family." Quan Chiu Dao, with a cold face, turned his eyes towards Long Gao Tian's group and said, "You mobs are not allowed to come and cause trouble." The blonde girl spread her white wings and rushed forward with an angry face. At the same time, the buffalo-horned man with an extremely angry face raised his fist and rushed towards Quan Chu Dao, both of them together. In unison, insolent yet dare to insult Lord Dragon Prince, Quan Truong Kim swiped his foot to the left. Quan Truong Kim frowned, facing forward seriously and thinking, Lam Tan Na was the one I invited to the Quan family. I have to think of a way to solve this problem, otherwise the only one who will be blamed for this will be me. Quan Truong Kim held his sword and rushed forward. His face full of murderous aura rushed forward and slashed across the body of the muscular man. While slashing Quan Truong Kim, he spoke the technique. From the ground, ice pillars sprouted. Quan Tuet Huang's face was cold and expressionless. He reached out his hand to control the ice trees, ice sky snow lotus. Sharp icicles from the ground, as fast as lightning, quickly rushed upward and hit the blonde woman with white wings. Quan Tuet Hong looked at his icicles and ordered up. When both the blonde woman with white wings and the cow head rushed forward, before they could counterattack, they were immediately knocked back and flew past Long Gao Tian's body. Quan Tuet Huang's hair flew along the pieces of broken snow. His cold face looked with murderous intent towards the crowd of Long Gao Tian's place. Our Quan family is a place where dogs and cats can cause trouble, huh? The crowd standing around when witnessing the attack of Quan Tuet Hong and Quan Truong Kim were extremely surprised. They were the 10th and 7th people on the Quan family's list. The 2 servants accompanying the Dragon Prince were also the Crown Prince. The ancient royal family, in front of the people on the list, could not withstand such a blow. With such strong strength, I still don't know what kind of monster the 5th place in the list is. Is this the background of a desolate ancient family? Quan Chu Dao is still standing there. Above are Quan Tuet Hong and Quan Truong's sword standing in a fighting position to protect Quan Chu Dao. On the ground, the blonde girl was in extreme pain, with wounds all over her body as she was held tightly by the Snow Emperor's sharp ice pillars. The ox-headed cow was attacked by the sword of the military staff, and did not fare much better, collapsing on the ground in pain. Long Gao Tian looked at them with extremely hateful and angry eyes. You guys. On Long Gao Tian's arms, light blue dragon scales gradually appeared. His nails were also gradually turning into dragon claws. From Long Gao Tian's body, a source of green energy radiated. Long Gao Tian was angry. Evil, don't be arrogant. Seeing this scene, Quan Truong Kim suddenly felt worried. Right after that, a strong force hit him straight. Quan Truong's sword only had time to raise his hand to block it. While being pushed back, Quan Truong Kim was surprised and thought to himself, his strength is so strong, he is the Dragon Clan's great dragon killer. Long Gao Tian's teeth were clenched tightly. His face was indignant. You guys. Long Gao Tian, as fast as lightning, rushed towards Quan Truong's sword. As he rushed towards Long Gao Tian, he shouted, Die for me. The Sword King was now flying away. The sword was also broken in half and flew in the opposite direction. At this time, Quan Tuet Hong attacked Long Gao Tian. She shouted, Dragon Nest, Dragon Son, don't be arrogant. Long Gao Tian suddenly turned his head. His sharp eyes looked towards Quan Tuet Hong, troubled. Long Gao Tian was like a flash of lightning, soon standing next to Quan Tuet Hong. Long Gao Tian used his claws to attack Quan Tuet Hong. Quan Tuet Hong calmly, without any fear, quickly dodged Long Gao Tian's surprise attack. Quan Tu Dao rushed forward from behind both of them. Quan Tu Dao blocked in front of Long Gao Tian. Long Gao Tian was surprised by Quan Tu Dao's appearance. But even so, Long Gao Tian continued to attack without any respect. Long Gao Tian's face was extremely surprised as he looked at Quan Tu Dao across the hall. Quan Tu Dao quickly, without any unnecessary movements, grabbed Long Gao Tian's attacking hand. Quan Tuet Hong looked at Quan Tu Dao in surprise and exclaimed, My son. Quan Tu Dao's face was calm. Quan Tu Dao's hand was holding Long Gao Tian's arm tightly. Quan Tu Dao stood opposite Long Gao Tian and looked straight at him. Quan Tu Dao's eyes gradually became sharp. His face took on an extremely serious attitude. Quan Tu Dao suddenly grabbed Long Gao Tian's hand, causing him to be startled in pain, and the bracelet on his hand also broke. He looked at Quan Tu Dao uncomfortably. Long Gao Tian looked at Quan Tu Dao's movements in surprise, but before he could react, Long Gao Tian immediately received a punch to Quan Tu Dao's face. Long Gao Tian was blown away. He kept his balance to avoid falling and turned towards Quan Tu Dao. The corners of Long Gao Tian Vong's lips were bleeding. Long Gao Tian suddenly smiled. The mood seemed excited. Haha, this is it. He smiled, stood in a battle-ready position and looked towards Quan Tu Dao. This was the ancient sacred body that had broken the chains. Quan Tu Dao coldly turned his murderous eyes towards Long Gao Tian. Clan brother, clan sister, you two go back. This little brother came to find me. Quan Tuet Hong and Quan Truong Kim worriedly looked at Quan Tu Dao in unison, but Quan Qian was silently watching the match. At this moment he suddenly stepped forward, looking in the direction of Quan Truong Kim and Quan Tuet Hong. It's okay. I told you to retreat later, you just retreat. Make room for them. Quan Qian was excited. Today was his 10th birthday. At this time, there were only Quan Tu Dao and Long Gao Tian left in the fighting stands. Next to them, Quan Qian's voice rang out. Let the boys support the noble clans from all directions. Quan Tu Dao stood up straight, looking at Long Gao Tian on the opposite side. Long Gao Tian on the opposite side appeared extremely excited, crouching down in a ready-to-fight position. Both of them rushed towards each other like a gust of wind. In the air, both of them performed moves at the same time as if they were evenly matched. A huge explosion from their moves appeared at the same time. The explosion was red like fire, lighting up the entire night sky. As if he had found a worthy opponent, Quan Tu Dao was extremely excited. It seemed like it had been a long time since Long Gao Tian had met such an opponent. Their faces did not have a serious or fearful look, but instead they were both a bit joking. They compete with each other in the air through each location on the field. Deep Tin Van stood below and looked up, her big, round eyes observing each move of both of them in surprise, thinking to herself, too fast, I couldn't keep up with their movements at all. Before I couldn't touch him. Fook Bo stood next to Deep Tin Van. Fook Bo's hand was behind his back. His eyes still did not leave their match, but did not forget to give Deep Tin Van a lesson. Young master, don't blink. Look closely. Look at the image of Quan Tu Dao and Long Gao Tian raising their fists, excited faces rushing towards each other, real fighting at its peak, not a genius like you, but a monster, now and before you, is such a monster. Long Gao Tian's face was extremely excited. He raised his fist behind him, facing Quan Tu Dao, preparing to attack. Long Gao Tian, Dragon Fist. Quan Tu Dao's eyes were happy. His face was extremely cunning. He put both hands forward to create a move, using the royal seal. From the two extremely powerful moves of both of them, creating a long streak of light in the sky with two opposing colors red and blue. Both of their moves attacked each other at the same time, immediately exploding, creating an explosion with extremely large attack power that radiated throughout the arena. Kwang Lak Lai, standing nearby, had to raise her hand to shield herself from the enormous destructive power of both of their attacks. After the destructive force stopped radiating around, Kwang Lak Lai slowly opened one eye and looked towards the stands. In front of Kwang Lak Li's eyes is a green wall, a beam of light, like a tall shield surrounding the entire battle arena. Quan Qian held two fingers forward. Small lightning bolts radiated from Quan Qian's fingers. Quan Qian used his finger to touch the wall surrounding the auditorium. Quan Qian stared at the wall. Phew too, that's strong. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. Long Gao Tian and Quan Tu Dao stood facing each other in fighting position. Quan Tu Dao looked at Long Gao Tian with a happy face. It seemed like you were very happy. Didn't you come to me for revenge? Long Gao Tian looked at Quan Tu Dao with a proud look, the ancestors' resentment. Why do I care so much? Long Gao Tian raised his hand to his shoulder, grabbed his cloak and continued. It was not easy to have the opportunity to fight against the human race that had broken the chains of heaven. Long Gao Tian took the cloak, pulled it down and threw it straight to the ground in the presence of Quan Tu Dao. How could that make people not excited? A sparkling yellow crystal ball, surrounded by strips of yellow light. At Long Gao Tian's crescent-shaped waist, a yellow circle of light appeared. In the middle of that circle of light was a cross. Long Gao Tian's eyes glowed. His body was surrounded by an extremely powerful blue energy source. He shouted loudly, "Ancient holy body, take another move from me." Long Gao Tian laughed in an extremely scary way. The energy radiating around became more and more powerful. The aura radiated around was extremely large, creating an extremely large dent on the ground around Long Gao Tian. Long strips of light surrounding Long Gao Tian's body gradually spread out. Those rings of light continued to radiate and intertwine. A large, mighty dragon with a jade-green body rushed up into the sky. Long Gao Tian stood below, under the protection of the dragon, creating a huge windstorm, blowing away sand and dust around, creating an extremely majestic scene. Quan Tu Dao looked up at the green dragon and said to himself, this time he must face a comprehensive opponent. He quickly raised his hand to make a gesture. He leaned down and pointed his hand towards Long Gao Tian. A source of red energy also radiated out. Quan Tu Dao was victorious, so he had to respond seriously to be polite. I will see what you want. Ancient holy body. Before his nephew's actions and appearance, Quan Qian was extremely surprised. This appearance. Quan Tu Dao bowed his head, continuously reciting mantras in his mind. Yin and Yang, unifying one Yang vehicle, 10,000 things. A tall, long golden sword appeared. Quan Tu Dao continued to recite the mantra, patrolling the lake, mixed with extremely righteous images. That sword was Tai Huan Kin, the supreme esoteric technique of the Quan family. Took the Tai Xian air and condensed it into a blade. Tens of thousands of swords appeared from the ground, surrounding Quan Tu Dao's body. The surrounding crowd looked towards Quan Tu Dao with extremely surprised eyes, and discussed that it was the military punishment technique of the Quan family. It was said that after this great tactic was completed, the spiritual energy could condense into countless gods. Soldiers, beheading heaven and earth. Quan Tu Dao's expression was cold. He directed his hand to attack Long Gao Tian, beheading. Long Gao Tian also rushed forward at the same time, excitedly looking at Quan Tu Dao. Come and go. The huge blue dragon followed Long Gao Tian's command and rushed towards Quan Tu Dao. The blue dragon had just rushed forward and had no time to attack when the sword surrounding Quan Tu Dao stabbed into its body. The blue dragon struggled in pain, its body gradually cracking like pieces of glass. Unable to withstand the sword's attack, the blue dragon quickly weakened and disappeared, right before Long Gao Tian's eyes. Long Gao Tian was surprised. There were still a few drops of sweat on his forehead. He looked at his dragon that had just disappeared before his eyes. This is. Quan Tu Dao still did not hesitate or hold back, but quickly made his final move, attacking Long Gao Tian. An extremely powerful stream of light energy radiated out, rushed through Long Gao Tian's body, attacking Quan Tu Dao while saying loudly, "Desolate ancient holy body." After Quan Tu Dao's attack, Long Gao Tian stood still, his body a bit broken, surrounded by a layer of smoke that was still the afterglow of the attack that had just ended. Long Gao Tian bowed his knees to the ground. Long Gao Tian's lifeless eyes looked down at the ground, trying to hope and thinking, one day, I can also achieve such a state. A long streak appeared on the ground from the attack. This time victory and defeat were decided. Quan Tu Dao turned around, his hand raised, then directed everyone with a victorious smile. The surrounding crowd standing under the stands looked at Quan Tu Dao and praised him wholeheartedly. He was no doubt a descendant of the Quan family. He was indeed a born talent. Congratulations, the Quan family had yet another genius. Quan Qiantian looked at his nephew with great pride and thought, Kiki, this kid. Suddenly, Quan Qiantian's eyes looked behind Quan Tu Dao, extremely panicked. From behind Quan Tu Dao, Long Gao Tian rushed forward, reaching out to attack Quan Tu Dao. Quan Tu Dao was not at all wary and still smiled at the stands. Suddenly Quan Tu Dao turned around in surprise and suddenly exclaimed, Bright red streaks of blood shot up, covering the surroundings. A few minutes ago, Long Gao Tian was still kneeling on the ground, his lifeless eyes looking down. Long Gao Tian doubted his own failure, silently thinking, Dragon, stand up. You cannot lose. You absolutely cannot lose to the army. Immediately afterwards, Long Gao Tian jumped up and rushed towards Quan Tu Dao to attack. A frying pan hit Quan Tu Dao directly in the back. But what surprised people was that the shirt on Quan Tu Dao's back was torn in a large area, but did not leave any wound. This scene made Long Gao Tian difficult to understand. Quan Tu Dao quickly turned around and shouted, What are you doing? Right after that, Quan Tu Dao received a kick to Long Gao Tian's face. After this attack, Quan Tu Dao looked at Long Gao Tian a little surprised. At this time, Long Gao Tian's face was dirty. He lowered his eyes to the ground. His eyes showed disapproval. TSK. Long Gao Tian's crescent-shaped belt suddenly flashed. Long Gao Tian seemed to be awakened. He roared loudly. An extremely strong stream of energy radiated around, shaking the whole area. Quan Tu Dao was also pushed away because of this source of energy. The surrounding crowd looked towards the stands in disgust. The man in the yellow shirt said, Oh, this dragon boy can actually stimulate the dragon element, breaking through to the divine realm. This will not only make his foundation is not strong, it is not beneficial for him. Why do he have to do this? Long Gao Tian's face was fierce, screaming loudly. Teeth similar to those of a dragon also appeared from there. The energy source radiating from Long Gao Tian's body became even stronger. From Long Gao Tian's mouth, a dragon's beard appeared. Its teeth also became sharper. From its eyes to its shape, it was extremely similar to a dragon. Fast as a wind, Long Gao Tian roared and rushed forward. Quan Tu Dao looked at Long Gao Tian rushing towards him and felt a little worried. Not good. He immediately reacted extremely quickly, like a gust of wind, jumping into the air to avoid Long Gao Tian's attack. Quan Tu Dao turned his head to look, surprised and thought, that is, the thin silk-like ropes wrapped around Long Gao Tian's body one after another, restraining all his movements. Quan Tu Dao looked at that scene and silently speculated, this was a spiritual energy rope. Quan Tu Dao stood looking at the rope to find a place to start. Quan Tu Dao looked intently and silently thought. Someone was controlling him. Glancing at the strand of spiritual energy, he discovered it came from the sky. Quan Tu Dao raised his hand, cast his magic staff to shake the prison. A sword appeared. At the same time, Quan Tu Dao shouted loudly. The thing hit its head and showed its tail. Quan Tu Dao took advantage and threw that sword back. The tip of the aura shouted loudly, "Come here for me." The sword, following Quan Tu Dao's force, was as fast as a bolt of lightning, radiating enormous energy towards the soaring sky, penetrating even the clouds of night. Around the tip of the sword, an extremely powerful source of energy radiated towards the sky. But the closer it gets, the slower the sword's speed becomes. When it finally arrived, the sword could not withstand the energy of the hidden weapon and immediately shattered. Quan Tu Dao looked in the direction of his sword and exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Long Gao Tian, now no longer bound by the spiritual energy, rushed forward to hug Quan Tu Dao and hold him tightly. Quan Tu Dao angrily gritted his teeth and said, "You guy." He tried to hold Long Gao Tian's head tightly, trying to push Long Gao Tian to get out of himself. Quan Tu Dao pushed away while trying to convince Long Gao Tian, "Hey, wake up. Being a controlled puppet is nothing like being the dragon son of the dragon ancestors." Long Gao Tian didn't seem to hear a word of Quan Tu Dao. His face was still extremely angry. His body continued to hold Quan Tu Dao tightly. Seeing that it was difficult for him to escape, Quan Tu Dao immediately thought of an idea. Quan Tu Dao pointed his body behind to gain momentum. "You quickly." Quan Tu Dao gritted his teeth, threw his head and hit Long Gao Tian's head hard and shouted loudly, "Wake up." Because of Quan Tu Dao's extremely strong head kick, Long Gao Tian was immediately pushed back. The system's notice board suddenly appeared, marking the 10th birthday party. Does the host want to mark it or not? Yes or no? Quan Tu Dao suddenly looked, read the system board and thought to himself, almost forgetting that this system was still there. Quan Tu Dao raised his finger to press the button on the system board. He had to compete. Challenge. The system's notice board continuously pops up, marking success, congratulating the host on receiving the award of Supreme Bone 7 stars. Supreme Bone ranked 30th out of 3,000 physiques and people. Possessing it can surpass levels and use supreme magical powers. A dazzling yellow light emitted from Quan Tu Dao's chest. The system's notification panel continued to appear, unlocking the supreme magical power, the light of the tribulation. The circle of light radiating around sparkled like a rainbow. From Quan Tu Dao's body, it also emitted a large source of energy, penetrating the sky. The crowd standing around was surprised by one side. Could it be that Supreme Bone, Supreme Birth? This military family is truly cruel and scary. Quan Tian stood nearby, so surprised that he couldn't keep his mouth shut, looking at his nephew with countless questions in his mind. Since when did this kid possess the Supreme Bone? In Quan Tu Dao's memory, Quan Lin Lung looked towards Quan Tu Dao to explain about Supreme. The thing he was currently facing, the so-called Supreme, was only the things that stood at the pinnacle of the ancient wilderness is an eternal existence. Quan Tu Dao raised his hand to touch his chest, where the energy radiated, and thought to himself, Supreme Bone, immortal. Quan Tu Dao kept his hand on his chest, then raised his head to look at the sky. A shadow of a virtual open dragon appeared in the darkness of the sky. That was a black dragon. That black dragon lowered its head to look at Quan Tu Dao. Quan Tu Dao below, feeling a bit tense, stood opposite the dragon and silently judged. The dragon clan is supreme, so that's it. Quan Tu Dao looked more seriously at the dragon and began to secretly consider that he wanted to kill him, but for the sake of dignity, he did it himself, so he became a toy for the rest of his life. Quan Tu Dao pointed his finger at the black dragon flying in the sky. I have heard about it for a long time. My father's saintly world tore apart the Supreme Dragon Clan. Today, Quan Tu Dao, I have to inherit the family business. A source of power as brilliant as fire flared up in the direction of Quan Tu Dao's hand. Quan Tu Dao's sharp eyes turned forward and said loudly, "You must destroy that fish that hides its head and its tail." From above the dark clouds in the sky, gradually appeared rays of light shining down on the ground. From those lights, a golden dragon followed that light source and flew down. The black dragon is standing in the light that pierces the cloud of pain. This light is burning my armor. Before Quan Tu Dao's attack, the black dragon became angry and started spitting fire at Quan Tu Dao. This kid was able to oppress his apparition. Before the appearance of two dragons in the sky, the people standing around the stage exclaimed in surprise, "Yes, the supreme Yulong of the ancestral dragon nest. No wonder that dragon's son dared to come to the Quan family to challenge. It turns out that there is a supreme guard behind. Wait, that is to say, with the true spirit cultivation level of the Quan family's servants. Force the supreme being to appear. Oh my god, It's been thousands of years since something like this happened. Quan Tu Dao leaned forward. He stood tall, raised his head to look at the black dragon and said calmly, "Humph, you coward, it has finally appeared." The black dragon, his unpleasant face turned his gaze towards Quan Tu Dao, the Quan family's juniors. "Their courage is commendable. This matter today, let's stop here." Quan Tu Dao bowed his head slightly, smiled and replied, "Haha, just use it here. Come to the Quan family to challenge, then use this despicable trick to target me." Quan Tu Dao's face darkened, his eyes filled with murderous intent towards the angry dragon. Now he said these gentle words, "Do you think he will make me stop? It's too condescending, isn't it?" Seeing Quan Tu Dao's expression, the black dragon gradually became impatient as he looked at Quan Tu Dao and asked, "What do you want?" Quan Tu Dao's eyes were extremely scary. He raised his hand, gathered energy into his palm, turned towards the black dragon and said, "Haven't I said it clearly enough? Today I must succeed my father, slay your dragon." At Quan Tu Dao's words, the dragon seemed angry and reached its limit, glaring and shouting loudly, boldly. The black dragon was angry, emitting extremely strong power around its range. Deep Tin Van standing nearby could not withstand the power of the black dragon, so she knelt to the ground in pain. Even the Snow Emperor and Sword King themselves are being overwhelmed by the power of the black dragon. Yet Quan Tu Dao remained unharmed, standing tall and proud before the extremely strong power of the black dragon. Quan Tu Dao turned his face towards the black dragon with an extremely determined face. Seeing that Quan Tu Dao himself was still unharmed, the black dragon gradually appreciated Quan Tu Dao and thought to himself, "The little ghost of the true spirit realm can withstand my power." The footsteps of a man rushing forward. That was Quan Van Keep. Quan Van Keep raised his hand as if preparing to attack towards the black dragon. Suddenly a hand was placed on Quan Van Keep's shoulder. Quan Van Keep turned his head in confusion. It turned out that the person who put his hand on Quan Van Keep's shoulder to stop him was Quan Chien Tien. Quan Chien Tien looked at Quan Van Keep with a serious face, showing that he wanted Quan Van Keep to stop his actions. Everything should be left to Quan Tu Dao's discretion. Quan Chien Tien looked at Quan Van Keep and shook his head. At this moment, from above, a voice containing immense anger rang out like thunder. "Since when did a small supreme being dare to be rude to my Quan family?" Quan Van Keep and Quan Chien Tien both looked up. Quan Van Keep opened his eyes wide in surprise. This sound was. The black dragon's eyes glowed. The black dragon's premonition told him that something bad was about to happen, and he secretly thought, "Not good." The black dragon's eyes glowed. The black dragon's premonition told him that something bad was about to happen, and he secretly thought, "Not good." An extremely powerful bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The black dragon appeared right in the direction of the lightning. The black dragon was hit, and was pushed away in pain. The dragon's arm was severed from being hit by that fierce lightning bolt. The black dragon's huge arm fell towards the ground. The surrounding people looked fearfully at the direction of the falling black dragon's arm. The man in a brown shirt standing nearby exclaimed, "Oh my God!" After the black dragon's arm fell, the surrounding people came closer to see. One of them spoke up, "The Supreme's arm, just like that, was cut off." Quan Tu Dao calmly turned his head. As soon as Quan Tu Dao turned around, he saw an extremely surprising scene. A hand was squeezing Long Gao Tian's neck. A familiar voice rang out, "You could have taken this little devil out of here safely. But you chose to attack the Quan family." The person who just spoke is the 18th generation patriarch. The Quan family's people also recognized the person coming as the 18th ancestor. The black dragon angrily breathed fire, looked at the 18th ancestor and shouted, "Quan Thap Bat, stop, are you planning to kill him?" The 18th patriarch's eyes darkened and fiercely turned towards the threatening black dragon. "It wasn't just him. It was you too." Quan Tu Dao was shocked by the words of the 18th ancestor, turned his head towards the 18th ancestor, intending to stop him. "Wait." But before Quan Tu Dao could finish his words, the black dragon became angry and angry. "Since it's already here, then stay." The black dragon did not care about his broken hand. Regardless, he rushed towards the 18th ancestor angrily. "You crazy person. Do you want to promote the eternal war between the Quan family and the ancestral dragon nest?" The 18th patriarch still kept a calm face and responded, making noise. Then the 18th patriarch began to put his hands behind his shoulders to gather energy to prepare to attack, making noise. The black dragon bent its body, successfully avoiding the attack of the 18th ancestor. The black dragon turned its head towards the 18th ancestor, looking from above and looking down. What could the eternal war be like? "Quan family, I have been living in the fairyland for so many years. Who should I fear?" However, the black dragon could not avoid it forever. Just after the 18th patriarch's second attack, the black dragon could no longer dodge and was hit, electric rays surrounding its body. "Dragon!" The black dragon could not stand and fell straight to the ground. The Quan family's people stood nearby and looked towards the black dragon that had just fallen. One of the Quan family's people exclaimed, "Green, green immortal sword technique. One sword to slay the dragon." From above, the 18th ancestor called Quan Qiantian's name, Qiantian. Quan Qiantian suddenly turned his eyes towards the 18th ancestor, fearfully answering, "Yes." The 18th generation patriarch looked solemnly at Quan Qiantian and told him to roast this black dragon and entertain the guests. Quan Qiantian did not dare to disobey or refute. Quan Qiantian's face was solemn as he obeyed and replied, "Yes." The surrounding people were looking towards the black dragon and couldn't help but ponder. The young man in blue looked at the person standing next to him with a somewhat unbelievable appearance. The blood, the flesh and blood of the Supreme Dragon Clan. "For us to eat." The young man in the red shirt turned his eyes to the young man in the blue shirt and said, "After eating, he will offend the dragon's ancestors. If he doesn't eat, he will not lose the Quan family's reputation. What should I do?" The 18th patriarch suddenly spoke at this moment. Surely everyone present knows that the two young men who were discussing immediately stopped, looking worriedly at the 18th patriarch's direction. The 18th ancestor's head was protected by a magic ring. In his hand, the 18th ancestor was holding on to the unconscious mangaA-Z. The 18th ancestor stood on top of the roof, proudly looking down at everyone. "The people below, my Quan family has a ranking of 10 people, all of them are peerless geniuses. But above those 10 people, there was another position. Quan Van Keep, Quan Tuet Hong and Quan Truong Kim all raised their eyes and listened attentively. The sword that killed the dragon son of the dragon nest ancestor, fighting against the supreme Yu dragon, the son of the Quan family Quan Tu Dao, is the new ranking person of our Quan family." The 18th generation ancestor turned towards Quan Tu Dao with sharp eyes. Quan Van Keep looked at Quan Tu Dao with an unconvinced expression. Quan Tu Dao raised his eyes to look at the 18th ancestor, surrounded by the noisy chatter of everyone around him evaluating Quan Tu Dao. As expected, after all, he was still the most revered person. Even breaking through the chains of the ancient holy body, the true spirit realm can force the supreme being to manifest. There are few people in this world who can do it. Moreover, the last great emperor of the ancient immortal realm. I'm afraid that this time the Quan family has given birth to a great emperor. Even though he is the leader of the Quan family, Quan Tu Dao still shows no sign of joy or excitement, but Quan Tu Dao's eyes are still focused on the Quan family. Up to the 18th patriarch, diligently paying attention to something. Before Quan Tu Dao's gaze, the 18th ancestor looked down in wonder. 18th generation ancestor turned his eyes to mangaA-Z that he was holding in his hand and secretly guessed that he was very interested in this kid. Without the slightest hesitation, the 18th generation patriarch immediately threw mangaA-Z in front of Quan Tu Dao. Quan Tu Dao panicked and looked in the direction of mangaA-Z's fall. Quan Tu Dao silently looked at mangaA-Z's body, falling in front of him. The 18th generation ancestor looked down at Quan Tu Dao with a satisfied face. This kid has dragon essence in his body that has not yet been refined. Quan Tu Dao's face was sad, and his ears was the voice of the 18th patriarch. "Take it out, refine and absorb it yourself, it will be of great benefit to you." Having finished speaking, the 18th patriarch turned around and told Quan Tu Dao, "After the banquet ends, come see me." Quan Tu Dao still didn't react, he just stood still, looking down at mangaA-Z, lying at his feet. In the backyard of the emperor's palace, the people attending Quan Tu Dao's party were all forming small groups to grill food. Quang Tan Wai held a plate of dragon meat and approached Quang Lak Lai and asked, "Lak Lai, do you really want to eat dragon meat?" Quang Lak Lai looked at the plate of dragon meat, with a frightened expression and replied, "I don't want to, very horrible." On Deep Tin Van's side, the uncle came forward with a plate of dragon meat and held it out in front of Deep Tin Van, inviting the young master to eat it. "That supreme dragon meat is very useful for you." Deep Tin Van reluctantly held the plate of dragon meat and looked at it with a pale face. On Quan Qiantian's side, behind him was the appearance of Quan Van Keep and a worker. Quan Van Keep raised his eyebrows and looked at Quan Qiantian and asked, "Old man, I have a question." As if guessing Quan Van Keep's question, Quan Qiantian glanced at Quan Van Keep and asked again, "Do you want to ask whether Chu Dao will participate in the ranking competition or not?" "No." Quan Qiantian glanced at him and replied, "The order of its spiritual effects is from the moment of birth. The 18th grandfather has already assigned it." Before Quan Qiantian's answer, Quan Van Keep folded his arms, trembling with anger. Quan Qiantian held a piece of meat in one hand and held a plate of meat in the other hand, continuing, "I know maybe this isn't fair to you guys. Therefore, you can fight for its rank at any time. Only in this matter, the 10 worshipping ancestors will not interfere. Quan Chien Tien leaned over Quan Van Keep. After answering his questions from Quan Chien Tien, Quan Van Keep immediately bowed his head in silence. Quan Van Keep put his hand out in front of him, made a bowing gesture, bowed his head slightly to say goodbye. It was rude. I still have something to do. I'll say goodbye. Quan Chien Tien glanced at Quan Van Keep and thought to himself, humph, even though this kid speaks unusually, he is not an idiot. If he fights Tu Dao now, the Quan family will lose face. Quan Chien Tien turned his head towards his servant and asked, yes, where is Tu Dao? The soldier who followed Quan Chien Tien quickly replied, tell the clan, I have gone to refine dragon essence. According to the situation, this servant can directly break through the realm and create a divine beauty in his body. The soldier following him said with a smiling expression, Quan Van Keep thought while eating, the true spirit realm to the divine realm, this is a big leap. Quan Chien Tien suddenly stretched his body and shouted loudly, no way, we must find it quickly. On Quan Tu Dao's side, he was now sitting on the railing, looking forward, looking extremely sad. Quan Lin Lung looked at Quan Tu Dao curiously, gingerly asked, that is Long Hao Tian's body. Quan Tu Dao raised his hand holding a small wooden box, in front of Quan Lin Lung. He immediately made a request, burn it, here, bury this for me. Quan Lin Lung held the wooden box in his hand, looked at Quan Tu Dao's back and asked with some concern. It seemed he was a bit depressed. Quan Tu Dao still calmly asked again, as you can see I should be happy. Quan Tu Dao held a sparkling yellow gem in his hand, looked at it, and pondered. Indeed, a talented person had just appeared to defeat his opponent, resisting the supreme power that surpassed him. 7 or 8 realms of self, bringing glory to the family. I should be happy. In this world, human life is really cheap. In a world of conflicts, big fish eat small fish, the strong are honored. If he came to the Quan family to cause trouble, then of course he was prepared to die. Quan Lin Lung immediately saw that. Ask again, why do you care? Quan Tu Dao had a sad expression, wondering to himself, his eyes staring blankly forward, the big fish swallowing the small fish. So what's the difference between humans and wild beasts? Quan Lin Lung silently glanced at Quan Tu Dao. Suddenly she grinned. Quan Lin Lung smiled and said, ha, indeed, your way of thinking is very different from the people of this world. If you are not satisfied with the laws of this world, Quan Lin Lung's eyes gradually become sharp. Quan Lin Lung and Quan Tu Dao looked down. She proposed, then they can only become the supreme of the supreme, the only great emperor of the whole world. Only then will you have enough power to change the law. Quan Lin Lung's hair was 7 in a row. She stood proudly looking at Quan Tu Dao. Quan Tu Dao brightened up a bit. His expression happily agreed, haha, what you said was very right. Quan Tu Dao sat on the railing, his hands placed on his thighs. His eyes looked into the distance aimlessly and thought to himself, whether reincarnated or the system, I have these things, in the end. There's a reason for it. Quan Tu Dao raised his hand and said loudly towards the moon, up and down the world, 3,000 worlds. I am the great emperor, Fuang Dac, Tu Dao. Quan Tu Dao clenched their fists, their eyes filled with immense determination. Quan Lin Lung's eyes widened, looking at Quan Tu Dao in shock. Quan Lin Lung in the back was speechless, just standing there stunned for a long time. The space remained so silent. Suddenly, 2 silhouettes appeared in Lin Lung's eyes. Those 2 figures gradually got closer to her. Looking closely, it was Quan Tu Dao walking behind her. At this time, Quan Tu Dao stood on top of the world, hailed by everyone as Emperor Quan. Below are tens of thousands of people, kneeling at the foot of the mountain, chanting, worshipping, continuously calling names, Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Emperor. That image quickly disappeared. From Quan Lin Lung's eyes, lightning continuously appeared. Quan Lin Lung covered his eyes, his head aching with cold sweat, thinking, oh, that is, the future is seen by the heart of 7th young master Quan Lin Lung, or should I say, the true God. Quan Tu Dao turned his head and looked at the shimmering eyes with puzzled eyes and asked, what's wrong with you? Why does your face suddenly look so bad? Quan Lin Lung quickly jumped up and replied, no, it's okay. Quan Tu Dao jumped down from the railing. Quan Tu Dao held out his hand, and a sparkling orange-yellow gem appeared in his hand. He said, when I absorb this dragon essence, I will definitely break through the realm. Every time the ancient sacred body breaks through to a new realm, it will attract lightning. She left here to avoid being affected by the lightning. Quan Tu Dao put his hands behind his back and looked at Quan Lin Lung on the upper floor. 2. Quan Tu Dao advised me to prepare clothes for me. Quan Lin Lung responded as ordered, yes. The next day, Quan Tu Dao rushed down from the roof. Even at that height, Quan Tu Dao still landed safely without any problems. The moonlight hidden behind the clouds gradually appeared. Quan Tu Dao's face turned cold. He held the pearl out in front of him. Let's begin. From high in the sky, lightning from all directions gradually converged towards Quan Tu Dao. Faced with the scene he saw, Quan Chien Tian opened his eyes wide and watched, surrounded by the sounds of people talking. That is, calamity. Someone has overcome calamity. No idea. It has already begun. Small lightning bolts gradually accumulate, forming a large lightning bolt. Then it directly hit Quan Tu Dao's body. The huge lightning still showed no signs of stopping, continuing to strike Quan Tu Dao. Quan Tu Dao opened his hand and took out a gourd. Quan Tu Dao threw that torch forward. Quan Tu Dao raised his hand to control the torches, letting the torches absorb the energy of the thunder. There wasn't just one. Quan Tu Dao threw out many more, looked at the direction of the top boxes and ordered up. Quan Tu Dao raised his hand to control the torches, letting the torches absorb the energy of the thunder. Quan Tu Dao covered his mouth with one hand, the other hand facing up, his face looking serious. The power of the lightning was really too strong, causing Quan Tu Dao's insides to be slightly impacted, making Quan Tu Dao's mouth overflow with blood, but Quan Tu Dao still paid no attention and continued his work. At the same time, Quan Tu Dao also thought to himself, the magical power of the prison guard idol has a total of 4 transformations, divided into the strongest attack that can penetrate all things, the Spear of the Gods, the most deadly defense move that can block all things. The gods protect, powerful body techniques as fast as the dark demon's wings of the wind, and refines all things in the world. The gourd had now turned into a giant. Quan Tu Dao bowed his head slightly. His body was in an attack position. One hand was placed in front of his mouth. The other hand was raised high to support the gourd. Launching a move, hell was unleashed. Quan Tu Dao's face was cold, his eyes glowing. He turned his head towards his hand to release energy. Hundreds of thousands of lightning strikes. The yellow energy carried immense power, hitting Quan Tu Dao's body, covering Quan Tu Dao's entire body. While absorbing the energy, Quan Tu Dao said loudly, "Molding my immortal holy body." The group of people nearby, their expressions filled with fear, turned their eyes towards the direction of that bright light. A long-haired young man wearing a blue shirt is raising his hand to his forehead to reduce the brightness of his vision. The aura is yellow. Is the Quan family's servant saving the ancient holy body? Quan Tu Dao's forehead radiated a sparkling cross-shaped light source. After absorbing enough energy, Quan Tu Dao now became taller and more muscular. From his body to everything he looked like a strong young man. His body with 8-pack muscles. Quan Tu Dao was quiet. Put his hand on his chest. Quan Tu Dao's cold eyes looked up at the sky. Quan Tu Dao looked at the dark clouds that had just gathered but were now pale and gradually spreading out. So they were gone, right? The crowd looked up at the sky. The clouds rotated, forming a deep cylinder, holding it, emitting a dazzling yellow light. A small yellow elephant made from the energy of lightning appeared, jumped to the ground. The surrounding crowd stared in surprise. Everyone looked up at the sky that was just dark with thunder and lightning, but now it had returned to a peaceful state, leaving only a bright moonlight. Everyone is constantly talking, but yet, defeating the world, haha, what genius overcomes the world without the fear of failure? This dispute, I'm afraid, is about to become the arena of only God. Died from the Quan family. Quan Tu Dao's face was cold, standing proudly with his eyes forward. Quan Tu Dao's eyes were uncertain. In his mind he was secretly thinking, the Dantian gathers the spirit sea, the mind builds a divine palace, the body transforms the true spirit. Completing those 3 realms, you will be able to build the divine statue next to you. In the body, connecting the spiritual sea Dantian and the God sea you mind. Quan Tu Dao raised his hand to touch his chest to feel each bone of himself, and then continued to silently calculate. Most of the strength of the heavenly tribulation and dragon yuan had been absorbed by the will of the bone, still lacking a little more. Only then can one completely build a divine state. Quan Tu Dao placed the palm on his chest and thought to himself, it seems like we have to find a natural treasure to train him. Quan Tu Dao's body was floating in the air, engrossed in his own thoughts, when Quan Lin Lung carried his belongings and bowed his head and called, "My lord." Quan Tu Dao looked down and replied, "You came at the right time." Quan Tu Dao took the shirt and put it on his body. Meanwhile, Quan Tu Dao said to Quan Lin Lung at the same time, "After the banquet ends, I want to leave the Emperor's palace and travel everywhere to practice. Please help me. Let's find some places worth going to." Quan Lin Lung respectfully replied yes. Quan Tu Dao looked ahead and thought, now, I should go see my ancestor. In Hong Chao, Dragon Nest, the demon beasts were extremely scared, clutching their heads and bowing to the ground. A cat demon beast raised its head, trembling. What exactly happened to make the supreme of the ancestral dragon nest so angry? In the room, a voice rang out from calm to angry. The thunder had temporarily subsided. What was the use of being so angry? Could it be that he wanted to kill the Quan family? That Quan Thap Bat, he had the audacity to kill the dragon's son of 2 tons descendants, and used one sword to cut off the U-dragon. Do you think that we are wild dogs and can do whatever we want? Quan Thap Bat is a famous madman of the Quan family. Wanting to seek revenge from him is too difficult. He dared to kill the dragon's son of our ancestral dragon nest, so why can't we kill his subordinates? The June family's straight brat, the ancient sacred body, is pampered by them endlessly, so he should come to life, right? That group of people stood on a circular pedestal. In the middle was a magical blue circle, translucent like a giant mirror. Those demon beasts looked at that circle and discussed whether they should report this or not. Tien knows, no need, how Tien is in seclusion refining the 5th dragon element, waiting for him to finish refining 7 pills, plus the blood of Emperor Dragon, enough to dominate the youth of the fairyland. At that time, even a member of the Quan family can be killed at will. Okay, Quan family, we must let them pay their blood debt with blood. High in the sky, with a large bird with white feathers flying towards the moon, Uncle Fook looked at Deep Tin Van, who was sadly sitting on the opposite side, and asked, "Young master, how do you feel?" Deep Tin Van forced a smile and replied, "Haha, the Quan family's son has 2 outstanding physiques, the ancient holy body and the supreme bone. His cultivation is far beyond mine, and he is not arrogant because of that." Deep Tin Van remembered the scene when Quan Tu Dao bowed to him. He continued, "Even treating me very well." Deep Tin Van's face was sad. She looked up and blamed herself. "I'm such a trash." Fook Bo was silent. Looking at Deep Tin Van's emotions, he thought to himself, has his heart collapsed? Deep Tin Van's eyes darkened and she continued, "But I didn't intend to give up." Deep Tin Van was ashamed, bowed his head and placed his hand on his chest, smiling and saying, "I just don't have the qualifications to become an obstacle on his path to becoming emperor. But there are things, you have to fight yourself." Painting. Fook Bo was extremely satisfied with Deep Tin Van's realization and smiled. "You think that's good?" At the Quan family's ancestral home, Quan Chu Dao raised his hand in front of him, closed his eyes and bowed his head to pay homage to the ancestor. The 18th patriarch was now meditating, in the middle of a magic circle, while Quan Chu Dao bowed his head towards the 18th patriarch and asked, "Are you looking for me?" 18th generation patriarch opened his eyes, sharp eyes showing satisfaction as he looked towards Quan Chu Dao and praised, "Very good." Quan Chu Dao proudly turned his eyes towards the 18th ancestor, and next to him were the praises of the 18th ancestor, with a proud aura, truly the shadow of a heavenly emperor. The 18th generation ancestor now looked at Quan Tu Dao with a serious face and asked, "Tu Dao, I ask you something." Quan Tu Dao raised his eyes to look at the 18th ancestor. The 18th ancestor opened his mouth to ask Quan Tu Dao, "If in the future I were the emperor of heaven, what would happen?" As if he had anticipated the question of the 18th great patriarch, Quan Tu Dao confidently answered, stating his truest thoughts. If he were the emperor, he would suppress the era and destroy everything. Enemies in the world. Quan Tu Dao with an extremely triumphant expression turned towards the 18th ancestor and replied, "If that were the case, it would be too boring. From ancient times to the present, any heavenly emperor could do it." The 18th generation ancestor looked at Quan Tu Dao with a quiet face. Quan Tu Dao put his hand in front of his eyes and listed, "If you were the emperor, you would create a world that resonates with ancient times." Quan Tu Dao pointed his hand at the 18th ancestor, and continued to give his opinion. "A new era that surpasses everyone's imagination." Quan Tu Dao expressed great anticipation, thinking about the era he was living in. A place with telephones, a place with Wi-Fi, an era where iron and steel were present on every road and people can touch the stars. The 18th patriarch looked at Quan Tu Dao with an extremely satisfied and interesting expression. The 18th patriarch left the place where he was meditating and jumped down. 18th generation patriarch walked past Quan Tu Dao and glanced at him and asked, "Tu Dao, do you want to learn the 6th immortal sword art?" Quan Tu Dao was a little worried, glanced at the 18th ancestor and asked back. It was the sword technique that killed the Supreme Yilong with one sword. The 18th patriarch still walked behind Quan Tu Dao without turning around, smiling lightly. "Haha, the sword is the king of hundreds of weapons. The sword techniques of the wild heaven have many, but the ones at the top the world is called the 5 great gods. The 6th immortal sword art of our Quan family is one of the 5 great magic arts." Quan Tu Dao thought silently. The 5 great gods decided. The 18th ancestor closed his eyes sadly. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the 6th immortal sword art is, it is also difficult to learn, so this secret technique is not for ordinary people, except for those who they wasted decades of time for no reason without reaching the threshold of initiation. Now you are about to go out and wander the world. This is the trump card I want to give you. Quan Tu Dao's face showed great determination. He stretched out his hand towards the 18th generation ancestor, thanking the ancestor. The 18th generation ancestor recalled the scene where he performed the move and said, "The 6 immortal sword techniques. In total there are only 3 techniques. The first immortal technique is the magic power of the sword, aimed at the physical body. The second immortal technique is the soul of the sword, aimed at the original spirit palace." 18th generation ancestor imagined the scene in which he fought with the black dragon and then continued to tell Quan Tu Dao, "The final form of the 6 immortals is also the sword I killed the supreme Yulong. It is the flesh of the soul, united with the sword." The 18th patriarch turned around and walked past Quan Tu Dao, without looking back. "Once you finish learning the first form, you will officially be able to go out and wander." The 18th generation ancestor suddenly turned his head. His sharp eyes looked at Quan Tu Dao, instructing him that from now on, he had to solve his own problems himself. He could not help but rely on this old man. Quan Tu Dao bowed his head slightly, his expression determined. Listening to the words of the 18th patriarch, Tu Dao understood. 3 months later, the treasury of the emperor's palace, under the high tower, echoed with voices. After counting the gifts at the 10th birthday party of this servant, were they classified and stored yet? The thin man wearing a white shirt looked forward and said to his friend standing behind him, "It's true that Quan Lin Lung's heart is lacking. We probably won't be able to do it for half a year." The man wearing a light blue shirt stood on his hands and knees in front of the tower's door. "Miss Quan Lin Lung, instead of saying she was my servant's maid, it would be more accurate to say butler." Quan Lin Lung was currently holding and reading a letter made from bamboo sticks with a very serious expression. Quan Lin Lung was silent, looking down seriously. She carefully read every word written on the letter. "Quan Lin Lung, my friend, my father is seriously ill at home, so he cannot attend the 10th birthday party of the Quan family's son. The Quan family is the supreme ancient family. Please give me an immortal torch. Death, to save the king of our country, to save billions of people. The ancient land of the Vermilion King would like to repay the favor." After reading the letter, Quan Lin Lung felt a bit surprised and thought, "This letter is not written for me, but for her." Suddenly, the room she stood in suddenly shook violently. Debris fell from the ceiling of the room. Quan Lin Lung suddenly looked up. Right after that, Quan Lin Lung quickly turned his head to look outside the door. In the distance, a mountain away, from which a large source of energy radiated, a man stood outside the tower, in the direction of the Quan family's ancestral home. A source of yellow energy, radiating high like a skyscraper pillar. Clouds spread out and revolve around that source of energy. Quan Lin Lung looked worriedly at that huge energy pillar. A large source of energy from the sky hit Quan Tu Dao's direction. Quan Tian looked towards the source of that energy in surprise and exclaimed, "6 immortal sword art, is the 18th ancestor." The man looked to be old, holding his hands behind his back towards the source of energy with a calm expression. That was not right. Although this sword was very brave, it still did not reach the level of the 18th patriarch, a grown man. Another age group wearing a gray shirt looked at it, and exclaimed, "It's Tu Dao." The old man wearing a gray shirt, his face darkened, looked at the energy source and asked suspiciously, "It's only been 3 months, that kid has learned the 6 immortal sword art. What kind of demon is it?" At the Quan Jia's ancestral home, the 18th generation patriarch looked extremely happy looking towards Quan Tu Dao. "Ha ha ha, little boy." High in the sky, the great source of energy had disappeared, the clouds gradually dispersed, the sky returned to its clear appearance. Quan Tu Dao was in a forward stance, one hand facing forward, the other hand held lower, leaning over to ask the 18th ancestor, "Old ancestor, is this immortal move of mine up to standard?" The 18th generation's ancestor looked up. The 18th generation's ancestor covered his eyes with one hand and laughed loudly. That year, the old man mastered the immortal technique. It took a year, kid. Quan Tu Dao happily glanced at the 18th ancestor. 18th generation patriarch excitedly patted Quan Tu Dao's back. The 18th patriarch stood next to Quan Tu Dao. The two of them looked down from above. The 18th patriarch said, "Let's go. It's time to create an era that belongs to you." At Quan Tian's palace, Quan Tu Dao just woke up, walked out of the room and comfortably stretched. Quan Tu Dao thought to himself in a very good mood. He could finally go down the mountain to wander, wondering if the little spirit boy would choose a good place for him or not. Quan Tu Dao put his hand on his chin and thought, "That's right. I have to go say goodbye to my grandfather." Just as Quan Tu Dao mentioned it, Quan Tian appeared. Quan Tian stood next to his grandson, looking towards him. Quan Tu Dao asked, "Are you looking for me?" As if he was familiar with the sudden appearance of Quan Tian, Quan Tu Dao was not startled at all. His expression was very calm and he turned to ask, "Grandpa, why are you like a little ghost?" Quan Qian was no longer unfamiliar with his nephew's way of asking, so he looked down at Quan Chu Dao. "What a waste of words. You caused such a big commotion in the ancestral land. How could I not see it?" Quan Chu Dao raised his hand to his nose and said proudly that he had learned the 6 immortal sword art. Quan Qian suddenly fell silent, looking at Quan Chu Dao. "What a little monster, watching you grow up from a young age, yet I did not discover that you were hiding a supreme set of bones." Quan Chu Dao closed his eyes to avoid Quan Qian's eyes. "He didn't hide anything from grandfather. I just discovered it. It can be said that your 2 grandsons will be stronger when they encounter difficulties." Quan Qian bowed his head slightly. "Okay, I didn't come here to talk nonsense." Quan Chu Dao put his hands on his sides and looked at Quan Qian. In his ears were Quan Qian's instructions. "Tu Dao, you have 2 peak physiques in your body. Cultivation also requires urgent effort." Pair. Quan Qian recalled the extremely strange scene when Quan Tu Dao was born and continued, especially the ancient sacred body. From the moment he was born, the scene of thousands of saints worshipping appeared, still containing 5 hidden meanings. The types of phenomena that have not yet been awakened, these 5 types of phenomena, need you to comprehend for yourself. Quan Qian's eyes looked calm, filled with joy as he looked at Quan Tu Dao. "But I know, where can I help you comprehend the second vision of the 2 saints?" Quan Tu Dao looked at Quan Qian with extremely surprised eyes. Quan Tu Dao suddenly changed his attitude 180 degrees, quickly opened his eyes wide and sparkled, leaning on Quan Qian to act coyly. "Grandfather, tell me to go snooping." Look at Quan Tu Dao's actions. Quan Qian, his face darkened and he thought to himself, "Why is this feeling familiar?" Quan Qian used his hand to push Quan Tu Dao's face away from him. Okay, stop being so cheesy here." Quan Qian looked seriously at Quan Tu Dao and asked, "Have you ever heard of manhwa then true?" Quan Tu Dao was being pushed away by his grandfather. When he heard Quan Qian's question, he quickly responded, "Manhwa then true seems to be the pinnacle of the eternal divine dynasty, right?" Quan Qian proudly put his hands on his hips and looked at Quan Tu Dao. "That's right, the founder of the Ban Wuthan dynasty was Ban. But that's not important. Our Quan family also had great energy too. The important thing is, hearing that Emperor Ban Wu is an ancient sacred body." Quan Qian looked towards Quan Tu Dao. "There are rumors that, deep inside the royal palace of the Ban Wuthan dynasty, there is a Ban Wu Lang, which may be related to the great Emperor Ban Wu." Quan Tu Dao put his hand on his chin in thought, then looked at Quan Qian in wonder and asked, "But Ban Wu then true will not easily let others enter their secret realm, right?" Quan Qian turned away. That's right." Suddenly Quan Qian turned around, his hands on his hips, his face extremely excited, but it wasn't necessarily impossible, just telling him the way. If it really couldn't work, then because knowing your future, breaking in is not impossible. When Quan Tu Dao saw his grandfather's excited spirit, he immediately felt helpless and thought to himself, the domineering spirit of the Quan family truly started from one source. Quan Tu Dao stood opposite Quan Qian, put his hands on his hips and seriously looked at Quan Qian and replied, "I remember this." Quan Tu Dao with extremely determined eyes, "I will find an opportunity to visit the Vulang table." The system notice board appears, congratulating the host that the login location has been renewed. Quan Tu Dao walked in the forest, raising his hand to his chin as a habit and thinking thoughtfully. 2 login locations have been activated, the mysterious secret treasure of the Yuan Tian Shitun and the Ban Wu Lang. I can't go to either of them. Those 2 places in a short time. While in a state of thought, as if accidentally seeing something, he glanced to the side and exclaimed, "Huh?" In a canopy built to rest, Quan Lin Lung was sitting there thoughtfully, looking into the distance. Quan Tu Dao looked at Quan Lin Lung with a slightly happy look in his eyes and asked, "Oh, you're probably not waiting for me, are you?" Hearing Quan Tu Dao's voice, Quan Lin Lung immediately looked at Quan Tu Dao and smiled and replied, "I am your servant, so I should be here." Quan Tu Dao immediately hugged himself with his hands and pretended to be cold. "No, you're making me shiver like that. Just say something if there's something wrong." Quan Lin Lung suddenly became quiet, bowed his head with deep sadness in his eyes, and remained silent, not saying a word. Quan Lin Lung presented the letter he received to Quan Tu Dao. Quan Lin Lung sat down on his knees, put the letter in front of him, bowed his head. Quan Lin Lung indeed had something to ask. Quan Tu Dao looked down at Quan Lin Lung, who was kneeling with unhappy eyes. "Didn't I say I didn't like it when everyone suddenly knelt down?" Quan Tu Dao took the letter from Quan Lin Lung's hand and left so I could see. Quan Tu Dao opened the letter and read, "Ancient Country Peacock, Medicine for Rebirth." Quan Tu Dao's face suddenly darkened, He didn't seem very happy. It's true that I don't lack these things. It's not impossible to give one. The system notification pops up. Congratulations to the host. The login location has been renewed. Please go to the royal palace of the ancient country of the peacock. In the 3,000 walking pearls, fire pearls, and ancient vermilion birds. In the imperial city, a girl with orange hair sadly stood next to her father's hospital bed. The girl's father lay on the bed and kept coughing. The man looked at his weak daughter manhwa. The elixir can't save me anymore. Don't make things difficult for yourself anymore. It turns out that this seriously ill man lying on the bed is an ancient peacock. Kingdom King. That girl's name is manhwa. Manhwa sadly lowered her head to look at the blanket on the hospital bed of the ancient vermilion bird. In her ear was the faint voice of the ancient vermilion bird. Manhwa grabbed her father's thin hand to reassure him. Father can rest assured, I already have a clue. Manhwa tried to smile and affirmed, Manhwa will definitely cure you. She is the daughter of the ancient vermilion. She is the ancient vermilion, queen by manhwa. Suddenly a maid entered the room to announce, Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the Prince of the ancient Qinglong country is waiting for you in the hall. The ancient country's vermilion lord clutched his chest with his hands. In pain and anger, that bastard, kick him out for me. Manhwa held her father's hand tightly to reassure her. Father, don't be angry. Manhwa was cold. Her eyes gradually became sharp as she looked at the ancient vermilion country. Let me deal with him. Manhwa walked to a beautifully decorated room. Inside there was a man waiting for Manhwa with his back to the door. Manhwa stepped forward, knelt down, bowed her head in greeting. Long time no see. The welcome was not very warm. I still hope for your highness's forgiveness. Before Manhwa's greeting, the man still did not turn his back and ask, Manhwa, why is it like this between me and you? That man had blue hair, a slightly happy expression, then continued, I hadn't seen him for a few days. He looked a lot thinner. It turned out that the blue-haired man was the ancient Qinglong great Prince Tuathan. Manhwa looked at Tuathan and smiled, thanking your highness for your concern. Tuathan used extremely affectionate eyes to look at Manhwa in response. Rest assured, waiting for our big wedding day, the ancient dragon country will bring the magic medicine comes as a bride price. Manhwa forced a smile, slightly tilted her head to show that she was extremely happy to answer. Manhwa relied on his highness. But on the outside she looked like she was not interested at all and thought to herself, if you really such generosity. After leaving that room, Manhwa hurriedly walked away. The maid following closely, Manhwa said indignantly, Hateful. Your Majesty has clearly been discovered by the Dragon Lord, but they are using this as an excuse to get your highness to marry. Tuathan, does he still have the face to act intimately in front of your highness, the face of Manhwa's maid? Manhwa is extremely angry about Tuathan. Before the maid's words, Manhwa stopped, tilted her head towards her maid, her face turned a bit cold, showing a dissatisfied reminder, Achoo, keep your voice down, there are a lot of outside eyes and ears. Not to mention how out there is so vast. Manhwa's maid turned out to be named Achoo. Achoo lowered his head, his expression extremely resentful. I was upset because of your highness. Manhwa bowed her head slightly. Her face extremely tired, she raised her hand and sighed silently. Sigh. Manhwa stood still, sadly looking straight at the scene before her eyes. Manhwa's back contained a desolate loneliness that could be put into words. Manhwa sadly thought to herself, if I really had to marry the ancient dragon country, the ancient vermilion nation will completely fall into a passive position. The ancestral inheritance will sooner or later be annexed by the ancient Qinglong nation. Manhwa raised her hand in front of her face filled with worry, thinking, is there no way? While deep in thought, at this moment a soldier hurriedly ran over to look at Manhwa. As he ran, he announced, Your Highness, there is an emergency. Due to running a long distance, when the soldier stopped, he gasped for breath, tiredly trying to say every word without saying a word. The Quan family sent a letter back. The soldier looked towards Manhwa and said loudly, Quan family, Quan family. Before the announcement he had just received, Manhwa was extremely surprised and turned his eyes towards the soldier. Manhwa urgently said, Quickly bring it up. The soldier did not dare to delay and quickly obeyed the order, clearly, then gave the newly delivered letter to Manhwa. Receiving the letter, Manhwa happily exclaimed, It's great, it's Quan Lin Lung who sent the letter, father has been saved. At the Quan family, the heavenly emperor's palace, Quan Tuathan raised his hand to his chin and thought, his face looking forward very uncertainly, this one is no good either. When Quan Lin Lung and an old woman quietly walked over, Quan Tuathan still didn't know and was just wondering about his choice even though he should still choose the child from before. But, the old woman looked at Quan Tuathan's actions and immediately asked Quan Lin Lung, What are you doing, young lady? She is the protector of the Quan family, Mrs. Hoa. Quan Lin Lung stood next to Ba Hoa, looked at Quan Chiu Dao, who was standing in the middle of the herd of spirit beasts, and replied, he was probably choosing which one to ride to Hoa Chao. Hoa Ba Ba held a cane in her hand. Her face looked at Quan Chiu Dao with a helpless expression, taking on the identity of a courtier to become a nine-dragon king. How could she choose among these strange beasts? Quan Lin Lung was similar, with a similar expression. I don't know what to say other than replying, he probably doesn't want to be too ostentatious, right? Quan Lin Lung's face was cold. He looked at Quan Chiu Dao and continued, if he wasn't afraid that someone would cause trouble, it's just that. Quan Chiu Dao held the letter in her hand and stood on the stairs, facing Quan Lin Lung. She said that she was ready to repay the favor of the country. Does that mean that the military and gods will obey us and become my vassal? Quan Lin Lung, standing behind Quan Chiu Dao, looked and replied, that's it. Quan Lin Lung raised his finger and looked at Quan Chiu Dao's extremely serious face to explain, in fact, every descendant of the Quan family has power behind them, even if the 10th person uses it. If you use a sword, there must be a sword sect behind you that is always ready to listen to orders. Although the ancient Vermilion nation's strength has declined in recent years, it is still better than nothing. Queen Bai Nak Ni is a Vermilion flower god. At a young age she is already a daughter of fortune. Quan Chiu Dao turned his head, looked at Quan Lin Lung, then covered his mouth and smiled and asked, you won't just beg for your little sister, right? Faced with Quan Chiu Dao's gesture and words, Quan Lin Lung immediately became frozen and turned to stone. Suddenly at this time, Quan Lin Lung sat down, crawled on the ground and raised his hand to cover half of his face, with a fake expression of pain and sadness. How dare Quan Lin Lung? How could Quan Lin Lung be so single-minded towards his subjects? Watching the courtier being deceived by the magical medicine of an outsider, in front of Quan Lin Lung's actions, Quan Chiu Dao was speechless, frozen and looked at the tired Quan Lin Lung. Okay, stop acting, kidding. A little. Quan Chiu Dao looked at Quan Lin Lung sadly. But I really don't want all the trophies to be in my hands. Whether the ancient Vermilion country deserves to have the magic medicine or not, I have to see with my own eyes. In contrast to Quan Chiu Dao's sadness, Quan Lin Lung felt a bit surprised, smiling slightly and thinking, this servant's way of doing things is also different from other people. Quan Lin Lung crossed his arms, closed his eyes, smiled smugly and thought, sure enough, that's the future I see. While in a state of thinking, I suddenly heard Quan Chiu Dao's call, little spirit boy. Quan Chiu Dao hugged a white sheep that was still chewing grass. Quan Chiu Dao was excited, let's ride it to the Pearl of Fire. This one can be a magical beast. Seeing that Quan Lin Lung didn't like him very much, he spat provocatively. Quan Lin Lung's angry expression couldn't have been more unpleasant. With an helpless protest, I refused. At the Quan family's mansion, Quan Lin Lung's voice rang out, that's right, before we leave, there's still one thing you need to decide. I wonder if you have time. Quan Chiu Dao was riding on the back of a sheep, then turned around and looked at Quan Lin Lung in bewilderment, asking, what's going on? Quan Lin Lung with a cold face looked at Quan Chiu Dao and answered, it was Lam Ta Na. I have temporarily locked her in the dungeon. The old clan has left this matter for you to handle. As soon as he heard Quan Lin Lung mention Lam Ta Na, Quan Chiu Dao's expression immediately changed. He remained unhappy, that noisy little girl. Quan Chiu Dao looked at Quan Lin Lung to ask how to handle her. How do you think we should handle her? Before Quan Chiu Dao's question, Quan Lin Lung was extremely surprised. Quan Lin Lung bowed his head low, his face regretful, colluding with a foreign clan, causing harm to the Quan family. According to the clan rules, of course he had to be punished. Quan Chiu Dao, at Quan Lin Lung's request, asked again and punished him. Quan Lin Lung explained, it was nailing the sinner's limbs to wooden stakes and drying them in the sun until they withered. Quan Chiu Dao was unhappy and thought to himself, this is the punishment of the natives. Quan Chiu Dao raised his hand towards Quan Lin Lung. Faced with the confusion of Ms. Quan Chiu Dao's request, Quan Lin Lung took out a pen and paper. When Quan Lin Lung saw Quan Chiu Dao call himself like that, he felt a little worried and thought, normally calling him by his first name means it's something serious. Quan Chiu Dao raised one hand to stroke his hair, the other hand held out in front of his eyes, his face extremely confident. Quan family has me. Why worry about the great emperor not appearing? These are the words of the future great emperor. From now on, every school-age child must be given the entire text to recite. Quan Lin Lung took out a pen and paper, his face extremely attentive, recording what Quan Chiu Dao said. Quan Chiu Dao's face sank, his eyes turned a little colder. Remember, for a stupid little girl like Lam Ta Na, quoting the first teaching of the heavenly emperor, not teaching but killing is called in the street. Before Quan Chiu Dao's words, Quan Lin Lung looked at Quan Chiu Dao in shock. At the Quan family's prison, Lam Ta Na knelt on a cushion, eyes blank, sitting silently in the middle of the room. Seeing someone, Lam Tan Na raised her head. Her eyes were haggard. Her lifeless face looked through the iron bars. As soon as Quan Lin Lung stopped in front of the cell door, Lam Tan Na spoke up. "Ha, finally arrived." Quan Lin Lung stood straight, looking at Lam Tan Na through the iron bar door without responding. Lam Tan Na sat inside like a person who had completely lost all hope for his life, looking straight at Quan Lin Lung and offering a request. "I only have one request, let me rest in peace." Quan Lin Lung's eyes were lonely. He bowed his head slightly to avoid Lam Tan Na's gaze. "I only came to convey my servant's punishment to you." Outside the prison door, there were 2 soldiers standing solemnly guarding both sides of the prison door. Inside the prison, the voices of Quan Lin Lung and Lam Tan Na were heard. She colluded with foreigners to bring disaster to the army. Family, the Mandarin forced her to kneel outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace for a year to think. During this year, no matter what happened, she was not allowed to leave. At this moment, Quan Lin Lung looked straight at Lam Tan Na and obeyed Quan Tu Dao's words and continued. 1 year later, after the grudge ended, she would be expelled from the Quan family, and the Quan family would no longer look for her to cause trouble. If you still have resentment towards me, please cultivate yourself and challenge him. He will not refuse anyone's challenge, has no regrets, and continues to collude with foreigners to target you. Quan, then he will level any force that you collude with. Lam Tan Na's haggard face, extremely surprised eyes turned towards Quan Lin Lung, then killed her himself. The scene changes to Quan Truong Kim and Quan Tuat Hong. Quan Truong Kim is now sitting on a large stone in sadness. His servant, "Isn't this aimed at me?" Quan Tuat Hong stands next to him with his arms crossed, looking back. Front, Quan Tuat Hong heard Quan Truong Kim's words. His face looked extremely uncomfortable. Glanced at Quan Truong Kim. This servant probably didn't care at all about the person who offended him that year, the person in need. Why should we be so concerned? Quan Truong Kim still bowed his head, his face sad and silent. At the Quan family's mansion, Quan Chien Tian's complaint rang out. That kid was still too soft-hearted. Instead of being soft-hearted, let's say, the old man with his hair in a bun and beard stood next to Quan Chien Tian. In this era where everyone is domineering, he wants to walk on the royal path and make all people submit to him. Quan Chien Tian looked forward with a sad face. The path of kingship is much more difficult than tyranny. There are few people in this world who can truly make all people submit. The scene changes to the ancient royal palace of the Vermilion King. Nak Ni happily looked at Quan Lin Lung and exclaimed, "Lin Ni." When he saw Nak Ni, Quan Lin Lung was equally happy and called her name, Nak Ni. Nak Ni was happy, smiling and holding Quan Lin Lung's hand tightly. As expected, in the end, she still had to rely on her sisters. There is no one trustworthy in men. Quan Lin Lung looked at Nak Ni with extremely gentle eyes. In return, don't praise me. Quan Lin Lung smiled and looked at Nak Ni. The immortal unicorn medicine is there, but it is not in my hands. Before Quan Lin Lung's words, Nak Ni immediately felt a little worried and asked, "What do you mean?" Quan Lin Lung stood opposite Nak Ni and slowly explained, "My shop owner said he wanted to see with his own eyes whether this country was worthy of him taking out the immortality medicine, so we didn't come here together." When he heard Quan Lin Lung say that, she was extremely surprised and asked, "My lord, what kind of evil person is the person who can make such an arrogant person like you willing to follow?" Quan Lin Lung's face immediately changed color, avoided eye contact and replied, "You will know about this when you meet me." In some imperial citadel, Quan Tu Dao was pouring the teapot into the teacup. Quan Tu Dao held a cup of tea in his hand, enjoying it immensely. Delicious tea. Quan Tu Dao looked up at the scene in front of him and thought to himself, but it would be better without this noisy group of people. In front of Quan Tu Dao's eyes were 2 men. The man with gray hair was strangling his neck. The man in the brown shirt lifted it up and kept shouting, "Are you deaf? What we want is the best wine and food in town. You guys are taking this out to get rid of us?" The gray-haired man smiled contemptuously. His face showed a smug look. His hand was even stronger in strangling the man in the brown shirt. "Don't you know who we are?" Quan Tu Dao looked up at the scene in front of him and thought to himself, "What I want is good wine at your place." In front of Quan Tu Dao's eyes there are 2 men. The man is strangling the second child's neck and then lifting him up, but kept shouting, "What kind of junk did you take out like this?" The man smiled scornfully. His face looked smug. His hand was even stronger in strangling the young man. "Don't you know who we are?" The man's expression was smug. He looked up at the young man threateningly. "You bastard, because of you, my brothers are in a bad mood. How will you compensate?" Xiao Er was strangled. Due to lack of air, her face turned red, tears and snot flowed out, speechless, and she cried softly. Someone's hand held the man's arm. The scene in the room was now terrifyingly quiet. The person blocking the man's actions was the vermilion monk. The man turned to look at the vermilion porcelain with an annoyed expression. No matter what, the vermilion envoy wants to come and upset my brothers, huh? Vermilion porcelain was silent, bowed his head slightly. No, I just feel that vermilion porcelain does not need to be angry with this kid. If the food in this restaurant is not to your liking, then we will find another place is better. At the vermilion bird's words, the blue dragon porcelain immediately lost interest and quickly threw the little girl to the ground and snorted coldly. The man looked down at the young man lying on the ground, his expression fierce. You rotten boy, out of respect for the vermilion monk, I will spare your life. Tan Long porcelain walked out of the restaurant, angry as he walked, asking for such unpalatable food to open the restaurant, quickly closed the door. Behind the vermilion bird, his hands were clenched tightly, showing his anger as he watched the back of the blue dragon porcelain leave. Next to him was the second child who was in a crawling position, hugging his neck, coughing nonstop. Quan Tu Dao held a chicken leg and chewed, looking forward unhappily, thinking uncomfortably, is it difficult to eat? It's true that wild boars can't eat bran. This delicious food doesn't know how to enjoy it. The vermilion monk knelt down in front of the second child, gently helped him up and asked, Are you okay? The monk took the innkeeper's hand and quickly placed the money in the innkeeper's hand. The vermilion envoy seriously looked at the shop owner. Take this here. The shop owner stared at the money in his palm with tears in his eyes. In his ears was the consoling voice of the vermilion duke. Just be patient, and it will pass. The innkeeper knelt before the monkey, respectfully thanked him for obeying. Yes, we will endure. Quan Tu Dao glanced at the scene he had just seen, remained silent, and said nothing. The owner of the restaurant held a tray of grilled lamb chops and walked to Quan Tu Dao's table. Objectively, your extra order of grilled lamb chops has arrived. As soon as the restaurant owner put the plate of chicken thighs on the table, Quan Tu Dao asked, Little brother, who are those people just now? Quan Tu Dao nodded on the lamb chops, his face showing displeasure as he looked at the restaurant owner. Even in the imperial capital, he dared to be so boastful, the king. Don't you care? The innkeeper looked at his tired hands and sighed. Sigh, there's something objectively you don't know. Our king a few years ago went with Lord Qinglong to search for the secret realm, but for some reason His Majesty was injured by the ancient demon beast Nine-Slayer demon. After that, he became seriously ill and could only lie on the bed to recuperate. Only the unicorn immortal medicine could cure him. Just in time, Lord Tan Long had an immortal medicine. He promised to give the medicine to our country, on the condition that we the emperor must intermarry with them. The innkeeper raised his finger and looked at Quan Tu Dao on the opposite side with a wary expression. These people were the subordinates of the ancient Qinglong prince. Quan Tu Dao thought in his head, it sounded like some kind of trick to exhaust people. Quan Tu Dao was chewing chicken, his face was gloomy, and he did not look at the shop owner. The unicorn immortality medicine is the golden miracle medicine that is hard to find. For those who practice, whether it is the righteous path or the immortal forces, there is no superior, yet the lord of the Qinglong country is willing to give up. The innkeeper replied with a sad face, Who knows? Those people from the ancient Qinglong country have been looking down on men and women every day since they came to the royal capital. But just think about the fact that Her Majesty the Queen is still respected. We will also endure it. Quan Tu Dao raised his eyes and looked at the shop owner in surprise. He seemed to respect the Queen very much. The shop owner's face remained unchanged and calmly replied, After all, the Queen's status is also a vermilion god of fire. Quan Tu Dao just raised his hand to wipe his mouth and his mischievous eyes, thinking to himself, Vermilion god of fire, a rare talent among 300 physiques. The shop owner now seemed more cheerful, looking at Quan Tu Dao and asking, You are a foreigner who came to visit the ancient vermilion country, right? The innkeeper put his hand on his chest and looked at Quan Tu Dao proudly. We are the people of the god bird, born in fire, die in flying fire. The fire god does not die, the god bird no death. The uncle's expression immediately brightened when mentioning Her Majesty the Queen. Therefore, Her Majesty the Queen is, for us vermilion people, a symbol of faith. Quan Tu Dao understood the whole story, smiled. That's it. The scene changes to the ancient vermilion country, the Queen's palace. Quan Tu Dao calmly clasped his hands behind his back and walked away. 2 soldiers were on patrol. As soon as they turned around, they saw the appearance of Quan Tu Dao. The soldier saw Quan Tu Dao and suddenly shouted loudly, Stop! Who are you? Why did you appear in the Queen's palace? Quan Tu Dao's face remained calm, smiling as if he had not heard the screams in front of him. Right after that, Quan Tu Dao calmly walked past, to the amazement of the 2 patrolling soldiers. When Quan Tu Dao walked a little way, the 2 had time to react and turn around. The soldier had a worried expression, tilted his eyes and shouted, "Where are you? There are assassins." As soon as I heard the soldier's voice, loud footsteps quickly came. The soldiers held swords and pointed them at Quan Chiu Dao. They were all in a fighting position. They spoke at the same time. "Who is the person who just arrived? Please speak up." Quan Chiu Dao calmly, without any fear and confidently looked straight at the soldiers. "Quan Jia's royal family, Quan Chiu Dao." At Quan Chiu Dao's words, both soldiers were extremely stunned, looking at Quan Chiu Dao and thinking, Quan. The soldier was still not humbled by Quan Chiu Dao's words, continuing to point his sword at Quan Chiu Dao with a determined expression, saying, "Even if you are a noble of the Quan family, you are not allowed to casually enter or leave the palace of the queen." Quan Chiu Dao looked at the soldier, smiled and thought, there is also that bone and energy, right? Nakni suddenly stepped out, looked at her soldiers and shouted, "You idiots, don't use your hands yet." The soldiers, upon seeing Nakni's appearance, immediately looked at them and said in unison, "Your Highness." Nakni looked towards Quan Chiu Dao. Her expression was extremely worried and scared, thinking to herself, "It's gone." As soon as she discovered the breath, she immediately came over, but the result was still too late. Quan Lin Lung's face was serious. Looking at Nakni, her voice was deep. "Nakni, I have to tell you about this first." Nakni looked at Quan Lin Lung and listened attentively. In her ears was Quan Lin Lung's advice about Quan Chiu Dao. "Although our young master is young, he has a strange personality. There are times when even I can't understand what he's thinking, so don't have any unrealistic thoughts." Quan Lin Lung stood next to Nakni, looking at Nakni with a very serious expression, warning him in advance that he would not take her seriously because she was my friend, nor would he expect me to be able to ask for her help. If I open my mouth, it will only make him more hostile towards you. If you want to get the immortality medicine from him, you can only get it yourself. Nakni's face was a bit worried. She glanced intently at Quan Lin Lung. Nakni looked extremely worried as she looked towards Quan Chiu Dao and thought, "This is trouble." The soldiers immediately froze when faced with Nakni's fearful expression, while Nakni turned her eyes straight to Quan Chiu Dao, thinking with fear, what could she do to change the current situation? Nakni put her hand out in front of her face. Nakni bowed her head. Her worried expression looked up towards Quan Chiu Dao. Nakni did not know that there was a distinguished guest visiting, so she did not greet him from afar. If my subordinates collided with the distinguished guests, it was because of my lack of strict management. I hope you, sir, forgive. Quan Chiu Dao put his hand behind his back, looked at Nakni and silently assessed, is this a good friend of that little spirit boy? Quan Chiu Dao's expression felt satisfied as he looked at Nakni and silently assessed, this is taking responsibility for himself. Nakni raised her head. Her hands were still placed in front of her chest. Her eyes were extremely attentive looking towards Quan Chiu Dao. Quan Chiu Dao was on the opposite side looking at Nakni. You must have known that I am the queen of the ancient Vermilion country. Then surely you know why I came here. Quan Chiu Dao raised his hand to his chin and looked at her with a dissatisfied expression. But she did not inform his subordinates in advance. It seemed that she did not welcome my arrival very much. Having finished speaking, in the presence of Nakni and all the soldiers, Quan Chiu Dao immediately turned around and left. As he walked, Quan Chiu Dao raised his hand in the air, making a farewell gesture. It was because the army had interrupted him. "Excuse me." As soon as Quan Chiu Dao turned around, Nakni quickly knelt down. Nakni knelt down and bowed her head in front of the shock of the surrounding soldiers. Nakni begged Quan Chiu Dao to speak loudly. "Please use your steps to offend him. Hope you will not punish him," Quan Chiu Dao said. Eyes not very happy, glanced at Nakni. Nakni raised her head, because due to hitting her head too hard, her forehead was injured. Blood was flowing down her forehead, but Nakni still didn't care. She turned her anxious and worried eyes towards Quan Chiu Dao and begged, "Just please give me a chance, sir." Quan Chiu Dao's face was cold, his eyes showed discomfort. He turned his head and glanced at Nakni. Quan Chiu Dao held out his hand. A source of orange energy surrounded him. "Let go." The queen of a country stood in front of her people but knelt down in front of foreign people. What else could there be? Nakni, who was kneeling on the ground, was lifted up by the energy of Quan Chiu Dao. Nakni looking at my floating body. I suddenly thought to myself, out of the way of photography. Quan Chiu Dao looked towards Nakni and snapped his fingers. "Okay, I'll give you another chance." Quan Lin Lung stood next to him, closed his eyes and remained silent, not saying a word. At this time, Quan Lin Lung was behind Quan Chiu Dao. As quickly as lightning, he took out a set of tables and chairs from nowhere and placed them behind Quan Chiu Dao. Nakni saw Quan Lin Lung's actions and immediately sweated profusely without speaking. Speech. Quan Chiu Dao sat down on the chair, put his feet up, and looked somewhat arrogantly at manhwa. Quan Tu Dao's expression was extremely serious. He looked at manhwa and proposed the conditions and asked, "In the time of a cup of tea, how can you convince me to stay?" Manhwa's eyes filled with worry. Looking towards Quan Tu Dao, manhwa proposed the conditions. The flower region is 3,000 miles wide, has fertile resources, and has a vast territory, called the frontier land of the ancient Vermilion country. If the young master agrees to give an immortality pill, to save the life of the sovereign, then thousands of people in the territory, including our royal family. Manhwa had a worried expression, quickly looked at Quan Tu Dao's request to exchange. It would all belong to the young master, follow the young master, even if he died, he would not give up. Quan Tu Dao looked at manhwa with disdain, sighed and said sorry. Quan Tu Dao's expression was not very satisfied with manhwa's exchange proposal. Quan Tu Dao talked about things better than manhwa's conditions. It seems she misunderstood something, the royal land that Quan's family belongs to. Your possession is 100 times bigger than the fire pearl, so why need your little pearl flower? Manhwa hesitated, using her hand to hold her other arm tightly. Manhwa looked straight at Quan Tu Dao and said seriously, "Manhwa is willing to follow you and be your slave for the rest of your life. I only ask you to have mercy on me." As soon as they heard manhwa's suggestion, the surrounding soldiers quickly protested in unison, "Your Highness, this is impossible." Quan Tu Dao smiled happily. Quan Tu Dao held his hand and used his thumb to point towards Quan Lin Lung, who was standing silently behind. "Did you see her?" This person was Quan Lin Lung, who had been wandering around for 23 years. Quan Tu Dao remembered the expressions and actions that Quan Lin Lung had done and said, pouring tea, doing laundry, folding blankets, killing people, setting fires, extorting anything, she could do anything. "My maid, do you think you can replace her?" Before Quan Tu Dao's words, manhwa covered her mouth in surprise and exclaimed, "That's obviously impossible." Quan Tu Dao looked at manhwa, angrily denied it, then shouted loudly, "It can't be right. You ladies think that just by selling yourself out, you can get benefits." Quan Tu Dao sat leisurely, one hand on his thigh, the other hand out to the side looking at manhwa. "I will show you a way. After all, I am not a devil. The people of this country all respect the queen, but I don't know whether you are worthy of their respect or not," Quan Tu Dao said seriously. Quan Tu Dao pointed his finger at manhwa, who was standing still, staring intently at him, then explained, "There is a proverb that says, if the people are the foundation, then the country will be at peace. If the royal family of Vermilion, you are trash, even gods. I can't even protect my own people." Quan Tu Dao's murderous eyes looked towards manhwa. "So why should I waste such a precious thing as immortality medicine on you guys?" Quan Tu Dao stood up, got up from the chair, put his hand behind him and leisurely left. 3 days later I will leave this place. Before then, if you still have no way to make me change my mind, then just can prove that the king and the medicine in my hands are not fated. Manhwa remained silent, looking at Quan Tu Dao's figure. Quan Tu Dao went first, Quan Lin Lung quietly followed. Quan Tu Dao's face was constantly sweating. His eyes were full of secret glances. Quan Lin Lung at this time had a gloomy face, extremely uncomfortable silence. Quan Tu Dao turned his head to look at Quan Lin Lung, his face worried. "Are you blaming me for making things difficult for your good sisters?" Quan Lin Lung looked at Quan Tu Dao with a bit of disgust and replied, don't dare, merely." Quan Lin Lung looked at Quan Tu Dao with unsympathetic eyes to clear his name. "I did not kill anyone and set fire." Quan Lin Lung opened his eyes wide, angrily staring at Quan Tu Dao with a deep voice, not plotting to ruin his life. Before Quan Lin Lung's terrifying look, Quan Tu Dao did not dare to turn his head, he only dared to bow his head. Trembling voice, "Please, sorry." Manhwa held her father's thin hand and confided, "Father, I have something I want to do, but I don't know if it's right or wrong." Manhwa sat on the hospital bed of the ancient vermilion bird. Manhwa still held her father's hand tightly, looking at him weakly lying on the hospital bed. Once done, it could bring disaster and destruction to the ancient vermilion country. The ancient peacock's face was haggard due to illness. He looked at Manhwa and said without hesitation, "If you really want to do it, then just do it, because I believe in you. The fire god is immortal, the vermilion bird is immortal." Manhwa's expression is extremely surprised. Her mood also flashes with rare happiness. At some inn, Quan Tu Dao sat next to the railing, holding the instrument in his hand, concentrating on playing. When Quan Lin Lung saw this, he immediately wondered, does this official still know how to play the piano? Quan Tu Dao sadly replied, he didn't know. Quan Tu Dao smiled lightly, turned to look at Quan Lin Lung and asked, "Do you know?" Quan Lin Lung immediately replied, knowing how to play a few simple songs, but not proficiently. The system notice board appeared, successfully marking the ancient citadel. congratulating the host on receiving the 4-star reward from Min Kai-sun. Quan Tu Dao was in a sitting position, placing the guitar on his feet, his hands still diligently fumbling with each string. It's okay. I know it's okay. Come and teach me if you have time, at Quan Tu Dao's sudden request. Quan Lin Lung looked at Quan Tu Dao curiously and asked, "Why do you suddenly want to play the piano?" Quan Tu Dao turned around, raised his hand and smiled, using the needle to overcome the blandness. "How? So I not only learned to play the piano, but also learned to dance." Quan Tu Dao sat, in a very excited mood, starting to give his ideas, then thinking about how to make a computer, develop video games. Quan Lin Lung looked at Quan Tu Dao with puzzled eyes. "I thought to myself," I said some incomprehensible words again. Quan Tu Dao bowed her head, her eyes flashing dangerously as she glanced at Quan Lin Lung and asked, "Then, what will your good sister think of to make me change my mind?" Quan Lin Lung replied indifferently, "I don't know, it's just, her personality is much more ostentatious than what she lets on." Suddenly from behind both of them, an old woman's voice rang out. It was indeed very ostentatious. Ba Ba Hoa calmly looked towards them. Both of them suddenly exclaimed at Ba Ba Hoa's appearance. "Hoa Ba Ba, is something wrong?" Mrs. Hoa's expression was gloomy, her eyes carrying a bit of dissatisfaction. "Young lady, just now that good sister of yours brought an envelope to find the eldest prince of the ancient Qinglong country." Seeing the news that Mrs. Hoa and Quan Tu Dao were extremely excited about, "Aha, what kind of annulment is this? Go see a play." In a manner, Tu Than's voice rang out, "Nak Ni, what do you mean by this?" Tu Than's dark eyes, filled with murderous intent, glanced at Nak Ni. "This is not funny at all." Nak Ni stood facing Tu Than, calmly, as written on paper. "From today the ancient Vermilion nation will dissolve its marriage relationship with the Tanlong ancient nation. Your Highness also knows, these days the ancient Vermilion nation is busy with national affairs. I hope your Highness will respond quickly." Nak Ni continued with a very serious expression. Another day Nak Ni would personally go to the ancient dragon country to atone for her sins. After hearing Nak Ni's suggestion, Tu Than's face became even darker. He angrily shouted, "Are you making fun of me?" Nak Ni looked at Tu Than with determined eyes and replied, "She is the person who is mocking me, mocking the entire ancient Vermilion country. Said that he would take the immortality medicine as a wedding gift. The wedding would be held 3 years later. Could my father still wait until that day? Your subordinates are harassing my subjects every day in the royal citadel, whether you are in charge or not." Nak Ni squeezed the engagement paper in her hand. She wanted to test my limits. Nak Ni raised her hand, threw the engagement cancellation paper straight into Than's face, angrily said loudly, "Now I tell you frankly, this is my limit." The annulment paper fell down, causing Tu Than's extremely angry expression to appear. He looked at Nak Ni angrily, very courageous. Having someone to back him is completely different. Tu Than clutched the marriage annulment paper, ironically hearing that a white-clothed young man had infiltrated her palace the other day, but suddenly left through the main gate. Was he her little lover? Tu Than tried to control his anger. His expression was extremely contemptuous. Looking at Nak Ni sarcastically, he was just turning into another man's toy, using his own body in exchange for immortality. Medicine is truly not qualified to enter the door of our ancient dragon country. After Tu Than's sarcastic words, the two stood facing each other in silence. An awkward atmosphere filled the air. Quan Tu Dao ate the meat skewer he held in his hand and looked up at both of them in deep thought. This guy's imagination is also very rich. Quan Tu Dao stood next to Nak Ni, with an expectant expression, thinking, how will this person answer? Nak Ni's eyes were cold and she looked at Tu Than with contempt. I originally only saw him as a bit rude, but now deep down I feel that he is pitiful. Tu Than frowned, angrily asked again, what did you say? Nak Ni with sharp eyes, looking directly at Tu Than calmly, can only rely on conjectures and insults to save his pitiful self-esteem. Is he really a pitiful man? Right. At this moment, Tu Than could no longer control his anger. He reached back and gathered energy in preparation to attack Nak Ni. His eyes flashed with murderous aura and angrily shouted, shutting up. Tu Than's face was angry. He raised his hand to attack Nak Ni, then cursed, you bastard. Nak Ni did not have time to defend and was immediately hit by Tu Than's attack. Nak Ni was blown away by Tu Than's attack. Nak Ni's back was hit hard against a nearby wall. As soon as the attack ended, Tu Than looked at Nak Ni worriedly and thought, damn, I can't help it. Quan Tu Dao was still eating chicken thighs, glanced at Nak Ni. Nak Ni's face turned dark. Her body had countless wounds. She leaned motionless against the wall. Nak Ni's back was hit hard against a nearby wall. Nak Ni's face turned dark. Her body had countless wounds. She leaned motionless against the wall. Nak Ni slid down the wall. Around the place where Nak Ni hit was deeply dented. There were cracks on the wall leading to a long large trail of blood. Tu Than's expression was frowning. He turned his gaze towards manhwa and thought to himself, damn it, I don't defend or avoid it, what does this bastard want to do? Manhwa's expression was gloomy. Her face turned black. Quan Chu Dao glanced at manhwa with a bit of contempt, and thought to himself, oh well, that attack just now is afraid that all the internal organs have been broken. Quan Chu Dao was surprised, opened his eyes wide, and exclaimed, The flames gradually flared up. Manhwa crawled on the ground, her sharp eyes looking towards Tu Than. The surrounding radiated great energy. She didn't show any anger, she turned her sharp eyes to the other person. Manhwa used her hand to wipe away the blood on her mouth, coldly chased Tu Than. I receive a palm from you, the friendship between the two countries ends here. This place no longer welcomes you, please come to the great prince. Take it down. Tu Than no longer tried to control his own anger, he became angry and shouted, by manhwa. Then he rushed to attack manhwa. Manhwa was no weaker, in a ready-to-fight position, looking at Tu Than and snorting coldly. A loud explosion rang out, smoke and dust rose around both of them. Tu Than frowned and angrily looked at the person opposite him. Manhwa was surprised, unable to react, and looked forward. Quan Chu Dao tightly held Tu Than's hand that was trembling with anger. I like your answer. Quan Chu Dao smiled and looked at manhwa. You have convinced me. Manhwa flashed with joy as she looked at Quan Chu Dao happily. Thanking you, gentlemen. Tu Than still frowned, looked at Quan Chu Dao uncomfortably and asked in a loud voice, Who are you? Quan Chu Dao smiled contemptuously and mockingly replied, Little lover passing by, not surprised. Faced with Quan Chu Dao's answer, Tu Than once again became angry, thrust his fist back, prepared to attack, and shouted loudly, You guys, please pray for me. Quan Chu Dao raised his hands to form an X shape, blocking Tu Than's spear dragon attack from breaking the sky. Quan Chu Dao's face turned cold, he raised his hand and prepared to attack. I'm sorry. I see the dragon clan is a bit bothered right now. Quan Chu Dao attacked Tu Than. A large source of energy rushed towards him. Tu Than was startled, looked at the dragon-handed move and shouted loudly. Under Quan Chu Dao's attack, Tu Than did not have time to counterattack and was quickly pushed away. While being pushed away, Tu Than was made bloody by Quan Chu Dao's attack. Manhwa looked at Tu Than in shock, trying to hold back her laughter and thought, but with just one palm. Manhwa walked closer to Quan Lin Lung, raised her hand to cover her mouth and whispered, Quan Lin Lung, took the liberty of asking what your current cultivation level is. Tu Than is also considered a famous figure in the 4 ancient eras. Country, beat him so easily. Quan Lin Lung looked at Quan Chu Dao and replied, Young master is currently in the late stage of the divine realm. Manhwa put her hand to her chin and began to remember the levels. Physical body realm, spirit sea realm, body bow realm, true spirit realm, divine realm. As soon as she remembered, Manhwa screamed in shock. Isn't this above both great realms? Manhwa looked towards Quan Lin Lung and asked, How old is your son? Quan Lin Lung calmly looked at Manhwa and answered, 10 years old. Manhwa exclaimed in surprise. Quan Lin Lung replied that he was only 10 years old. Years old, even though it looks quite old. Manhwa raised her head, her face frozen in admiration, thinking, Oh my god, it's so wonderful. Tu Than put his hands on the ground. Tu Than knelt down, one hand on the ground, the other hand holding his chest. He blackened his face and silently cursed, Damn. Tu Than grabbed his own shirt, he threw it off and looked straight at Quan Chu Dao who was standing opposite him. Don't look down on me. Tu Than hugged his chest, his hands forming an X shape. With an angry expression, he clenched his teeth and began to release energy. Tu Than spread his arms to the sides, his expression was angry. His eyes lit up, a large source of blue energy radiated out, that is, 6-layered heaven god palace, 5-level god palace, 6-level god palace. Quan Chu Dao looked at Tu Than with disdain. Oh ho, how to increase dragon energy, there is such a chance. Tu Than's eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Quan Chu Dao and cursed, Rotten boy. Tu Than used the blue dragon heavenly sitting seal. A square object rushed from behind Quan Chu Dao. Tu Than shouted loudly and knelt down for me. Quan Chu Dao looked disdainfully, glanced at Tu Than, You are worthy. Quan Chu Dao extended his hand gathering energy. He spread his legs just enough, used the momentum to raise his hands high and said loudly, The true dragon cursed the heavens. A golden dragon appeared at Quan Chu Dao's summons. A huge dragon appeared, destroying the surrounding walls. The dragon's eyes were ferocious, turning its head to look at Tu Than. The dragon, as fast as lightning, rushed towards Tu Than. Tu Than was stunned and motionless, looking towards the approaching dragon. A huge explosion broke out, shaking the whole surrounding area. Tu Than lay motionless under the deep hole caused by Quan Chu Dao's attack. Tu Than's expression was lifeless, lying with his eyes looking up, bewilderedly thinking, What's going on? Why am I lying on the ground like this? Tu then recalled the image of being attacked by Quan Chu Dao's dragon. Tu then remembered the extremely angry expression and thought, that's right, I lost at the hands of that brat. Chu then tried to stand up and look towards Quan Chu Dao, who was standing proudly above looking down at himself. Quan Chu Dao's expression was emotionless, looking down at Chu then with eyes like looking at a dead person. Before Quan Chu Dao's gaze, he thought to himself, that kid. Chu then suddenly became angry, clenched his teeth and looked at Quan Chu Dao, thinking, I lost at the hands of that brat. Chu then still did not give up or accept that he had lost to Quan Chu Dao. He stood up and rushed forward, angrily shouting, damn, you are not allowed to harm me. Quan Chu Dao frowned at Chu Than's actions. Quan Chu Dao was cold, his eyes radiated murderous aura. He held his hand out in front of his eyes. From afar, all kinds of different weapons appeared from nowhere, following Quan Chu Dao's control and rushed towards Tu Then. Quan Chu Dao was angry, looked coldly at Tu Then. He used his hand to control the weapon. Seeing that Tu Then was about to encounter a big disaster, Nak Ni, standing from afar, immediately spoke up to plead. The young master asked his subordinates to have mercy. Before Nak Ni's words, Quan Chu Dao glanced at Nak Ni uncomfortably. The weapons that were preparing to attack Tu Then stopped. He suddenly looked towards Nak Ni. Nak Ni raised her hand in front of her face to make a delaying gesture. With a slightly embarrassed expression, she suggested, wait, if he dies in the royal palace, we might cause trouble. Can we go out and take action? As soon as Nak Ni finished speaking, Tu Then immediately became angry. He looked at Nak Ni and shouted loudly, by Nak Ni, you bastard. Quan Chu Dao smiled and replied satisfied, okay. Quan Chu Dao's face turned cold, and he once again raised his hand in front of his eyes to control the energy. Quan Chu Dao used his strength to tie Tu Then tightly, not allowing him to move, then lifted him off the ground and lifted him up to the sky. He exclaimed in surprise, huh? While Tu Then was floating in the air, his body kept trembling with anger. He looked at Quan Chu Dao and thought to himself, there is no way to capture it. Quan Chu Dao clenched his hands tightly, then pulled the clenched hand back. The dragon energy from Tu Than's body was pulled out of his body under Quan Chu Dao's control. Quan Chu Dao looked contemptuously at the dragon beast in his hand. Ha, this is the dragon weapon that you are always proud of. At this time, Tu Then no longer had an angry face, but instead had a scared expression as he looked at Quan Chu Dao and shouted loudly, giving it back to me. Quan Chu Dao frowned, grabbed the dragon beast tightly in his hand and held it out in front of his eyes, noisily. Quan Chu Dao's energy tightened Tu Than's body. He was in pain, trembling, screaming. Quan Chu Dao looked at Tu Then with the eyes of a winner, smiling. Quan Jia's royal prince, Quan Chu Dao. Quan Chu Dao smiled disdainfully. Remember this name, you can always seek revenge from me. Quan Chu Dao threw Tu Then into the sky, then he turned away without looking back, his expression cold. Now go away. Under the royal citadel, from the clear sky suddenly flashed a light like starlight. In the crowd, Tu Then fell to the surprise of everyone around him. The people came closer to Tu Then to take a look. They kept laughing, mocking and chatting. What's going on? Who is this, being beaten so miserably? Seems to be the great prince of the ancient Qinglong country. Haha, deserved it. Must have been beaten by the queen. Nak Ni turned pale and looked towards Quan Chu Dao. Quan Chu Dao glanced at Nak Ni's scared expression. Don't be afraid, he hasn't beaten him to death yet, just destroyed his entire body's meridians. Quan Chu Dao saw Tu Then being helped up by a strange man. This kid still had a little chance. He looked at the necklace with a jade ring hanging. Sooner or later he would stand up. Quan Chu Dao's face darkened, looking at the dragon that he still held in his hand. That's right, this thing. He waved his hand, bringing the dragon into Nak Ni's body. Nak Ni put her hand out in front of her chest to receive the dragon clan. Surprised, this is. Quan Chu Dao looked at Nak Ni and smiled and explained, dragons act on wood, people act on flowers. Wood creates fire. This dragon energy can help people break through the true spiritual realm. Nak Ni looked at Quan Chu Dao with an extremely grateful expression. Thank you, sir. Quan Chu Dao's eyes contained satisfaction and joy. Then he put a finger in front of his mouth. Don't thank me yet, take me to meet your father. Before Quan Chu Dao's words, Nak Ni looked at Quan Chu Dao excitedly. Nak Ni quickly walked forward to lead the way, turning her head in their direction as she walked. Okay, please come over here, sir. A physician's hand checks the pulse of the ancient country. The royal physician looked at the sad ancient country and sighed. He turned to look at the minister next to him and said, it's getting worse, if we don't find the immortal unicorn medicine soon. The ancient country's vermilion face lost all color, turned to look at the minister standing in front of his hospital bed giving his request. Minister, prepare to write a decree, passing the throne to Nak Ni. The minister was sad and turned his eyes to the ancient vermilion country lying in pain on the hospital bed. Your Majesty. Nak Ni's footsteps hurriedly entered. As she walked, she called, Father. Nakni expressed joy as she looked at the happy mandarins and her father, the illness of the person who was saved. The mandarin looked at Nakni standing at the door and exclaimed, "Your Highness." The royal doctor was now next to the ancient Vermilion, helping him sit up. The ancient Vermilion now put his hand to his mouth and coughed to get up. Nakni. The ancient country's Vermilion glanced at Nakni. Nakni happily looked towards the ancient Vermilion country. Behind him was Quan Tu Dao. Seeing his appearance, the ancient Vermilion country asked curiously, "Nakni, the young master behind you is?" Quan Tu Dao coldly looked towards the ancient Vermilion country. Nakni looked at Quan Tu Dao and introduced himself as Tu Dao's son of the Quan family. The ancient Vermilion bird looked at Quan Tu Dao in surprise and thought to himself, "Young Master Tu Dao, the person who had fought with you long supreme some time ago, did not expect that he would personally come here." The ancient Vermilion tried to stand up from the hospital bed. Her mother supported one side of the ancient Vermilion. The ancient Vermilion reached out and reached for his daughter. "Nakni, help me up. How could this noble man come?" Such rudeness. Quan Tu Dao's eyes were still cold, looking at the actions of the ancient Vermilion king. The king did not need to be like that. Ignoring those cumbersome rituals, Quan Tu Dao held out his hand. From Quan Tu Dao's hands appeared many immortal medicine plants. Quan Tu Dao looked at them with satisfied eyes. "Your queen has passed my tests, so I will follow my promise and I'll give you a pill of immortality." The ancient nation's Vermilion eyes looked up at Quan Tu Dao with some caution and thought to himself, he could easily take out 4 pills. This is the cradle of love of the ancient immortal unicorn medicine. Each pill will cause harm. There was a commotion in the desolate fairyland. Jun Tu Dao's expression was smiling. "Of course, since you have received this medicine, you also need to keep your promise. From now on, the ancient Vermilion nation will tame my Quan Tu Dao and become my vassal state." The ancient country's Vermilion was surprised by Quan Tu Dao's words. Her eyes looked towards him in surprise. After looking up at Quan Tu Dao, the ancient Vermilion king immediately glanced to the side. Ancient Vermilion bird glanced at her daughter, Nakni. Before her father's gaze, Nakni silently nodded. The ancient Vermilion king suddenly knelt down. He bowed his head, held out his hand in front of him, and said, "The ancient Vermilion nation vows to be loyal to Master Tu Dao." The ancient Vermilion king and his daughter Nakni knelt down in front of Quan Tu Dao and swore, going into the fire and smoke, life and death without hesitation. Quan Tu Dao smiled and looked at them with satisfaction. "Very good." In another place, Chu then staggered. He hugged his arm, his eyes lifeless as he walked down the street, surrounded by countless looks and gossip from people around him. Everyone present gathered there, with mocking expressions. "Isn't this the great prince of the ancient Qinglong country? Why does he look like a stray dog?" He was quiet, self-deprecating, as if buried deep by the mocking and contemptuous words of the crowd. "Haha, I heard that this kid was written a resignation letter by the Vermilion Queen, and was beaten like this. Who do I despise? Tell me this kid is so arrogant." Tu then walked aimlessly into the forest. Tu then absent-mindedly looked down at the ground thinking. Suddenly he became angry, clenched his teeth. He used all his strength to attack the big old tree nearby. He shouted loudly, "Damn it!" Tu then was angry, thinking that the old tree was Quan Tu Dao, but he was a little angry, constantly repeating the name in his mouth, Quan Tu Dao, Quan Tu Dao. But like a stick hitting his back, the tree fell down and hit Tu then's back. He cried out, "Damn it!" Tu then stood still, looking at the dead old tree he had just attacked crashing to the ground. Tu then bowed. Then Tu then raised his face to the sky. He closed his eyes in pain, despair, disappointed in himself and thought, "What am I doing? Like an idiot." Suddenly a strange voice rang out, "Are the successors of our ancient dragon country all people without such ambition?" Tu then suddenly opened his eyes. Tu then bent down and continuously turned his head around to look for that strange voice. He exclaimed, "Oh!" The jade ring on Tu then's neck suddenly emitted a dazzling blue light. From that stream of light, it gradually spread out, forming a circle surrounding Tu then's body. From that circle appeared a strange blue wind, forming a large tornado. A long hair appeared, flying with the wind. Tu then's eyes looked surprised at the person appearing across from him. At this time an old man appeared. He was the noble dragon. Venerable Tan Long looked sternly at Tu then and snorted coldly. "Have the descendants forgotten the old man?" Tu then looked up, surprised. You are." Tu then remembered the statue of God placed in the center, the founding father of our ancient Qinglong country, the noble Qinglong. Tu then raised his hands in front of him, and bowed his head to pay homage to the noble man Tan Long. Tu then was not filial and paid homage to his ancestors. Lord Tan Long raised his hand back, with a solemn expression looking down at Tu then who was kneeling in front of him. This king had awakened several years ago, and discovered that he was the son of the national destiny of the ancient Tan Long country. Now, a lot of dragon energy has been injected into the human body. Unexpectedly, The old ancestor sadly raised his hand to stroke his beard. Tu then was upset, looking at the old ancestor scolding him, and said loudly, "Old ancestor, you are almost the first to reach the supreme level. Just now why didn't you directly kill Quan Chu Dao?" Faced with Tu Than's scolding, the green dragon man looked dissatisfied, angry, and confused. "Not to mention that my current strength is not even 1/10 of what it was before. Just talking about that guy Quan Chu Dao, do you know who he is?" Tu then put his hand in front of him, expressed his dissatisfaction, and affirmed that he was not just a disciple of the Hong Chao Quan family. The Tan Long man had an indifferent face. His hands were still behind him, watching the action. Tu then was depressed. Sigh. He had outstanding talent since childhood, but he was locked up in this small place. The news is not as quick as the old man. A primordial spirit is in this ring. The green dragon man closed his eyes, sighed dejectedly. "Listen, that Quan Chu Dao is the son of the Quan family, ranked at the bottom. Not long ago, the ancestor of the Quan family just killed the supreme Yulong of the same family as this one. The Quan family has always had crazy people. If they take action against him, in less than half a day, the ancient Qinglong country will be razed to the ground by the Quan family." Tu then looked disappointed, lowered his head in anger. Isn't it true that in this life I can't take revenge?" Lord Tan Long smiled and looked at Tu then. "Don't be discouraged. Your loved one is the son of the country. Of course I will not let you suffer a gloomy ending. Even though your entire body's meridians are crippled, there are blessings and misfortunes mixed together. I pass on the two supreme techniques of Tan Tien Ho Long quiet to you." Tu then looked up at Master Tan Long with a very attentive expression. The old ancestor smiled, raised his hand in front of his face, and said loudly, "Clear sky breaking dragon technique. Unbreakable, unbreakable." Tu then was serious, looking at the actions of the green dragon. Next to him was a voice filled with hatred, affirming to Tu then, "Today's great hatred must make that Quan Chu Dao pay 100 times more." A few months later, in his room, Quan Chu Dao was sitting in a meditation position, eyes closed, practicing. A ball of energy radiated from Quan Chu Dao's waist. Quan Chu Dao closed his eyes, gradually absorbing energy from the energy ball. Nak Ni walked into the room and was surprised to see Quan Chu Dao cultivating. In just a few short days, he had risen to the state of great perfection. His cultivation speed truly surprised others. Quan Lin Lung smiled because he was so familiar with Quan Chu Dao's cultivation speed, so he turned around and said to Nak Ni, "This speed is already considered slow for the young master." Quan Lin Lung looked at Quan Chu Dao and silently considered, "I'm afraid practicing the sixth immortal sword art will take more time." Quan Chu Dao stopped practicing. His eyes gradually opened. He saw Nak Ni and Quan Lin Lung standing in front of him and asked, "Why are you two looking for me?" Quan Lin Lung immediately rummaged through his sleeves. She held out a piece of communication jade and placed it in front of her mouth. The message from the Quan family was the news that Quan Truong's sword transmitted. Before the news that Quan Chu Dao himself received, he immediately raised his hand to his chin and looked intently at the piece of jade that sent Quan Lin Lung to himself, thinking, "Who is Quan Truong Kim?" Quan Chu Dao's mind suddenly flashed the image of Quan Truong Kim. Quan Chu Dao was surprised and thought, "Oh, is that the guy with the thick eyebrows?" Leaving his thoughts, Quan Chu Dao looked towards Quan Lin Lung. "Truong Kim clan brother, what are you looking for me for?" "Read it." Quan Lin Lung replied as he said yes. Quan Lin Lung held the piece of communication jade in front of him and looked at it intently. Quan Lin Lung with an extremely calm expression began to read, respecting his subjects. The content of the letter said, "Respectfully, my son, a strange phenomenon appeared in Nam Nguyen Dao Chao, with the aura of the Supreme Being spreading. If there is no surprise, then this is the secret treasure of the supreme origin appearing in the world. Special notice, dear Truong Kim." After hearing the content of the letter, Quan Chu Dao immediately raised his hand to his chin and stroked his chin in confusion. "Quan Truong Kim was still quite polite to me, wasn't he?" Quan Lin Lung looked at Quan Chu Dao and replied, "It seems that because of Lam Ta Na's matter, he felt that you helped him relieve the siege, so he wanted to repay you." Quan Chu Dao narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. Since it's your clan's good intentions, then I will accept it." After that, Quan Chu Dao immediately gave an order, "Prepare the carriage. I want to ride the 9-dragon royal palace to Nam Nguyen Dao Chao." Quan Lin Lung listened to Quan Chu Dao's words and replied, obeying the order. After Quan Lin Lung left to prepare for Quan Chu Dao, he turned to Nak Ni and asked, "How is the king?" Nak Ni looked at Quan Chu Dao and replied, "Back when you were young master, after your father drank the immortality medicine, his body was no longer anything to worry about. At this time, he was borrowing the effectiveness of the immortal medicine to go into seclusion to try to break through to the holy realm." As soon as he heard this, Quan Chu Dao immediately felt surprised. That skinny ruler was actually a quasi-saint. You really can't judge anyone by their appearance. Quan Tu Dao bowed his head slightly and said silently, "It seems like you can't accompany me this time. If you handle national affairs well, there will be more opportunities in the future." Quan Tu Dao snapped his fingers and pointed at Nak Ni, leaned over and instructed, "Remember, absolutely do not be arrogant, but must be tough. If there is an urgent matter, just pass the letter to Quan Lin Lum." Quan Tu Dao smiled and continued, "I, Quan Tu Dao, have absolutely no reason to be humiliated by others." Nak Ni put her hands in front of her, bowed her head in gratitude and replied yes. 3,000 Dao Chao, Song Chao, arid lands, abandoned lands, raging monsters, bandits plundering. At this moment, a demonic beast appeared flying in the sky. Next, countless demon beasts appeared in the sky, flying in the sky. From the top of the mountain, a pair of legs stood proudly observing the demon beasts flying in the sky. His figure gradually appeared. It was a young man with blue hair. That young man attentively looked at the demon beasts flying by. It turns out that the young man with blue hair is Tu Tran, or also, the great prince of the ancient dragon country. Seeing the spirit beast come within his intended range, he immediately spread his legs and created a stance. Tu Tran waved his hand and bent down. Tu Tran raised his hand, creating spiritual energy into his palm, preparing to rush forward. Fast as lightning, Tu Tran rushed towards the monster. Using his claws, he defeated it with just one move. Tu Tran gently landed on the ground. Tu Tran turned his head, looked at the monster that he had just killed and sighed. Phew. Master Tan Long appeared at this moment, put his hands behind his back, said with a satisfied smile, "Not bad." He was able to practice the 4th level of Tan Tien Hoa Long technique in just a few short months. His cultivation level has improved to the mid-period divine realm. Lord Tan Long smirked, looking proud. No doubt he is the son of national destiny of our ancient country, Tan Long. Tu Tran looked at the green dragon and replied benevolently, still grateful for the guidance of the old ancestor. From afar, the pounding footsteps of horses rushing forward. Robbers holding swords and riding horses chased a girl in a white dress. They shouted loudly, stopped. One of them chased after her, looked at the girl, then laughed in a despicable tone and said, "Hee hee, beauty, where are you going?" Within Kunzu, no one has been able to escape our demon wolf path. The black-bearded leader, with a smug and despicable expression, looked towards the girl riding the spirit beast in front. Tu Tran stood proudly on the top of the mountain looking towards the bandits of the demon wolf bandits. Next to him was the voice of the nobleman Tan Long, the demon wolf path that had a bit of a reputation in this Kun Chao recently. Venerable Tan Long frowned and said, based on the aura, that leader's Tuvi had already reached the final state. Tu Tran glanced at the group of bandits and ghost wolves. The gods were great, the spirit and flesh were compatible, and they were united. Tu Tran's eyes gradually became sharp, carrying suspicion. With such a monk, he was willing to fall into this desolate place. The girl riding the spirit beast was trying to rush forward and curse silently. Damn it. The girl in the white dress glanced back. The bandits were still following behind. She thought to herself in fear, if it weren't for the fact that she couldn't use the Tuvi, how could she be bound by these scoundrels? The leader of the demon wolf bandit pulled his horse's hooves and brandished his knife and shouted, "Beauty, please obediently follow me home." From behind the leader of the demon wolf gang, a shadow appeared, sometimes hidden, sometimes visible, rushing forward. The silhouette of a young man appeared clearly. It was Tu Tran. He landed on the ground and stood behind the girl in white, moving to block between the bandits and the girl. Tu then raised his head and looked at the robbers with murderous eyes. The girl in the white dress glanced at Tu then, her expression extremely suspicious. Tu Tran stood tall, looking at them. A group of little bandits, get the hell out of here. The leader of the demon wolf path, before Tu Tran's appearance, tilted his head and asked, where is this kid, who is indulging in the affairs of our ghost wolf path? Tu Tran did not explain or negotiate. His eyes were sharp and he shouted, get out. The leader of the demon wolf path looked at Tu Tran with disdain and said, you brat. Without any warning, Tu Tran thrust his fist in front of the demon wolf leader's face. Because Tu Tran's attack was too unexpected, the leader of the demon wolf path had no time to react, and immediately received Tu Tran's punch. Blood also flowed out of his mouth. Because Tu Tran's punch was too strong, the leader of the demon wolf group immediately fell off his horse and slid to the ground. Before the fall of the demon wolf leader, his disciples could only stand and watch, mouths open, speechless. At this time, a younger brother of the demon wolf leader pointed his finger at Tu Tran and shouted, damn it, you dared to attack the boss! All the younger brothers of the demon wolf gang, holding swords and riding horses, rushed towards Tu Tran and shouted loudly, go to hell, you idiot. Tu Tran looked at the group of bandits rushing in. His expression showed no fear, but coldly laughed. Tu Tran rushed forward as fast as lightning, using his claws to attack the group of ghost wolves several times. Before Tu Tran's attack, the group of demon wolf bandits left one by one. Their bodies fell from above to the ground. With just a few simple moves, the bandits of the demon wolf were defeated and were defeated. The bodies of the bandits were scattered around Tu Tran. At this time, Tu Tran glanced at the girl riding the spirit beast behind her. Tu Tran tilted his head and asked, "Are you okay?" The girl looked at him with suspicious eyes and asked, "Who are you?" Master Tan Long glanced at the girl riding the spirit beast and warned Tu Tran, "Kid, I'm afraid this woman has some background. She has a magical weapon on her body that can prevent us from spying. She must be the beautiful daughter of the immortal religion." Tu Tran's eyes focused intently on the girl riding the spirit beast. Next to him was the advice of the noble dragon. Having a good relationship with her would be very beneficial for his future. After hearing the words of the noble dragon, Tu Tran approached the girl he had just saved, put his hand out in front of him to greet. "Here below Tu Tran, ancient dragon nation Tu Tran. If you want to practice in Kan Chao, you can go to the mountains in the southeast. There are demonic beasts there, a little easier to deal with than the bandits who often visit the desert." Tu Tran reached out his hand towards her. "The girl I just saved." The girl riding the spirit beast looked at Tu Tran warily and thought, "Tu Tran seems to be the name of the great prince of the ancient dragon country." After guessing the other person's identity, the girl also lowered her guard and reintroduced herself. "Slave family Vu Min Noyet, thank you for your help, sir." Scene change. In the blue sky, the demon beast is spreading its wings and flying. Then the demon beast quickly rushed forward across the vast desert. Below, at this time Tu Tran and Vu Min Noyet had also arrived. Tu Tran jumped down from a rocky slope. Vu Min Noyet followed. At this time, a single monster appeared. Tu Tran quickly used his fist to attack the monster's stomach. Vu Min Noyet rushed forward with a dagger to cover the rear. At night in the desert, both Tu Tran and Vu Min Noyet grilled meat together under the fire. Tu Tran took the meat that he had just grilled and brought it to Vu Min Noyet. "Min Noyet, this is for her." Vu Min Noyet did not hesitate to bow and thank her. "Thank you very much." Vu Min Noyet raised her hand and took off the hat from her head. Vu Min Noyet held the hat in her hand, and in her heart also relaxed her vigilance as Tu Tran smiled. Luckily there was someone to help on this journey. Seeing Vu Min Noyet's beautiful face, Tu Tran couldn't help but stare at her, his face gradually turning red. Seeing Tu Tran staring at her, Vu Min Noyet was shy, covered her mouth and smiled charmingly. "Ho ho, what are you looking at?" While the spirit beast next to her looked at Tu Tran with hate. Looking at Vu Min Noyet, Tu Tran thought with a shocked expression, "That bastard Bai Nak Ni abandoned me, but unexpectedly let me meet someone better. Could this be a predetermined fate?" Tu Tran suddenly bowed his head slightly, his face sad and miserable. "Sigh, I was just thinking about that unfaithful fiancé of mine." Vu Min Noyet didn't feel much surprised and started asking, disappointed, "Is there any pain in the heart?" Min Noyet doesn't know what's going on. In response to Vu Min Noyet's question, Tu Tran began to tell the entire story that he had made up. Hearing Tu Tran's pitiful story, Vu Min Noyet said loudly indignantly, "There is such an absurd thing in the world. What ward is your fiancé's son-in-law from? Tell me, I will help people reclaim justice." Tu Tran's face was fake, trying to look sad and pitiful. In order to gain Vu Min Noyet's sympathy, he sadly said, "Min Noyet doesn't need to be angry. I have to report my revenge. Why would I? Can rely on others?" With Tu Tran's story, Vu Min Noyet stood up straight, looked at Tu Tran and boldly affirmed, "Without many words, your business is my business. No matter what family background your enemy has, I are all imprecise." Vu Min Noyet's eyes were filled with anger, coldly declaring, if he dares to continue to oppress people, Vu Min Noyet must let him know what regret is. Tu Tran forced a smile on his face, and then tried to look miserable. She was too excited. "Let's eat something first." When he felt that he had achieved his goal, Tu Tran smiled proudly and thought, "Haha, this time I have the eldest princess of the Ban Vu court supporting me. Quan Tu Dao, I see how long you can be proud." In another development, Quan Tu Dao suddenly sneezed loudly. Quan Lin Lung looked at Quan Tu Dao worriedly and asked, "Are you okay?" Quan Tu Dao reassured and said, "It's okay, someone is probably planning something behind my back." At this time, Quan Lin Lung looked outside and said, "By the way, looking in from the outside, I saw the two of them sitting on a wooden carriage. The car was pulled by magical beasts. In front of the car was a man driving. Around the car were fluttering white clouds." After seeing that he was almost there, Quan Lin Lung continued to say, "We have arrived at Nam Tien Tan, Nam Nguyen Dao Chao, Dao Cuc Tien Tong, Nam Tien Tan." Just as the two of them were about to land at the citadel, they saw countless people waiting in long lines to welcome them. Quan Truong Kim and Quan Tuat Hong stood at the head, attentively looking at Quan Tu Dao's car. Quan Tu Dao gently walked down. Quan Tu Dao grinned. Oh, what a bustle. Quan Truong Kim quickly raised his hands in front of him and bowed. At the same time, Quan Truong Kim and Quan Tuat Hong knelt down, bowing their heads before Quan Tu Dao. Quan Truong Kim bowed, the Quan family's disciples, paying their respects. Quan Tu Dao squinted his eyes, looked intently at Quan Truong Kim, who was bowing to himself, then thought to himself, thick eyebrows, it's Quan Truong Kim. In front of everyone's greetings, Quan Tu Dao stood opposite them and spoke politely. Your clan does not need to be so polite. You and I are both disciples of the Quan family. There is no need to be so strange. As soon as Quan Truong Kim heard Quan Tu Dao's words, his sparkling eyes were moved to the point of crying with joy. The courtier was so generous, regardless of the previous hostility. Quan Tu Dao smiled, raised his hand towards Quan Truong Kim. Brother Truong Kim. Quan Tu Dao's eyes immediately bumped into an old man with silver hair, wearing a blue suit. He wondered, may I ask who this senior is? The white-haired old man wearing blue clothes looked at Quan Tu Dao and smiled and introduced. The old man is an old Taoist of the Heavenly Sect. The Quan family's son personally came. I can say that the Heavenly Sect is giving life to the cowardly. This, Quan Tu Dao's face immediately sank in thought. The old Taoist of the Tao Cuc Tien sect, I heard, had a position above the sect master. Quan Tu Dao clasped his hands together, held them out in front of him, looked at the old Taoist and said politely, bothering the senior to personally welcome him. Tu Dao was embarrassed and did not dare to accept. The old Taoist put one hand behind his back and one hand held out in front of him towards Quan Tu Dao. Haha, I don't need to be polite. The old Taoist pointed his finger into the city and looked at Quan Tu Dao. The old Taoist has prepared a place to live. Please come over here. The surrounding crowd, before Quan Tu Dao's appearance, all focused on him. Hey, have you seen the Quan family's son? That day the 10-year-old son killed the Supreme Yulong alone? Well, he looks quite handsome. The man in the blue shirt looked towards his friend, blushing and pointing at Quan Tu Dao. If I were a woman, I would have married him. His friend stood next to him, smirked and cheered, male and female headed. Important, keep going. On the other side, there were 3 young ladies looking at Quan Tu Dao with admiring eyes. The girl in the pink dress raised her hand in front of her face, with a happy expression. Wow, Mr. Tu Dao just took a look at me and saw that. The girl in the green dress spoke up sourly. It was obvious that she was looking at me, and the girl in the blue dress only dared to cover her face with a fan, shyly peeking. It seemed like there would be a lot of ladies tonight. Can't sleep, asking what love in the world is, making people so passionate. Tears of love endlessly throwing red beans, spring willows bloom endlessly, spring flowers are filled with disasters for a long time. Before the scene around him, Quan Tu Dao, only 10 years old but already understood everything, with Quan Tuat Hong and Quan Truong Kim, the communication, looked at everyone around with hateful eyes, while Quan Lin Lung stood next to him. He turned his head to cover his mouth and secretly smiled. Quan Tu Dao tilted his head to the side and asked, Brother, who are our Quan family members this time? Quan Truong Kim looked at Quan Tu Dao and replied, except for me and the Tai Hong clan, there is also the Brothers clan, who is respected by the eternal heaven. Quan Truong Kim turned around, ranked 5th in the Quan family, and also attended his 10-year-old banquet. Quan Truong Kim seriously looked at Quan Tu Dao, raised his hand in front of his face and warned, all generations of your clan have a fighting body. He doesn't seem to agree with the O ranking on your list. I still better be careful. Quan Tu Dao gently closed his eyes, then felt proud of himself and thought, well, it's not impossible to understand this brother's feelings. After all, I'm so outstanding, being jealous is very normal. After that, Quan Tu Dao put his hands behind his back and walked proudly. Rest assured, all of you are brothers and sisters. As long as he is not plotting against me behind my back, I will still be very generous. Quan Truong Kim stood behind and looked admiringly. The living room of the Heavenly Sect. Quan Van Keep is sitting and cultivating. An extremely powerful lightning bolt radiated out. Quan Van Keep's eyes also flashed with lightning. Quan Van Keep looked at the subordinate kneeling in front of him and asked, what's going on? He raised his head to look at Quan Van Keep and replied, Sir, he is here. He is the follower of the 5th person on the list, the Black Cloud clan, the Black Tiger. Quan Van Keep looked up, his eyes carrying an uncomfortable look. He's definitely here. I knew he had long ago obtained the supreme command from Quan Truong Kim, but I did not expect that Quan Truong Kim would take the initiative to please him. At this moment, the Black Tiger clenched his teeth. His expression was extremely angry. The buffalo noses of the extreme Tian sect were all blinded. A new kid was born. How could he compare with the adults? Quan Van Keep looked down at the black tiger and replied, "No one is born superior." Quan Van Keep affirms that I will fully sympathize with the Quan family. Hong Chao, Dragon Nest. There are footsteps walking on the rock face. Silhouette of a person gently walking next to the waterfall. The figure of that person approached the top of the rocky mountain. Below was a lake with a blue ball radiating extremely strong light. Suddenly from under the water, a water dragon rushed upward. That small figure is a girl with blue hair. Her name is Bitch Tri, calmly raising her face to look at the water dragon. After rising to the surface of the water dragon immediately turned its head to look towards Bitch Tri. Before the water dragon's gaze, Bitch Tri quickly raised his hand in front of his face and bowed his head to pay his respects. Bitch Tri paid his respects to the ancestor. This little girl with blue hair is called Bitch Tri. The water dragon looked at Bitch Tri and said, "Bitch Tri, the former supreme being was arrogant and domineering, stealing several sets of ancient dragon bones of immeasurable value from my ancestral dragon nest." The water dragon bent his body to look at Bitch Tri and made a request. This time the secret treasure was opened. "You go and reclaim that dragon bone." Bitch Tri solemnly looked at the water dragon as he obeyed. Yes, Bitch Tri obeyed the old ancestor's orders. "We'll definitely bring back the ancient dragon bone," the blue water dragon advised. "That's right, be careful of the Quan family. This time the secret is opened. Maybe he also wants to participate in the battle." Bitch Tri raised his head in surprise and asked, "The Quan family's son, is he that strong?" "This is Bitch Tri, after the ancient dragon emperor, the dragon girl." The blue water dragon lowered his head towards Long Bitch Tri. With a worried expression, he could easily defeat Long Hao Tien. "Tell me." Before the advice of the blue water dragon, Long Bitch Tri still did not. "I didn't want to listen. I was extremely confident in my own abilities. But Long Hao Tien only merged one dragon element. I have refined two. I am much stronger than Long Hao Tien." The blue water dragon gently closed his eyes, shook his head. "In short, being careful is above all." Long Bitch Tri put his hand out in front of him and replied, "Obeying the order." Bitch Tri retired. Looking at the back of the dragon Bitch Tri leaving, the blue water dragon sighed sadly. After Long Bitch Tri left, the water dragon thought to himself, remembering the ancient dragon emperor's lineage, which had a descendant who was sealed in the primordial spirit. The water dragon turned around, looked up at the top of the tower and thought, now he has lost his trace. The complete blue dragon transformation technique has also disappeared. If only he can find his descendant. That let it break the wind and emerge into the world. Then what is the nature of the Quan family's son? Scene changes to Tu Tran's place. He bowed his head, glanced to the side and asked, "Ancient dragon bone." Venerable Tan Long standing next to him replied, "Yes, the secret treasure of Nguyen Tien Supreme has already appeared in Nam Nguyen Dao Chao." That year, Supreme Nguyen Tien stole several sets of ancient dragon bones from the ancestral dragon nest. Master Tan Long looked at Tu Tran and told him that he must get it. At this moment, Vu Min Noyet stepped forward from afar and asked, "Should I go?" Tu Tran leaned forward and replied, "Well, the Supreme Being's secret treasure appeared in the world. I have to find the opportunity." Vu Min Noyet looked at Tu Tran and smiled worriedly and said, "Then go, be careful." After hearing Vu Min Noyet's instructions, Tu Tran immediately jumped down from the mountain. At the same time, one of his mascots flew forward to serve as a landing point for him. Suddenly, Tu Tran's voice echoed in Vu Min Noyet's ears. "Min Noyet." Tu Tran looked down from above at Vu Min Noyet, smilingly making a promise. "Finally, one day, I will come to the Vu deity court to marry you." Vu Min Noyet looked up at him. Next to him was still his voice. Tu Tran kept his words. The monster's feathers fell down. Even though he was far away, below still echoed his words to Vu Min Noyet, determined not to go back on his word. Vu Min Noyet's face turned red. She quickly pulled down her hat and thought to herself, "This kid, I don't know what he's talking about." Suddenly, Long Bitch Tri's eyes became extremely sharp and thoughtful, knowing clearly that we couldn't. Quan Chu Dao put his hand to his mouth and yawned. He was holding a glass of water in his hand, bored and lying on the bench complaining, "So bored, it's been several days, why hasn't the supreme treasure been opened yet?" Quan Tuet Hong was sitting on the mattress, in front of Quan Chu Dao replied, "Don't be in a hurry, there are still a few days left before the secret will be opened, this time led by the Southern Dao sect, the clan elders are united." Quan Truong Kim sat opposite Quan Tuet Hong and then looked towards Quan Tu Dao and continued, turning the supreme secret treasure into a training ground for the younger generation. So it took a lot of time. Quan Chu Dao looked at them with extremely bored eyes. There was nothing else to do. Quan Lin standing next to him, quickly proposed a job to help Quan Tu Dao get out of this boredom. "Don't you want to learn the piano? It's just that this time Lord Tuet Hong is also here, not learning from you." She goes. Quan Chu Dao suddenly looked towards Quan Tuet Hong and exclaimed, "Oh, my sister is good at playing." Quan Tuet Hong replied with a modest face, "Compared to the beautiful ladies of the fairy dance clan, it is not worth mentioning, it can only be said to be entertainment." Quan Chu Dao was lying bored on the chair and suddenly rushed to Quan Tuet Hong's side without realizing it. Quan Chu Dao used sparkling eyes, pleading and leaning close to Quan Tuet Hong's body to flatter him. "It's okay, even though why are you definitely better than me? Please teach me." Faced with Quan Chu Dao's somewhat outrageous actions, Quan Tuet Hong's face turned black. Quan Tuet Hong was psychologically shocked, tried to push Quan Chu Dao's head away from his body, then trembled and said, I know, if you don't mind." Quan Chu Dao quickly agreed, "Okay." Quan Truong Kim sat behind, looked at Quan Lin Lung with disgusted eyes and asked, "Is the personality of this servant originally like this?" And Quan Lin Lung looked at Quan Chu Dao said with hateful eyes, "When you should be decent, you will still be decent." Quan Lin Lung suddenly bent down as if he had just seen something. A cup of steaming green tea was placed on the table. "At a certain store, it seems like you asked the right person, miss." The shop owner clasped his hands together and held them out in front of him to warmly welcome them. Nam Nguyen Dao Chow's specialty is spiritual tea. It's gentle and sweet in the mouth, with a lingering aftertaste. Just ask. But before the shop owner could finish speaking, Quan Lin Lung immediately looked at him with extremely hateful eyes, took out his money from a brown wallet. Needless to say, I bought it. A hand appeared from nowhere, quickly holding the tea box. That was the black tiger. He turned his head sideways and looked at it shimmeringly and said, "Sorry, this 1,000 years of spiritual tea, I want." His eyes were extremely proud. He smiled and looked towards Quan Lin Lung. Yet, in front of the black tiger's provocative expression, Quan Lin Lung still did not show the slightest reaction. His eyes were still extremely calm. Quan Lin Lung did not want to argue with the black tiger. She just looked at him with hateful eyes and remained silent. Quan Lin Lung looked at the shop owner with a bewildered expression and asked, "Boss, is there any other place that sells this 1,000-year-old spirit tea?" The black tiger standing next to him was surprised by the solution of Quan Lin Lung, the shop owner, at this time. Looking at Quan Lin Lung hesitatingly said this. The black tiger proudly looked at Quan Lin Lung and continued, "I want all the tea on the street." Faced with the black tiger's pride, Quan Lin Lung felt puzzled and looked at him. Seeing that, Quan Lin Lung put his hands in front of his face and clasped them together. His expression and eyes were puzzled. "Liking tea like that, could it be that you are the Taoist friends of Guangji Dongzhou, disrespectful, and black tigers?" Not seeing that Quan Lin Lung herself did not react at all, she was extremely inhibited, constantly screaming in her heart. No, why was she completely unprovoked? Quan Lin Lung's eyes were extremely disgusted. Looking at the black tiger in front of him, he immediately thought of Lam Tan Na and thought to himself, this kind of mentally retarded provocateur that he seemed to have known before, always felt like an old man. Somehow, a voice suddenly passed in from outside, provoking the noble lady of the Quan family like that. Quan Truong Kim stood behind the black tiger and said in an imposing manner, "Don't you want to live anymore?" And the black tiger immediately froze at the appearance of Quan Van Keep. The black tiger gingerly glanced to the side, but before the black tiger himself could look, he was quickly kicked out of the room door by Quan Truong Kim. Quan Truong Kim looked at him, and reminded Quan Lin Lung that this person was Quan Van Keep's servant, and had intentionally come to target her. Quan Lin Lung calmly responded, guessing a little. The black tiger looked at Quan Truong's sword with extremely surprised eyes. He stood up and said the identity of Quan Truong's sword, ranked 10th in the list of military staff. The black tiger leaned over and smiled provocatively. "I heard that you were beaten by Quan Chu Dao because of that woman. Now do you want to be their licking dog?" Quan Truong Kim sighed dejectedly. Quan Truong Kim gently stepped forward. The black tiger followed Quan Truong's swords every step, his face full of vigilance. The black tiger raised his head and looked at Quan Truong Kim with surprise and disbelief. Right now, Quan Truong's sword is standing behind the black tiger's back, holding his sword close to his neck. Quan Truong Kim looked at him with an angry expression and asked, "Knowing my title and still daring to provoke, who told you to do that, Quan Van Keep?" The black tiger was sweating, thinking in fear, too fast. After all, he was on the Quan family's list. He was not an opponent at all. But, the black tiger turned his head towards Quan Truong Kim, then used the name of Quan Van Keep to threaten, "You are right. Knowing that I am a man of great people, you still dare to be so arrogant." From above, a voice called out his full name. Quan Truong Kim. Quan Truong Kim were startled, with shocked expressions. That was Quan Van Keep. Quan Van Keep stood proudly on the roof of the nearby tea shop looking down. After all, he was ranked 10th on the Quan family list. Today he wagged his tail and asked for mercy like a dog towards Quan. Pepper knife. Quan Van Keep raised his eyes and made a request. If you are willing to fall like that, it's better to remove your title from the list early. How about it? Quan Truong Kim angrily replied. Quan Van Keep, what the hell do you want to do? Why is Quan Van Keep's voice so cold? Quan Van Keep raised his hand to the sky, gathering lightning from the sky into his palm. An extremely powerful lightning energy struck down right in front of Quan Van Keep's face. He shouted loudly. His teaching to his clan failed for a moment.